heard on the preceding program. The preceding program was pre-recorded.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Michael Wallace, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, delivered a fiery speech last night, 2 days after her husband's assassination in Utah. She vowed to continue the conservative activist's legacy.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Kirk's Turning Point USA tour will make its next scheduled appearance at Colorado University next Thursday. Kirk's alleged assassin, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, is due to make his first court appearance in a Utah court Tuesday. His father and a pastor convinced him to surrender. Utah Governor Spencer Cox says Kirk's murder is a turning point for the nation.
I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. The question is, what kind of watershed? That chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history?
President Trump says he will attend Kirk's funeral. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Orem, Utah, with the latest on the investigation into the shooting.
Authorities did not speak to a motive, but say bullet casings recovered from the rifle believed to have been the murder weapon could shed light on Robinson's thinking. One was engraved with "Hey Fascist, catch."
Authorities believe Tyler Robinson acted alone. President Trump says he hopes the accused killer gets the death penalty. Trump had dinner with Qatar's prime minister in New York last night, days after Israel attacked Hamas's diplomatic headquarters in Qatar. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab is in Doha.
The Israeli strikes here in Qatar, which is home to the largest American military base in the Middle East, has raised serious questions about the credibility of the U.S.'s security guarantees across the region, with Gulf leaders openly saying if the White House won't protect its own allies, then they will have to rethink their partnerships.
3,200 striking Boeing workers at 3 Midwest plants have rejected another contract proposal. CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
The workers build fighter jets, weapon systems, and the U.S. Navy's first carrier-based unmanned aircraft. They've been on strike since August 4th, shortly after they rejected an earlier proposal that included a 20% wage hike over 5 years. The company says it has a contingency plan to continue supporting its customers during the strike.
Boeing says no further contract talks have been scheduled. Severance leads the way with 27 nominations heading into tomorrow night's 77th Emmy Awards. The Penguin received 24 nominations. The White Lotus and The Studio each have 23. 83-year-old Harrison Ford is a first-time Emmy nominee for his supporting role in the sitcom Shrinking. Tomorrow's Emmys air on CBS and will stream on Paramount. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
J.I. Linley, take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie, coming this October.
You don't look like police.
I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
It was an upset victory in Europe this week.
Move over, France. A prestigious award has gone to an English sparkling wine. The first time that trophy at the International Wine Challenge Awards has gone to a fizz from outside the Champagne region of France. Nightimber's 2016 Blanc de Blanc Magnum beat 4 champagnes on the shortlist. French winemakers have begun to read the writing on that wall, though. Several have begun buying up land in the UK for future vineyards. If you can't beat them, join them. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
From wine to coffee, new government data show retail coffee prices jumped 21% in August from a year earlier, the biggest increase in 28 years. President Trump's tariffs are partly to blame. The nation's top source of coffee, Brazil, is facing 50% tariffs. The second biggest importer, Colombia, has a 10% tariff, and Vietnam, the third largest, has a 20% tariff. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85. Then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack back in the saddle here at KDKA. And today's program is talking debate, and we will do just that. It has been a horrific week. All of us still reeling after the murder of Charlie Kirk. And his wife, Erica, spoke yesterday and said the scheduled Turning Point USA tour, the American Comeback Tour, will continue after her husband's killing. The next stop is scheduled for September 18th at Colorado State University. It will be greater than ever, she added, and he will be proud that it will go on. I couldn't be more proud of her courage. And again, I send out my thoughts and prayers to her, her children, her family, and those connected to this young man who was just trying to engage young people in the art of debate. I have covered many stories in my broadcast career. They are all senseless when you're dealing with this type of topic, but this is such a loss of hope, a beacon of light, showing young people that with your words, even if you do disagree and your voice may be, well, raised a bit, in the end, you walk away with more knowledge and another opinion to add to that recipe of debate to get to some sort of solution, knowing that sometimes maybe you have the right way and then other times you realize there's a better way. But never has violence ever been the answer to anything. And to see a 22-year-old literally throw his life away and destroy his family's life forever just because he couldn't agree with someone. Now, granted, watching so many videos of so many debates and so many of these appearances that he has done, some of the debates got a little confrontational. But in the end, there was always that moment of that eye-to-eye, heart-to-heart contact in which they seem to kind of reach each other. And that's what it's all about. Basically going through that anger and disbelief that that other person's opinion matters at all, and turning away and walking away with a completely different thought process. It's what I was raised on. It's what my parents, the greatest generation, many of them fought and died for, our right to debate, the freedom of speech, democracy, our Constitution. And we have lost our way with faith and family, that moral compass, and patriotism needs to be re-engaged in the debate with young people so they understand why we are where we are and what truly the flag means. I will miss this young man, but I know there is someone who will miss him a whole lot more, his wife and children. And for that, the debate will go on, but the sadness will linger for a very long time. Yeah, I got to tell you, I've covered a lot of stories, but as I've said, getting older, I look at things differently now because of being a parent. And I have a son that age with 3 children. Your mind, your thought process goes in so many different directions. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to get on the phone, and I want you to speak to me from your heart. It has nothing to do with your political affiliation. But now that we've had a few days to digest everything, and we have a assailant, a suspect in custody, turned in by his own father who has spent close to 3 decades in law enforcement, recognizing his 22-year-old son and how tough it must have been, but he knew his son must be apprehended. And he is, and he will stand trial and be judged by a jury of his peers that will get more publicity than most. And I'm sure because of the court system and appeal process. But we're going to be talking to Attorney Phil DeLucente later on my show next week as we get a few days behind us, and we're going to talk sentencing guidelines and what's happening. And yes, this will once again re-engage the conversation of the death penalty. And I am not someone that's going to quote scripture. I believe in a higher power, but it is not my place to do that. But when you think an eye for an eye, sooner or later, someone has to be held accountable for heinous crimes like this. And no matter who or what side of the political aisle you're on, or if you totally disagree with everything someone is saying, you have no right to commit a heinous act like that. And what you must understand, and John Hudson, my buddy, the Secret Service agent who was on the air the last couple of days, a lot with Larry, I spent some really quality time with him yesterday. And if you go to my social media platform, either YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you will see these 3 sets of interviews in detail. And one of the things that I talked to him about was, if anybody is out there with this hate speak or this anger in their heart so much that they feel they want to take it upon themselves and commit some sort of act of violence, we live in a different world today. There are cameras everywhere. Security is on the street that you live. Even that camera that you have on your own home. It is basically day after day, week after week, month after month, photographing everything. You're not going to get away with it. So I simply say, either you will pay with your life or you will spend the rest of your life behind bars. But I also believe, because of the man in the White House, it's going to change the legal thought process in America about sentencing guidelines when it comes to premeditated murder. And I'm just saying, something has to be done to stop this anger in America. Here is a young man that was out every day just trying to make the world a better place. And yes, a lot of you may not understand where he comes from. Many of you will. And whether you are a person of faith or not has nothing to do with what happened. It's all about humanity, the human element, having a heart, looking at the big picture, that this man has the exact right to do what you do and everyone else does in this country, speak their mind. But he also had the right to stay alive to raise his 2 children. And as you know, because of how old they are, they will see pictures of their father. They will watch video. And sadly, they will see this someday too, that horrific video, which is just heartbreaking. but they'll have no really good, distant, loving memory of their father. Because by the time they become teenagers and become adults in their own right, it will be a distant memory. But every time a birthday or something of significance, they will all shed tears, including his young wife, who stood there very tall, thanking everyone in a very difficult time, but also saying, mark my word, the mission will go on. And you see, you have to go on. The debate has to continue, just as it did when JFK was assassinated, just as it did when Martin Luther King and Robert F. Kennedy were assassinated. Was he as significant as those three, Charlie Kirk? I'm not saying that. Time will tell. But I believe he was at least doing something all three of those men did, getting young people to believe that, yes, you live in a democracy and your voice is important. And even though we may not agree, debate is everything. Debate is what built this country. So now, your thoughts. How do we get some sort of a semblance in this country? How do we start debating again? How should this person, if found guilty, be handled? And the aftermath, now that we've had a few days of the murder of Charlie Kirk, Turning Point America co-founder. A day that many of us will never forget. But one thing is for sure, that mission will go on. This will not stop. This will not stop his thought process, even though he is no longer on this earth. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, and NASCO Roofing. Instant access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantAccess@KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack for a Saturday morning. Good morning.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for vets at Team Foster's Rough Ride Pittsburgh event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on September 27th at the UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse. Part competition and part festival, you can ride for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Pittsburgh at roughride.org and help save a veteran's life.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday night football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 937thefan.com.
I'm with Rocco Florio of AirPro Heating and Cooling, a trusted HVAC company that carries quality Bryant products and serves the entire Pittsburgh area. Rocco, what's up on prices for furnaces and air conditioning equipment?
Larry, it's best for people to purchase now, as equipment prices are going up in the coming months. AirPro takes pride in our prices. We are lower than the competition and provide financing options and long warranties.
Call AirPro Heating and Cooling today at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now let's be respectful today. Remember, a man was murdered, okay? Just something to think about. Here's Joanne. Joanne, you're on KDK. How are you?
Okay, it's sad what happened. Another tragic moment in America. I'm not surprised. He should go through the legal system like any of these other killing or killers out here or whatever they do. It should go through the legal system. I like her spirit. She also has 2 children. And some of this negative stuff that came out, like the president immediately blaming the left for this before he even knew what this man was about. How in the world can you stop all of this negative when you keep on with this negative comments from the head supposedly of this country? So I don't know. I wish her good luck and all the help that she can get, but she'll have enough help. I mean, this guy came and he was $90 million. A lot of kids are struggling to pay for their college or whatever. And I don't know. We just have to keep strong and just be aware.
And keep moving forward. Absolutely. Hey, thank you, Joanne. Let's get to Ted. Ted, you're on KDK. Good morning.
What's going on, Rob?
It has been a very busy week. I spent a lot of time doing a lot of social media stuff, talking to various people about this tragedy. And, the thing that's just so perplexing, Ted, we kind of grew up in the same generation. I was even on a debate team, and I was not a very good student at all. But I love debate. We were taught how to debate. I mean, everybody's speaking out on this. So it really has taken a toll on a lot of people. So I hope that my audience this morning is willing to talk about it, experience some of the thoughts that they maybe have gone through the last couple of days, and maybe help me find a way to make it a better way when it comes to debate in America. Even to tone down the rhetoric sometimes that, I even have on my shows. Sometimes people just get overly excited about really in the big picture. The sun will come up tomorrow. We all have to go to work. We all have to take care of our families. So let's try to meet each other halfway, that bridge, if you will, to where we can meet in the middle of that bridge. And it sometimes go back to my side of the bridge and other times go back to your side of the bridge. So what's your thoughts on everything days removed after the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Well, it's tough, Rob. You're right. We grew up in a different generation in the sense that discourse was the name of the game, even during the height of the 60s. It's sad. And I'll be honest, I think I told you this before. It's only going to get worse. I just don't see a way out right now. A lot of Americans just don't want to hear it. I'm just being honest. There's a lot of anger out there. We're politically divided. And, like I said before, you look at the parties, you got your Bernie Sanders and you got your Donald Trumps, both angry guys. I don't see it stopping. And I'll be honest, when it comes to mass shootings, for some reason, and I told you this years ago, you got young white males, for some reason, who want to take their anger out and shoot society. You go, the Sandy Hook, like you said, Columbine, and you look at this now. We're losing a lot of young men. For some reason, there's a lot of anger out there. And if you do not address it, it will continue. I just think you're going to get copycats. And, in this society right now, in this generation, they're used to violence. And they're used to acting out. Bring back the death penalty, I agree with that. But as a society, we got to face the facts. This is where we are. And we have to face the facts that, we need solutions bad. This country needs to be healed. And I don't know how you do it. I really don't, Rob. I hear, the governor of Utah said a fantastic, stuff. But where's the leadership? We don't have anything. From the White House all the way down to the mayor of Pittsburgh, there is no leadership at all. Everybody's stuck in the corner, and they don't want to come out. And and we're losing generations over this. When we grew up, there was values, faith, family, and country. Mm-hmm. And you're right about patriotism, but Rob, I'm telling you, all we got is tyrants and rebels. There are no patriots anymore. I don't see it. I hate to say that.
So what do we do? I mean, the only way you get back to debate is to debate the issues and talk about what matters. But you understand, both parties really have never done anything but shout at each other since Watergate. We've not really had good debate, issue-oriented politics. And when you even look at a debate, you know, those presidential debates that we used to we couldn't wait for, they're not debates. They're just anger sessions. They're screaming at each other. They're using obscenities. They're downgrading people. They're going after personal attack as far as their families, who they are, their credibility. They're not going at them for their status on the economy or what they can do to stop crime. It's just a bunch of sparks flying back and forth. And I really think, even though many people may not have bought into this guy, and I wasn't a big follower of him, I've really learned more about him, sadly, after his death than I knew about him when he was alive. But at least he was putting himself out there and maybe stirring the pot a little bit. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about what we do. We stir the pot a little bit to get the juices flowing so people get off the stool and get to the phone or come to the microphone so they understand what's at stake here. I think what's happened in this country, Ted, it's not so much that we lost manufacturing. We stopped talking. And because of technology, we've all become so isolated. And I think it came to the boiling point when the pandemic hit and people really became very isolated. And now many people don't even want to be out amongst the human race anymore. So we're in a very frightening place in America. Very frightening place in America.
Well, we're in a decline.
Oh, it's worse than a decline, Ted. We're at rock bottom right now.
I'll tell you this. This is what scared me, Rob. I'll use history. In the 1930s, you had three countries that went from a democracy into a dictatorship, into authoritarian government. That was Italy, Germany, Japan. Okay?
Yeah.
They said, okay, we're going to have one guy make all the decisions. How did that turn out? All right? We're headed in the same direction. Absolutely headed in the same direction. The country I grew up in, I don't recognize anymore because we're so attuned and letting one person make all the decisions. We stopped caring for each other. We stopped loving each other. When your fellow Americans is your enemy, you don't have a country anymore. Okay? And that's where we're headed. And I told you before, you know, we have soldiers in our own streets because we can't govern ourselves anymore. That is alarming. That every American should be alarmed. We have, and this is what I'm saying. When you live in a superpower and you grow up in democracy, you assume it's going to last forever. And we grew up through a life cycle where we saw a lot of stuff. This generation, for some reason, I don't think it's going to make it. And I don't think this country's going to make it because this country's in a meltdown. You look at from our economy, which we got the biggest debt in history. You look at our politics. We're so divided. We can't come together to solve problems. Even on the state level, our governor can't even get a budget passed. You look at, climate change. Also, the biggest thing, you look at technology. It's changing everything. Then, like I said before, we lost faith in ourselves and faith in God. I don't see it. How in the world you pull out of that? It's like the Roman Empire. We had our peak, and we're in a straight decline.
Well, I just hope that the president and others do not use this as a political piece of fodder. I hope that they both, and I saw a lot of the Democrats in high positions in Washington, as I did Republicans, condemning it. I just hope they stay the course. Don't point fingers. Don't talk about it's the left, it's the right. Talk about the right to be able to speak your mind. And if you have to swallow your pride once in a while, even if you're a high-end politician in Washington, you got to lead by example. You got to lead by example. Hey, there are plenty of times I'm doing this show. I basically just say, Rob, they're respectful. Let it go. You will never hear me shout anybody down unless it becomes personal, and then I basically will hang up on them. I've often said the only way that this works if we be respectful. That's how I began this show today. I always talk about it. We need more respect in our society. How we get there, I don't know. But I think if you say the word long enough and you show that you can do that, it'll get done. Teddy, good stuff. I appreciate you. All right, we got Ron in Michigan, Andy in Butler. The aftermath, your thoughts now that we've had a few days to digest it. How do we get back to respectful debate in America? Have we gone too far? What's the thought process of a 22-year-old who would take it upon himself because he doesn't agree with somebody to murder this person in cold blood? Where are we? As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio live stream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything we are doing in the studio. All right, CBS Radio News coming up in a couple of moments, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. Love to hear from you. We're in Open Talk until 7. Again, the number is 866-391-1020. Good morning.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
This Tuesday at 7 p.m., join Nan Cohen for a doubleheader. Nan welcomes Dana Marsteller of Savvy Again Consignment Boutique, a new store in McMurray. In the second half, Dan McIntyre will join Nan to be totally talking divorce. That's this Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
30% of adults in this country feel like some violence is okay to further a political cause. 30%. If you see 100 people walking around, 30 of them say, yeah, somebody gets beat down, somebody gets shot, somebody gets busted up. That's okay, as long as my side wins because of it. That's striking.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. In her first public remarks since her husband's assassination, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, said his group, Turning Point USA, will continue its college campus tour.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
She says her husband will wear the glorious crown of a martyr. Utah Governor Spencer Cox thinks Kirk's murder can be a turning point for the nation.
The question is, what kind of watershed? That chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history?
Kirk's alleged killer will make his first court appearance Tuesday. President Trump dined with Qatar's prime minister in New York last night, looking to smooth things over after Israel attacked Hamas's headquarters in Qatar. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab is in Doha.
Gulf leaders openly saying if the White House won't protect its own allies, then they will have to rethink their partnerships.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is visiting Israel this weekend. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, discussing quick and easy budget-friendly meals. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back on Monday. Lots happening. We'll talk to Rich Fitzgerald as well. So big Monday after this weekend, and little Steelers will sprinkle in. Catch you then. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, coming up on Monday, KDK.
So that's a very good point that clip that reporter was talking about, CBS Radio News. Are we headed to a darker place, or will this take us out of a darker place? That's a really good thought process. This thing could go either way. That little soundbite there, that's something to really think about. So I'll ask you, which direction are we going to go after this, do you think? I don't know. I surely hope it's a better place. 866-391-1020. Here's Ron. Always good to hear from him up in Michigan. Hey, Ron.
Good morning, Rob. Rob, this situation reminds me of the Alan Berg assassination. Alan Berg, of course, was a left-wing radio host, and he spoke out against white supremacy, and he was murdered for it. One day after he was leaving his radio show, a group of the Order machine gunned him to death. And I'm sad to see this, but the evolution of the Republican Party has gone to that extreme, not completely to the extreme of the Order, but they embraced much of the Order's goals and beliefs. The Order's beliefs were the Civil War was wrong because the South lost. That is what Trump is embracing right now, with him saying slavery was a good thing, with him erasing our history, our Civil War history. He is calling the South now heroes. He wants that to be put in the Smithsonian. He wants the erasure of our history. And this young man who killed Kirk, his family were Trump supporters. Let's get this straight. So this kid was brainwashed in his house with Trump propaganda, and he got sick of it. And he got Mr. Kirk. He performed on a platform where he wanted more guns. He wanted guns, guns, guns. And he got his wish, didn't he? He got guns, guns, guns down his throat. And as far as this country going, it's completely going in the here. We no longer investigate white supremacist attacks in this country. Our FBI has been told no longer look into that stuff. This administration is not interested in civil rights any longer. What they're giving a green light to is more guns, more violence, and they're blaming the left, calling for civil war. And everybody's got AR-15s, a legacy of the Vietnam War. And I'm telling you this right now, Rob. This is one of the reasons why this country is embroiled in a war right now with itself.
All right, I got to get on to some other callers here, Ron. Appreciate it. Look, I got to let people say what they think. Respectful, I got to let them do it because we'll never get to a debate. We'll never get to a good debate of issues and thought process if we shout each other down. I don't agree with a lot of things Ron said, but that's what he feels. And you have to give people an opportunity to speak their mind, whether you agree with them or not. As long as they're respectful, so be it. Some may say that wasn't, but he was speaking from the heart, and that's what I have to do. As tough as it can be, that's what I have to do. 866-391-1020. Here's Andy in Butler on KDK. Good morning, Andy.
Very good morning, Rob. How are you today?
I am okay. Good to hear your voice.
Good. Look, Charlie Kirk talked to college students. He'd debate them. They could come up one at a time and ask him any question they wanted, and he would do his best to give them an answer. An answer based on, obviously, his views, his thoughts, his beliefs. But he would give them an answer. And he would challenge them back with questions. which is kind of what I thought debate was supposed to be, and realized this man did not graduate from college himself. He wasn't a college graduate. He started college, but he never finished it. Okay? And he was considered to be a threat to the left. The left thought of him as a threat. And part of the reason they thought him as a threat was because he and some other people like him who decided that they wanted to go to colleges to engage with students to see if they could further, their ideas or find students in college campuses that might be amenable to agree with a more conservative viewpoint, succeeded in causing a shift among younger voters in this country more conservative. There was between the last election and this election, there was like a 20, 25-point shift from Democrat to Republican among college-age voters. And a lot of that has to do with people like Charlie Kirk, who went on college campuses and talked to these students one-on-one, who said, I will debate you on any subject you want, who didn't always win the debate against the students. There were students at times that made points that were better than his, and he accepted it. And so that's what Key brought to the table. What your last caller brought to the table was, I don't want to hear what he has to say because he's a white supremacist, he's this, he's that. All right? If you want to defeat his ideas, defeat them with better ideas. If you don't like his speech, have better speech. People on one side after this murder happened had prayer groups and people, when they got together and consoled each other. And there were people on the other side, like I believe a Secret Service employee, who basically said he got what he deserved, who celebrated the death and rightfully got fired. All right? So, we are at a crossroads. Can we get better or go worse? Okay? And the side that's trying to go better is the side that didn't do any violence. And the side that's trying to go worse is the side that had people that celebrated the violence. All right? And you look after this murder. What happened after this murder? People prayed. People got together. What didn't happen after this murder? Well, Tesla dealerships didn't get burned. Okay? So there is a group of people in this country that is willing to talk, willing to have this debate that you talk about, willing to engage the other side. Unfortunately, the other side doesn't seem to be willing to engage back. And when the other side feels threatened, they resort to violence. Now, Charlie Kirk's not perfect, and the Republicans aren't perfect. All right? But you tell me, Rob, which side was putting forth effort and which side wasn't? Thank you.
All right, Andy. Good call. Appreciate it. All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Joseph in Mount Oliver. Joseph, go ahead. Good morning.
Okay, my time frame, I'm going to start with the Great Recession. Remember the Great Recession where this economy almost collapsed? And that's the only thing I agreed with Ted with today was about the economy. Any economist, and there was one on Amplify on Sunday night, who said, according to the gold standard, the minimum wage should be at least $128 an hour. My opinion of a patriot is a single mom with 3 kids in school, okay, and the hoops that they have to jump through in order to put food on the table. You get free food, but how do you get it home? Okay, there's a lot of reasons for what's going on. It's ignorance, misinformation. Okay, and starting with you, I think you give out more misinformation than information. And I'm a college graduate. I graduated from California State University, okay, with a degree in history and English. Okay, I'm going to my 59th picnic reunion at South Park today, okay, from South High School, where I graduated, a city school. Okay, we had good schools. It gradually fades away. And most of these guys with big mouths, I noticed they never got their hands dirty. Case closed.
All right, you have a great day, sir. Thank you. It's debate. What can I say? So are we headed to a darker place, or could we actually get to a better place after this tragedy? I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. All right, here's what's coming up today. We have another hour of open talk, and I really just basically wanted to give you folks a chance to voice your opinion. When we get into next week, we'll actually have some guests drop by that'll kind of have a chance to talk about it. I told you Phil DeLucente will be here on Wednesday to talk about the sentencing guidelines. This man is going to make his first court appearance on Tuesday. And then we're going to talk about violence in America and how really security cameras and things of that nature are going to be needed more now than ever, because we don't have enough people in law enforcement to protect people, especially these influencers and people that are out there doing stuff that don't have that same layer of security when it comes to like Secret Service protection for the president or some dignitary. So Dom Costa, former Pittsburgh police chief, will be here on Monday night to discuss that. This story is only going to get more interesting. And a guy who covers stories like this and is read around the world, Oliver Bateman, will be with us on Tuesday. We'll get his thought process about, are we possibly heading towards a civil war in America? I mean, are we at war right now? I mean, there is a lot of backstories to this story. But I just want to give you this opportunity this weekend to speak your mind, as I will also during next week. But I didn't want to put any guest on, didn't want to have any experts. That's all been handled. We did it here at the radio. I did it via social media. This is your opportunity to tell me from your gut what you think. And his wife, is she right about saying the mission must go on? I believe she is. A lot of courage there. A lot of prayer needed for sure, but a lot of just human compassion for her, her two children, that family, and the thousands of people that really respected him, even if they didn't agree with him, that would show up to have an opportunity to debate with him. And what I did appreciate, even though they weren't always agreeing, the amount of young people who were willing to stand there and debate a man, even though a young man, who could hold his own. 866-391-1020. Lines available for the first time this hour. If you have a thought, now's the time to engage in the debate with your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday night football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 93.7thefan.com.
Who are the youth who lead with purpose, innovate with passion, and inspire everyone in your community? Junior Achievement in Western Pennsylvania is searching for their next class of exceptional young leaders for JA's 18 Under 18, presented by the EQT Foundation. Know a young person who is making an impact? Nominations are open for the 2026 class, ages 18 years or younger. Submit your nomination by September 30th to see them honored on February 3rd, 2026 at Acrisure Stadium. Nominate a young leader today at jawesternpa.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, it's about respect. It's about swallowing your pride, putting your ego aside, and looking at someone in the eye and listening listening. That's something we're also missing in America. That's why I basically have really started a whole new thought process in recent months, even though it's difficult at times. But I just basically sit back and listen. I may not agree, but it's got to be give and take. Kathy, it's all yours. Good morning. And I'm sure this one really hurt, did it not?
Yes, it does on so many levels. But I'd like to humbly represent Charlie, his wife, and all of us that are a part of something that you either see it or you don't. And it's not a bad thing. It's not an evil thing, and it's not something that contributes to the decline of this country. Very somber today, Rob. Very emotional, very passionate. So I'll try to make my point here. We're not. This is not going to be some. You asked, is it going to get darker? That's not how we see it. It's already here. We're navigating darkness. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. And it's always been here, actually. It's just gotten a new stage in order to try to fulfill its purpose. And I'm talking about the dark side. What we are doing is we're going to continue to do what we always do. That is honor God, family, country. Charlie promoted the nuclear family. Find your wife, find your husband, have children. The biblical framework of what makes society work and work well. There is a virus throughout our nation with our youth that is, there's no words for it. It's insane. Just the attack on family, maleness, female, being a male or a female, all of it. And from everything I ever saw with Charlie, his debate, the end game was to make that aware to the youth, the beauty in embracing who God created you to be as a male or a female, and to find each other and have a family. Again, the caller that talked about our response to this, it's prayer vigils. It's us staying steady, staying strong, not destroying property, lighting things on fire, all of that. And one of the most interesting parts of this for me is the shooter. What a representation of, again, our party and how I don't want to say our party. I want to say people that are on board with God's design for humanity. His own father, in law enforcement, 27-year veteran in the sheriff's office, upon realizing that this is my son that did this, seeing the surveillance pictures, and also then finally the confession of his son telling his father, I did this. He wanted to take his life. His father physically detained him, and his father turned him over to the authorities. Wow. That is so impactful. The details of this shooter and the fact that he did come from a family of predominantly registered Republicans that are for family, God, and country, from what I've read and understood. And now that they're taking a look back, there are areas where the son did get heavily influenced by, I'm just going to say it, the far left. He did. Even on some of the bullet casings, the things that he wrote. One of them was from a video game where you kill the fascists. This, Rob, we can't say, this has to stop. These things, although I agree they do, but we can only navigate what's already here. This is where we are, and that's not bleak, because I'm going to tell you what, through this, the young people that have been impacted and get it, they understand that this isn't about hating transgender people or Charlie wasn't trying to promote hate. He was trying to raise awareness for, again, just who you're created to be by God and embracing that. And what's going to happen is we're going to move with strength through peace like we keep doing. And I believe you will see that the young people that are already impacted, it's going to get louder and stronger in the very best way possible. When I say louder and stronger, I mean they're going to tap into that. They're going to start, wanting to have a family and be strong and be strong men, be strong women. That's how we roll. That's how we navigate these things, is through. It's those little things that you do each day that make the big things happen. That's how it happens, Rob. It's not some quick knee-jerk response and some big thing happens. It's going to be insidious in the best possible way, to where young people will press into their faith and, try to help their peers wake up to this insanity that's being spread. You talk about trying to make awareness for having compassion for people who are transgender or whatever. Pick anything. Trying to raise awareness for that. The way that it's being done is producing this. It's not good. You don't spread compassion by now vilifying white people or talking about white privilege and all. That's not how you do it. You don't pick a new villain. You have to meet each other with dignity, strength, love, understanding, critical thinking, and work together. And it's always going to be here. People that are gay or transgender or whatever, people that have radical beliefs. Jesus came to do what he did in a dark world, but the nature of human nature, we can't do this without him. And I mean, if you get into the scriptures, it says that the world lies in the lap of the wicked one, and it does until Christ's return. This is where we are. We have to navigate where we are. So I'm very hopeful. His wife is bringing really amazing strength to the table. I can't even imagine, because she was there, and so were his children. I don't know if you know that. They were there.
Yeah, I knew that.
So, and I unfortunately saw it. I mean, this caused so much.
Well, let me just jump in here for a minute. I'm curious. So tell me about early on your discovering this young man. When did that happen? What really drew you to him?
Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
Well, because I understand what he's trying to do. I understood what he was trying to do. I understood that he, had. I understood I understood his message, and I understood the fact that he's very passionate about the fact that because of social media and the disconnect of people looking each other in the eyes and talking, and we all know that that's a rampant problem. People hiding behind social media personas, what have you. That he had a passion to say, put the phone down. Let's look at each other in the eyes. Let's talk. This is how we're going to fix this. We have to become humans again. We have to be able to interact with each other in real time. And that's one of the things that I appreciated about him. Also, the faith that he lives out, his application with his own marriage, his own family. He was going into a place, which is college campuses, where the left has been for quite a while indoctrinating with the opposite message. And I think that was by design, that was his platform.
Listen, I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to get to the news. But I hope that you will re-engage with me this week as we roll through this story, because it's just beginning. I appreciate your honesty, your integrity, and look, it's debate, and you do it quite well. Thank you, Kathy. So are we headed to a darker place, or can we get to a better place? And maybe early on when you first started to lean into Charlie Kirk, your thought process, what drew you to him? And the big question today is how do we re-engage everyone in the art of debate, respectful debate? Yes, I'm not saying that you have to sit on your hands and not be animated, and at times your voice even raises a few octaves. But we have to find a way to have give and take. How do we do that? But I think the big question is truly, where are we headed now after this? Is it going to get worse, do you think, before it gets better? Or could this actually be, just like the namesake of his company he co-founded, the turning point? It's interesting. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack Open Talk until 7. Rob Taylor next with the news at 6. Good morning.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting in Homewood. That shooting happened on Newman Way near Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Allegheny County Medical Examiner has ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River on Tuesday morning a homicide. The body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. Well, the widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah on Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the, quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School is facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. Fayette County District Attorney says Ashley Mongell also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongell and the 14-year-old through cell phones and social media, as well as shared explicit images. Well, Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. But the executive director for Pittsburghers for Public Transit, Laura Chu-Ween, telling KDKA-TV the state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit for the long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there
is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
In a statement, PRT CEO Catherine Kellerman thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. KDKA Radio News time is 6:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Hey, folks, Marty Griffin. I go back years with Rob Pierce from Robert Pierce and Associates, one of my go-to guys. They've been at it more than 40 years. Clients are never charged unless the case is won. That remains the foundation of this firm's work. Led by managing partner Rob Pierce, this family-owned firm dedicated to helping friends and neighbors in the fight against negligence, wrongdoing, and abuse. I've seen it, folks. Skilled professionals, professional injury attorneys, and legal professionals. The firm provides compassionate and experienced representation to injury victims and their families, from personal injury and nursing home abuse to medical malpractice and Social Security disability cases. Robert Pierce and Associates been serving communities around this city, state, and the region for 40 years, committed to ensuring full and fair compensation. Call them right now for a no-obligation consultation. 412-214-7477.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85, then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on a Utah college campus Wednesday in the latest politically motivated attack in the United States. Assassination attempts have been made against Governor Josh Shapiro and President Donald Trump. Minnesota's Speaker of the House and her husband were killed this summer. And many more attempts have been made against figures on both sides of the aisle. This latest killing, while incredibly tragic, gives us an opportunity to take a long, hard look at ourselves. Violence isn't exclusive to one side or the other. It is an American problem. An overwhelming majority of us, left and right, find political violence disgusting and abhorrent. We are the ones that need to come together to say no more. We love our family, friends, and neighbors, despite their political beliefs.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, that was a really good hour of debate. I'd like to do it again this hour. No guest, you and me. Lots of participation in that first hour, long before the sun comes up on this Saturday, so people are awake, aware of what's happening, and I think it's time for us to just simply talk this thing out. So I'd love to hear from you. Lines available, 866-391-1020. We're looking at it from a couple of different angles today, the murder of Charlie Kirk, and that is this. The debate of being able to debate in America, is it even possible? What's the reason why we have lost our ability to communicate in the way of debate? I've had my thoughts. I think most of you know a lot of it is just simply because I see political campaigns that are nothing but anger and mudslinging, and that debate platform has changed in recent years to where it becomes a shouting match and personal insults and attacks. But also, I think because we have lost the human element when it comes to the moral compass, the breakdown of the American family, the decline and decay of Main Street America. Our public education is failing because we are not able to fund it. We have the lack of money going into law enforcement, so bridges and roads are crumbling in front of our very eyes, but so is the human spirit in America. So the only way we pick it up is debate issues, get people back on track, agreeing but to disagree at times, but understanding in the end it's got to be something that will benefit all of us moving forward. Because if we don't do something together, we will never move forward as a nation. Also, how this makes us very vulnerable to outside enemies. When this stuff happens like we saw this week, there are others watching and realizing that there is an opportunity for them to get closer to having what we all have experienced, being citizens of this great country, still the greatest country in the world. But evil is continuing to find a way across our border and into our own backyard. And those who were affected that day will never be the same. All of us who've witnessed that will never be the same. This is something that has directly affected us all. Now, the other angle we're looking at, are we going to go to a darker place, or could we actually go to a better place? What do you really see the future holding here? And I want to know, if you're a supporter of Charlie Kirk, I'd love to hear from you today. When did he first kind of start to make you aware of what he was trying to do? What was it that made you want to listen to what he had to do? And what did you think of how he was approaching things by going to these college campuses? And I got to tell you, looking at the footage of some of the places he has been and the crowds that have shown up, very impressive. And even though some of the debates got a little heated at times, he never backed down. They never backed down. But what I loved to see was the spirit of young people on these college campuses having an opinion. Look, it would be very easy for us to agree. But that's not the way this country was built. It was built on agreeing and disagreeing, but also understanding sometimes we agree to disagree. The thing that I've also noticed, whether it is in this medium or basically around the dinner table, it's become more of a shouting match. And some of the things that really has affected me, because I've been in this business a long time, where that human element, the audience doesn't have a chance to voice their opinion, and you have talking heads just screaming at each other, point, counterpoint. Look, that's not what America was built on. America was built on the opportunity for you to give me an opinion. And what Charlie Kirk did, he once again put all of the pieces of the puzzle back together that had been slowly being taken away for generations, to where it became people telling us about their ideas and what they believed. But we, the American people, did not have a place at that table to discuss what we thought. There was no place for us to go. But you see, talk radio, which I have said to you all, is going to become more important now than ever. It's going to be the beacon of hope, that bright light, if you will, that people are going to want to engage in, because now one thing that Charlie Kirk has done, he's made people want to voice their opinion. And in all the years and all the stories I've covered, I've never seen as many people having an opinion on this individual. And the thing that I'm so happy to see, people that I would have never thought really followed this man for whatever reason, maybe because their life was just too busy, who they were, what their job was, where they were at the stage in their life, but how they have spoken up. And various sports teams are going to hold moments of silence this weekend. That's the America that I know. That people are willing to say yes. I saw a lot of social media videos of people being brought to tears, speaking from their heart. You know, when you speak from your heart and you show your emotion and people know it's real, it can go a long way to not only helping you heal, but so many others heal too. So there is no other story that is bigger than this. There is nothing more that we need to debate than this. And in my opinion, the last part of this that I would like to get your thoughts on this weekend, because we'll carry this over into our open talk tomorrow. We've got guests lined up next week. We'll continue to follow this story and the timeline with our colleagues at CBS Radio News and, of course, our incredible news department at KDKA. But I opened up my little monologue today that seems to be getting a nice response, and that's good because that's the question that I'm going to ask you now. His wife showing courage, thanking everyone, but standing there, fighting back tears and actually shedding tears, just talking about her husband, the love she had for him. But I don't think anybody expected this mission will go on. Next stop, September 18th. America Turning Point will continue. It'll be bigger, brighter, bolder than ever. He would be happy with us. His various ways to get his word out electronically will continue. So is she doing the right thing this soon after her husband's death? Look, remember when you were young and your parents would stand behind you on that two-wheeled bicycle for the first time and they would push you? Pedal, 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 and then all of a sudden they would release. You couldn't see it. They're saying, you're pedaling, you're doing it. And then you would realize, peeking over your shoulder, that you were finally doing it on your own. But there were times leading up to that you would fall, scrape your knee. You would cry. You would want your parents, that embrace. You would want help. But your parents knew the only way that you were going to make it in this world is to continue to move forward. To continue to get up on that bicycle and keep pedaling. As tough as it may be, the fear, very big and strong to you, in the end, they knew you would be better for it. And I think she's doing this because she knows that her husband was actually helping young people. I've said this before. I've never seen so many young people engaged in one president over the last 50 years than this guy. And he's 79 years old. You look at the people in his administration, people that follow him, these young Republicans, more now than ever on college campuses around the country, more than we've ever seen. Places in this region that are now led by the Republican Party. I'm not saying this is all about the Republican Party, but the thing that really has made a difference, and the president does it every day, J.D. Vance is doing it, Josh Shapiro has done it, Senator McCormick is doing it. They're talking issues that everybody wants to discuss, including young people. So that's my thought process. I can talk until 7, but I'd love to hear from you on any of those things. That's 2 or 3 different topics and aspects of this Charlie Kirk story. So let me have your thoughts. 866-391-1020. This is the biggest story in America right now. The biggest story in America. And we owe it to continue the debate because of the tragedy, a man losing his life. We owe it to continue his thought process, our thought process, and what matters in America, actually being able to debate the issues and to be civil about it and respectful. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday Night Football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 937thefan.com.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based. Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me give you some other thoughts on why I think we have gotten to this point in America. It's isolation. You know, the pandemic was the real tragedy that really many of us, not just the horrific aspect of losing 1 million people in this country, but people became hermetically sealed in their own home, their own life, with their own thoughts. And when you basically have nothing but a computer in your hand and you can scroll and scroll and scroll and you do not need any kind of contact with the human element, you don't need to step out and have a conversation with your neighbor. You're not even going to the office and working, but you're working from home, and everything that you do communicating is electronic. Text, email, things of that nature, right? So you almost get into a situation to where reality changes. It's not that human element where you have that voice, that connection, right? That handshake, that hug. But this has been going on longer than the pandemic. We have gone from one generation to the next that all they know is electronic messaging. They don't sit, they don't date, they don't talk. They basically are involved in video games, marathons. They don't go to the local place to dance. Schools don't have dances. Schools are dwindling as far as extracurriculars are concerned. You have a lot of homeschooling now, a lot of people doing cyber education because classrooms have gotten out of hand to where people are afraid for whatever reason to send their kids, or their kids are not passing because they can't handle the overwhelming aspect of being in school. Listen, do you understand, for those of us who grew up in the 60s and 70s, it was always being around people. Always. From the noise of when that school bell would ring, pouring into the streets, the local football game on a Friday night, playing with your friends morning, noon, and night in the neighborhood that you called home. We didn't have mobile phones. We couldn't text message. We had one phone in the house, maybe two. You didn't sit on the phone and talk for hours to somebody. You went to their house. You sat on their porch. You rode your bikes. You had places that you did things, and you fought it out. Maybe somebody got a black eye or a bloody nose, but you were the next day best friends once again. We have no social skills. I'm just going to say it. We have no social skills when it comes to society. And who do we have to blame for that? It became very easy for us as parents, because of working so many hours, to simply say, look, they're home, they're safe, they're on their video game, their laptop, their smartphone. I'll just take a break. As opposed to getting them up and doing something with them. I did that all the time with my children, no matter how tired I was. But there were times when I simply said, hey, they're here, they're safe, let it go. Luckily, it's worked out. But my children, as much as I love them, they could never do this business. Maybe my oldest, because he kind of grew up on the tail end of not a lot of technology, but they couldn't talk for an hour straight. They could text, literally like sparks flying off their fingertips, because that's what they know. So what do we need to do as parents and grandparents? We need to get back into conversation with them. And if they're of age, meaning, 16, 17, 18, you're at the dinner table with them, they're visiting grandparents this weekend, say, what do you think of this Charlie Kirk? And you may be shocked many of them already know who he was and is. I know one thing, when I started doing more research on him, I couldn't believe the following. I mean, this guy was, even those who didn't like him just wanted that opportunity. And some of the debates were really good, and they totally disagreed with one another. But Charlie always had the way of saying, thank you very much. And they would say, thank you. And those two words have been lost in our vocabulary. Thank you. Just imagine that. Thank you. How far that can go. We don't do enough of it. And what about, I have a different opinion. Or I disagree with that. Okay, I'll give you a little of that, but I still can't totally be on the same page as you. Little phrases, little nuances, things that you should do. And if we don't start doing this, and it really is up to us, it's not up to any politician, it's not up to any social influencer, it's up to us. Those of us that have grandchildren, those of us that have children, you may have to give it a little bit more effort, but you got to talk to them. And I'm not saying you have to read Bible scripture to them. I'm not saying you have to teach them the American Legion, the flag and what the American Legion stands for, and you have to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not saying any of that. But you have to talk to them. You have to talk to them about real issues in real time, not just what did you do at school today or finish your vegetables. You got to talk to them about life, about what matters. You got to take them out, let them take a walk in the woods, see what nature's all about. See, we did all of this as kids growing up, and I can still see the 12 young men that I grew up with sitting on various porches on hot summer days and nights, talking about everything from girls to baseball to something that happened in government, the presidency, the Vietnam War. This is the type of stuff we did as kids. But the conversation always gave us an opportunity to know a little bit about life. And what we also did, even if we were at that dinner table with our parents, which we were every night, and we weren't leading the conversation, and my parents were in the midst of a conversation, we had the opportunity to take it all in, and it added to the debate. Because every family at every dinner table had a different thought process. So when you would meet your buddies the next day or night, hey, at the dinner table, my parents were talking about, my parents, they don't really agree with that. Well, my parents think that that's not a good idea. So you took the debate that was being debated, whatever the issue was, by two grown adults, and you were taking it out to the younger generation. Exactly what Charlie Kirk was doing. He was taking adult topics that he knew young people had to have a thought process, and he did stir the pot because he knew if he got them riled up enough that they would want to speak out and speak up. And if you sometimes don't initiate your children, even if it means saying something that may flip a switch to where they want to talk, they're never going to talk. But what you will notice, and I've noticed it, if you just start asking questions before you know it, you're going to be at a get-together with your children, and they're going to say to you, so what do you think about this? Like my oldest called me day after Charlie Kirk, first thing, and had an opinion, and I listened. To me, that means we're winning. When you have a 34-year-old of 3 children calls his father on a random Friday morning, or Thursday, I should say, and he calls his dad to talk about that, that means that Charlie Kirk had an effect. And that's a good thing. So give me your thoughts. If not, I'll take it till 7, but this is a good opportunity for you to jump in. 866-391-1020. Good morning.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Tired of looking at your ugly old slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
The KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, is back. This week, Montour hosts Mars in Week 4.
Presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider for high school football. Giant Eagle, Keystone Custom Apparel, and brought to you by the U.S. Navy. Forged by the Sea, Remarkable Auto Works, collision repair and service make your car remarkable. Red Ribbon Soda, Pittsburgh's Pop, and by Noble Environmental.
High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School is facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. Fayette County DA's office says Ashley Mongel faces also a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators there discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongel and the minor through cell phones and social media, as well as shared explicit images. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting in Homewood. It happened near Newman Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Well, the Allegheny County Medical Examiner has ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River on Tuesday morning a homicide. Body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh, found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical Examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. Well, the widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah on Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the, quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News time is 6:32. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School has empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back on Monday. Lots happening. We'll talk to Rich Fitzgerald as well. So big Monday after this weekend, and little Steelers will sprinkle in. Catch you then. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, coming up on Monday, KDK.
All right, Colin. Listen, there's even been talk about a Charlie Kirk Day, official holiday. I'm also just interested to hear what you have to say about how will he be remembered? Should he get a holiday? Should there be that Charlie Kirk Day? Is this as significant as, say, a president like President Kennedy? Young man, giving young people hope, basically taken from us on that fateful day, November 22nd, 1963. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., young man, father of 11, obviously making his way to the Oval Office, giving another generation that almost at the end of the Vietnam War veteran hope, opportunity. Martin Luther King talked, peaceful protest. Got through the civil rights, was starting to attack the war in Vietnam, and then his life was tragically taken. So you have two politicians, and you have one man of God, and Charlie Kirk, many believe, could have ascended to any height in politics, and they believe the future was bright. But he was really a man of faith. So how should he be remembered? Is he going to be looked upon as significant of the three men that I just mentioned? And how will the history books treat this? It gets back to, and it's ironic that the name of his company that he co-founded, Turning Point USA, is this the turning point? And if it is, what direction are we going in? There are so many different angles of this story. We would be here all night. I could go until 1 o'clock today, just all of the different things that I've seen and what I've looked at and thought about, because there's one layer on top of another layer on top of another layer. And I kept thinking to myself, well, can we debate? Do people know how to debate? And then I thought about this. And I don't know, because I'm not in school anymore. Do they even have a debate team in like high schools in Western Pennsylvania or in this country? We had one in New Brighton many years ago. I mean, we had an actual debate team, and I have no idea. It might have been in a class with an English teacher, but I actually did debate. And here I am, a C- student on a good day, and I think it was one of the reasons that it unlocked the ability that I had as far as being able to talk. So maybe we need to do more of it. Maybe we're not teaching our children how to do it. Maybe they wouldn't even want to do it because they're not talking issues at home. And one of the things that Charlie Kirk's wife said when she asked him about politics, he said, if he ever did, his job would be to save the American family. And it's something I talk about all the time. And I've not had a good track record. I've had a very difficult time trying to find balance. I think I'm much better now, but I was of that generation. You work to provide for your children. You work, you work, you work. But Charlie Kirk seemed to figure it out. He had a balanced life. He was trying to show that you could do that. And in the small time that I have been engaged in his thought process, I see how he could help people. But I also see, even though those young people, some disagreed in a very uncalm manner, at least they had spirit. At least they had fire in their belly. At least they wanted to talk about issues. Love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. Here's Bishop in Denora. Bishop, good morning.
Good morning. Let me just say something real quick. We're having something at the YMCA in Carroll Township in Surviving the Tide, teaching people how to get out of a riptide. As you well know, Monongahela is one of the most dangerous rivers around, of undertows, etc. We lost a person over the summer, plus Jamal Malcolm Warren. Now, let me get to this. That starts at 11 o'clock. It's free. Let me just get to Charlie. Charlie did not deserve to die. Charlie did not deserve to go out this kind of way. And, you know, he did what he did as far as what he did. But for people to keep trying to blame the so-called left or Democratic or whatever, from 1600 Pennsylvania to, I know his wife is in distress or whatever, and look in her statement of what people? There was only one person. One person. One person had an ought against Charlie. As I say again, Charlie did not deserve to die of what he believed, whether we agreed or disagreed. Now, I could say some other stuff, but I'm not going to do that. But I will say, I don't know if you ever watched the movie In Harm's Way with John Wayne and with Kirk Douglas. And at the end, towards the end, Kirk Douglas did a lot of good things, but he did some things that wasn't one thing that wasn't great, a couple things. And he got killed. They said, well, he deserves this, he deserves that. And John Wayne said, no, that won't be needed. Charlie does not meet the standard, in my opinion. Like I said, he did what he did, and he did it good as far as what he did. But when it comes down to Martin Luther King or John Kennedy, I have serious doubts about that, because those guys did some phenomenal things over the course of time. And you got to remember something now. Now I know with John Kennedy, as you well know, John Kennedy was a war hero before he became president. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
All right, and he was also, I believe he was either in the Congress or Senate, and then he ascended and became the first Catholic to be president. And he did some things that was good. Martin King, I think you mentioned him as far as the day that he got, was extraordinary over a long period of time. So that's where I stand with that. As I say again, Charlie did not deserve to die on his beliefs or what he felt was right, whether we disagree. But it was only one person, and one person had that ought against Charlie. Everybody needs to look back at this and say, look, it wasn't the Republicans' fault or Democratic or Independent. It was one person. That's all I got to say. I had it this morning.
All right, Bishop. Look, you got to understand, If this man lives, from what I saw and the response, every stop he made, I think he could have eventually ascended to the presidency. And listen, if not for anything, you have J.D. Vance, the vice president, young man. You had Charlie Kirk, young man. And there are others. We need young people to seek office in this country. We need young people to hold office in this country, especially in the nation's capital, in Congress, in the Senate, and yes, even ascend to the presidency. This country needs a young president. This is not being disrespectful to President Trump, Joe Biden, or anyone, but we cannot keep recycling older people because, yes, they may have a thought process that engages everyone, but the energy that it takes, and it's rare to have this type of energy in a 79-year-old man. But what Charlie Kirk did, and what people like J.D. Vance do, and what a Josh Shapiro could do, you need to ignite the spirit of this country, which is young people, people that are going to engage, work a full-time job, take care of a family, but be at every young Republican or every young Democrat meeting. They're going to be out campaigning, polling, doing things in their community, handing out pamphlets, engaging in conversation, holding town halls. Look, I covered politics forever as a kid in my 20s. I saw this. I saw the energy at a council meeting in places that I grew up. And you would look out into a sea of hundreds of people in a boardroom or in a gymnasium, and they were in their 30s, in their 20s, in their 40s, and they were talking about their town. And it wasn't all Republicans and it wasn't all Democrats. But we need to get back to an America where people want to serve. And what has happened because of all of the hate speak and the anger and the lack of things getting done, young people from the 80s to the 90s to the first part of this century said, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't even want to vote because it doesn't matter. It's the same old rhetoric. And the thing that President Trump has done, he's given them another thought process and given them a chance to speak, to actually have an opinion. What Charlie Kirk was doing, whether they be Democrat, Republican, agree or disagree, he was giving them an opportunity to take the microphone and hold it with their own hands. And that's something we need to do more in America. 866-391-1020. We're going to go either way with this. A horrible way or a better way. And I hope it's the latter. Get your calls on the other side. Feel free to jump in here. 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday night football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 93.7thefan.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we continue busy morning with your Pratt Pack. Here's Ken in Lower Borough. Good morning, Ken.
Hey, Rob, what's going on? Just walked in the door. I'm guessing you're talking Charlie Kirk. I got like 5 minutes of it on your last caller. Yeah, I mean, to sit there and say it's not left and not right, it's just, I see where Shapiro, everybody talks about Shapiro being firebombed or whatever. And you know what? That guy was far, far left. He wasn't a Democrat, but he was far left. Like this guy here, far, far left. And you know what? Charlie Kirk was a Christian. I mean, he hurt no one. I don't think he had hate speech in his heart. I mean, I saw a part of his wife this morning on the news. They were doing a thing on Court TV, and I couldn't believe it. It was so sad. It was so sad. And he I don't know, the people may not think he was never on my radar. He was for young people. He wasn't on my radar. But it's, like I said, what I'm seeing on the left, it's just, I understand the right they have their problems. But even with everything that goes on here, even with the gun that the guy used, you can't have gun control on that. I think it was a rifle that was used for deer hunting. I mean, this guy was just out there. And he was an Antifa soldier, apparently. I'm hearing he was Antifa. What's going on with Antifa? I mean, they should be deemed terrorist organization. You had January 6ers. They kicked in 1,000 doors. I mean, this guy had to be talking with somebody from Antifa. If they get his computers, they have to go after these people because it's a sickness. It's a brainwashing. I was early 90s. I had a job, and it was with the union. It was a union job. And I stood up and I asked some questions, and they told me specifically no. Well, this is what we do. We repeat, we repeat, we repeat. And what do? They repeat, they repeat, they repeat. They call megas Nazis. They call us everything there is under the book, in the book, but they repeat, they repeat, they repeat. And it is ingrained in these young people's minds. It's like a brainwashing, like the Japanese in World War II. I mean, at least on our side you had free thought, but to take out a Christian, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason for this. The guy never really bothered anyone. I mean, I don't think he had a bad word to say about anyone, really. I mean, a lot of it was truth. They didn't like to hear the truth, but there's things I don't like about the truth, and it's sad. I mean, when I first started calling in here, one of my first things I said about the city of Pittsburgh, population was under 300,000. You said it was over 3, I believe. You looked it up. Well, there was an AI conference in Pittsburgh where one of the leaders said it's well under 3,000. So I'm not the only one that has it on its radar. I mean, I try to come out with truthful things. I mean, it's not like the stuff I say. But you know what? The people that I talk to, they know it's true because I check. And I have verification. This radio station verifies some of the stuff I say, people they have on here. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, Rob. I don't even know where to go with this.
Well, listen, here's where you go with it. You go with it. It was a tragedy, and we have to go to a better place. And we have to continue the debate. Good, bad, or indifferent, we have to continue it. Your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, to take out a Christian, it's just sad. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I wish I had more to say at this point. I just walked in. I'm working from 3 o'clock this morning on. But I don't know. I mean, I look at some of the things that are going on. If this was, let's say, why that they caught this guy so quickly? Why can't they catch a lot of other murderers in towns as fast? I mean, am I missing something? I mean, you have camera technology everywhere.
Well, let me just say, it was his father who recognized him and turned him in. Who knows if anybody would have recognized him. But what people need to understand, and I alluded to this earlier, and if you go to my social media platforms across the board, all of them, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you will see a 3-part interview that I did with Secret Service agent John Hudson, who I've known forever. And we talked about these cameras. And I said, if you are thinking about committing a horrific crime, you're either going to be killed, you'll take your life, or you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. But now I think because of what happened here, the death penalty will be back in force in a big way. And it's going to start in Utah. I believe that's my opinion. But you got to be innocent until proven guilty. It's going to have to go through that court system. Probably will get an appeal. But I think everything is going to change. All bets are off. But the security will continue to get more electronic, more technically savvy, and people will not be able to even for 1 minute get away with stuff like this. They may commit the crime, but they will pay for committing that crime. I appreciate your call, Ken. Good stuff. All right, listen, Dr. Don Spalla is here. We're going to talk about what they're doing, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine to help people with neuropathy. 8 o'clock, Neil Major, I believe, today, and Ben Lewis, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. 9 o'clock, Sean Horn, MediConnect. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. Christine Zapp, AAA Central's Talking Travel. Colin Brakovich is here today hosting that hour coming up, and we talk elder law. So please stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a shooting that occurred Friday night in Homewood. That shooting happened on Newman Way near Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Allegheny County Medical Examiner has ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River Tuesday morning a homicide. The body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He had last been seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. Well, in June, it became illegal to use a handheld device while driving or sitting at a stoplight in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado spoke to a local driving expert about the warnings that have been issued so far.
Under KDKA Radio's Right to Know request, state police said they issued 383 warnings to drivers between June 5th and July 31st. Jim Clare of Ultimate Defensive Driving School in Cranberry says while the law is a good move, the one thing that would start to bring the number of distracted driving accidents down is writing tickets.
I would challenge all the police departments to up their game a little bit, start writing some tickets for some aggressive driving, poor driving, not stopping on red lights, blowing red lights, speeding, those kind of things. I would challenge the police departments around to do that, because I guarantee you, when its tickets go up, fatalities come down.
Ticketing under Paul Miller's law does go into effect next June, but Claire says with schools cutting driver's ed programs, many new drivers are taught bad habits by their parents, creating a cycle of dangerous roadways. David Colorado News Radio, KDKA.
There's good news for fans of the Backyard Brawl. Schools announced they're extending the storied rivalry. They'll be taking a 3-year break, but it will come back in 2029. Panthers, Mountaineers will then meet annually through 2036. Pitt will host the game in 2029, 2031, 2033, and 2035. KDKA Radio News Time, 7:02. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Super September savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Shoulder Steaks or Roast, $5.99 a pound. California Shelled Walnuts, 1-pound bags, $3.88 each. And selected varieties of extra detergent, 57.6-ounce bottles, 2 for $5. Additional savings in our meat department. Lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.49 a pound. And mahi-mahi fillets, $11.99 a pound. In our produce department, new crop Pennsylvania Gala apples, 5-pound bags, $3.99 each. And jumbo vine ripe tomatoes, $1.29 a pound. In our deli department, slow roasted top round corned beef or roast beef, $8.99 a pound. And Coon's 12-inch taco pizza is $8.99 each. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
It's all happening at Coons Market, that special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85, then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Dr. Don Spalla is here. Metropolitan Window video screen. Go to kdkradio.com. Click on KDK Watch. If you haven't, subscribe to our YouTube channel or that Odyssey app, AUDACY, or the traditional way, KDK 100.1 FM or AM 1020, like I listened growing up to KDK Radio. It's all about neuropathy, lots to get to, but on a personal note, Eric Church last night.
If I look like I have a few bags under my eyes, it was a late night, but it was good. It was good. Yeah, we went to a concert last night. Yeah.
And listen, you're just a really compassionate person, and I watch and listen to everything that you do via social media. So there's a lot to get to, lots of information out there. But some exciting news. You're moving on up a little bit, a bigger building. Numbers are growing. People are buying into what you do. And you're helping a lot of people at the Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine location that you and your husband and others work at every day.
Yeah. I think a couple months ago, I told you that there may be a big announcement coming up in the future that was kind of under wraps, and we were making sure that it was official. But our Brackenridge office, the OG, the original office that I started in 8.5 years ago, we have grown to a point where we just need some more space. And that space is going to be located only 3 blocks away from where we're at right now. So better parking, more space on the inside, an easier entryway. For us, I've always wanted an atmosphere where patients can come in and relax and feel like they're being taken care of. Not that my current location doesn't give patients that, but we're kind of at capacity currently, and we have been for like the past year at the Brackenridge location. So I'm super excited. I'm super nervous.
It's another step.
But looking forward to serving the community more and, like you said, helping more people.
And listen, one thing I've learned in business, you can never have enough parking, no matter what you think. So if you got more parking, that's a good thing.
Not to scare away anybody who's listening, but parking at my current office is a nightmare.
Oh, I know.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared to call or do whatever today. But we have like 5 or 6 parking spots out in front of the building, and there's parking across the street. And where we're moving to, we have like 40 parking spots.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
So that means a lot of folks are going to get help with neuropathy. So let's just begin, as we always do, talking about what is neuropathy.
Yeah. So neuropathy is a dysfunction, disease of the peripheral nervous system. So when I say those words, I'm talking about the nerves that come out of our spines and lead to our hands and our feet. There's over 100 different causes of neuropathy, but when we look at the most common, we look at type 2 diabetes, we look at chemotherapy, we look at thyroid issues, and we look at spinal trauma. Now, when we talk about spinal trauma, yes, it could be, sudden slips and falls or car accidents, but it can also be long-term chronic changes like degenerative joint disease and degenerative disc disease that are causing the tingling and numbness that patients are feeling in their hands and their feet. With neuropathy, it is pretty debilitating, and it's progressive. So once you're diagnosed with neuropathy, unless you do something that's proactive outside of the traditional treatment for neuropathy, it will continue to get worse over time. In my experience, having treated patients, hundreds of patients, progress, people can notice an increase in symptoms over the course of a couple of months, or people notice an increase in symptoms over, a period of years. So that speed is usually dependent on a person's health status. How well are you moving? How well, what's the diet like? Are you sleeping at night? Those are all questions that we ask and that we're concerned with, because it does determine kind of how healthy you are and where that progress is leading. So neuropathy is progressive, tingling, burning, numbness, sometimes gets worse at night, wakes you up in your sleep. It's really debilitating, and it really decreases your quality of life.
So let me ask you, I always try to come up with a couple of first-time questions just to kind of freshen things up a bit. If somebody's listening and they haven't gone to a physician and they're not on medication, but they think they have neuropathy, can they come directly to you?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
As opposed to getting a physician to...
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll talk about our offer later.
Okay.
But when patients come in, if they're experiencing tingling and numbness in the hands and the feet, and you haven't told your PCP or anybody else about it, you can come to our office first. We have tools and we have the examination procedures to determine, is this neuropathy, is this not? And we're also licensed to send you out for further testing if we have any questions about it. So yes, our office can be the first step in determining if neuropathy is your diagnosis and what treatments that there are available for you.
So I was with a friend doing some social media, and very successful in his early 80s, but he's been dealing with what he thought was neuropathy, but now he's talking sciatica. So my question to you, is there any connection to a sciatic issue that can be caused from or can actually bring on neuropathy?
Yes. So, oh man, we're getting into like deep neurology here. So when we look at neuropathy, we can look at it and we can actually split neuropathy into a couple different categories. We can have mononeuropathy. So mono is one, and that means it's only affecting like one leg or one arm. And then we can have polyneuropathy. So poly means multiple. So polyneuropathy means it's affecting both legs, both arms. I've seen patients where we have neuropathy in both the arms and the legs. So that's one thing that we determine in the office. When we're looking at a sciatica issue, sciatica can reproduce or cause mononeuropathy. So the tingling and numbness only going down one leg, but also looking at sciatica, we are now looking at a spinal issue. Are there bone spurs? Are there arthritis? Is there arthritis? Is there degenerative disc disease to the point where a disc bulge or a disc herniation is putting pressure on a nerve? We are the experts in determining what is causing that problem, because in our office, we are specialists at treating degenerative disc disease, at treating degenerative joint disease, non-surgically, might I say, asterisk, huge asterisk, right? Non-surgical treatment for degenerative disc and degenerative joint disease. So determining in our office, is the tingling, burning, numbness something that's spinal related that we have to go in a different direction for treatment, which we are also experts in doing, or is it a true neuropathy secondary to diabetes, secondary to thyroid issues, et cetera?
If you do not get neuropathy at least looked at and possibly treated, can it cause other issues other than neuropathy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If we're looking at somebody who's sitting out there with tingling, burning, numbness in the feet and they've noticed that it's gotten worse, neuropathy can actually creep into the muscles and start causing muscle atrophy, muscle paralysis. We get decreased balance. We get an increased risk of slips and falls. But I think the most dangerous thing is that an automatic diagnosis of neuropathy, and if it's untreated, increases your risk of amputations. Because if we don't do anything for the neuropathy, we're decreasing blood flow. We're decreasing the healing rate. So people can get scratched on the bottom of their feet. They have no idea what's going on. That wound festers. And then we're talking about wound treatment, wound care centers, amputations. It can get really dangerous.
All right, let's take a break. But before we do, what's the offer?
So the offer is a free neuropathy consultation along with a $250 voucher towards your very first treatment. It is almost the middle of September, and I believe we only have 4 of those vouchers left. So what you'll do is Hannah, what's up, Hannah? Hannah is in Brackenridge right now awaiting your phone call. The number is 724-224-2224. You can call or text that number. But Hannah is waiting to talk to you. We'll talk about a free workshop here in a minute, but she will take your name and your information and get you signed up for one of those vouchers. We'd love to help you out.
All right, so get on board with that. We'll come back. We're going to talk about treatment, other symptoms, things you need to know. But there is hope, and she's here today, Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. It's your Pratt Pack. Back with more in a moment. Stay with us.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday night football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 93.7thefan.com.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Dr. Dawn Spall, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Before we pick up on our thought process about neuropathy, please tell them about the special offer.
Yeah, so this month, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's September and it's almost fall already. But this month we have 4 additional vouchers that are free to claim. That voucher gets you a free neuropathy evaluation plus $250 towards your first treatment. So it's basically a free laser session on us, but you have to call today. That number that you're going to call is 724-224-2224. You can also text that number. Hannah, who is amazing, is one of our assistants, and she is standing by to help you schedule. If you're hesitant, if you're out there and you're like, I don't know, what is she talking about? We do have a neuropathy workshop. So a workshop is something where you can come in, ask questions, have a conversation, and we will be more than happy to answer questions, concerns, anything that you have. And that's this Tuesday in Brackenridge at 1:00.
All right. I want you all to listen because we're going to go over the symptoms. And if you are dealing with any of this stuff, you need to make the call and get this special offer. Only 4 opportunities left. So let's go through symptoms. The symptoms that truly you need to pay attention to. If you have any of these, you need to make the call. Go ahead.
So any type of burning, tingling, or numbness, it starts usually in the toes or the feet, and it starts working its way up the legs. You may have had issues with low back pain or sciatica before. The different thing is that this neuropathy will be pretty similar or pretty the same pattern on each the right and the left side. You can have decreased balance. You can notice that you're, walking through your kitchen and you can't feel the floor anymore. You can't feel the texture of the carpet underneath your feet, or you step on something really tiny and the pain is excruciating. If you're somebody who's diabetic and you've had wounds on your feet that are hard to heal and that circulation is poor, that is usually a sign of neuropathy. Pain can get worse at night. So I've had patients who say they can't stand the feeling of bed sheets touching their feet, or it wakes them up at night. They have to have their spouse or somebody you get out the 5 different creams and you're rubbing the feet to get everybody back to sleep. So, if your spouse is dealing with you having neuropathy, it's not only one person not able to sleep, but both. Difficulty with balance, feeling like you need to use a cane or a walker and you're not sure why. But it's progressive, and it becomes extremely debilitating if nothing is done about it.
We've talked about it before, but that amputation thought process is just frightening. If not for anything else, go, because it is progressive. It's not going to get better. And there's no medication. We talk about it all the time, Neurontin. None of it. It's not going to help. It's not going to cure it.
Yeah. So to everybody listening today, I want you to understand that what we do in our office. So my husband, myself, we are chiropractors with specialties in treating neuropathy, and specialties in treating more chronic issues, degenerative disc, degenerative joint pain without surgery. When it comes to neuropathy, there is no surgery. It is listed as an uncurable disease. And so if you look with what's in the box in mainstream medical treatment, it's 4 medications. Neurontin, Lyrica, gabapentin, and there's one more. Those are what's prescribed to decrease what you feel is the symptoms of neuropathy, but it does nothing functionally.
And see, there's a reason they have the 30-second disclaimer at the end of a minute commercial.
30 seconds. It's like a minute and 30 seconds.
Every drug has side effects, long-term especially. So you're actually...
Including death and dying. I see that in every commercial.
They always end with that.
But they always come with a fun little song, don't they? They're always paired with a
think
really
about
fun,
it.
like, song.
Would you do anything, like even your grandmother's favorite recipe at the end, she said, this could cause death or dying. You would think about maybe passing on that recipe.
Yeah.
Or at least see if there's something else.
If you're like, that's a funny, but like very...
It makes sense.
Comment that makes you think. If you're sitting at a dinner table and everybody has a different dish and they're like passing it around the table and they're like, oh, by the way, if you eat this, it's going to taste really good and it's going to make you happy, but it could cause death and dying. Like, I think I'm good. No, so Lyrica, Neurontin, Cymbalta.
I knew you would get it.
And gabapentin. Those are the medications. And you know what? I'm not anti-medication.
No, sometimes you need it.
But what we are about in our office is function and quality of life. And what we see with those medications is we can get a decrease in the pain and the tingling symptoms, but that medication works on pain centers in our brain to make us perceive that we're not feeling those sensations anymore, but it does nothing to stop the progression of it. So what happens is over time, we increase the prescription, right? It goes from 100 milligrams to 200 milligrams, and it goes from 2 to 3, and then we're taking 300 milligrams 3 times a day, right? So we increase this prescription until it's maxed out, and when it's maxed out, it's maxed out. There's nothing else we can do.
I want to do a little reverse psychology. Okay. So if you come in and you can't help them, you will tell them you can't help them.
Oh, 100%.
And if what you do for them, they're not happy, they can always go back. But instead of going down that path that could lead to the rest of your life, take this window of opportunity and see.
Well, and the other thing is that you may have a podiatrist or a PCP or somebody who knows about your neuropathy and is trying to manage it. In that case, we will work with your other physician and send them a letter or give them a call and say, hey, this is what our testing found. This is what the patient's treatment is under. This is the treatment that we're going to do, in order to get that patient the best results. Here's what we want to work with, A, B, and C. So it's not about like our treatment versus somebody else's treatment and saying that one is better than the other. For goodness sakes, there's plenty of times where patients come in and we co-manage and form a team of physicians, a team of experts around that patient. Because my goal isn't for, prescribing neuropathy treatment for as many people as possible, right? My goal is to help as many people as possible, and I'm very honest about it. So when you come in, if we think that it is a benefit, that you're going to progress really well with our treatment, we'll tell you. If we don't think that it's something, but we have an idea of what the diagnosis is or what we need to get checked out, we're more than happy to offer those other treatments or refer out for the best outcome for the patient.
That's what it's all
we're
about.
worried about.
That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. If you love a good tune-up when it comes to chiropractic care, you do all that too.
Oh, yeah. So our whole entire team, we're comprised of 4 different docs, myself, my husband, Dr. MJ, and Dr. Zach Petrak. We have 3 different locations. So we have a location up here on Mount Washington, which is inside a gym. It's inside Incline Fitness. We have Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine in Brackenridge. And then we have our other location in Sarver. So 3 locations, very convenient locations that you can schedule that consultation for. And 4 expert doctors that are there. I actually have 3 staff members this weekend in Nashville that I sent them to get their advanced certification in neuropathy designation and laser treatment.
You leave no stone unturned. All right, listen, one more time, the offer. Then we're going to come back and talk about the treatment and why what they do, getting incredible results. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're out there tingling, burning, numbness, hands, feet, what have you, if you've already been diagnosed with neuropathy and you're not happy with the treatment or you're not liking the side effects of medications that have been recommended, we are offering a free neuropathy consultation. Come in, ask questions, see what we have to say. Call or text 724-224-2224. Hannah will be taking your call and helping you to get that scheduled, but we only have 4 spots available. Or we have our workshop this coming Tuesday in Brackenridge, 1 o'clock. I think that's September 16th, completely free. We give you some food and some snacks, and you can come ask questions. Come pick my brain.
Snacks are always worth the trip.
Always good.
All right, short break. We'll come back. Much more with Dr. Dawn Spalla. Next hour, Brian Caranta is off today, but Neil Major is here, along with Ben Lewis, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Lots of stuff to get to today. We're here until 1 o'clock, so please stay right where you are. Rob Taylor coming up with the latest news in 2 minutes at 7:30 with your Pratt Pack today on KDKA.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to investigate a Friday night shooting that occurred in a Homewood. It happened on Newman Way near Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. Executive Director, though, for Pittsburghers for Public Transit, Laura Chu-Weens, telling KDKA-TV, state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
In a statement, PRT's CEO Catherine Kellerman thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. Allegheny County medical examiners ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River Tuesday morning a homicide. Body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. In June, it became illegal to use a handheld device while driving or sitting at a stoplight in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado spoke to a local driving expert about the warnings that have been issued so far.
Under KDKA Radio's Right to Know request, state police said they issued 383 warnings to drivers between June 5th and July 31st. Jim Clare of Ultimate Defensive Driving School in Cranberry says while the law is a good move, the one thing that would start to bring the number of distracted driving accidents down is writing tickets.
I would challenge all the police departments to up their game a little bit. Start writing some tickets for some aggressive driving, poor driving, not stopping on red lights, blowing red lights, speeding, those kind of things. I would challenge the police departments around to do that, because I guarantee you, when its tickets go up, fatalities come down.
Ticketing under Paul Miller's law does go into effect next June, but Claire says with schools cutting driver's ed programs, many new drivers are taught bad habits by their parents, creating a cycle of dangerous roadways. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is almost 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676. 800-201-7676. 800-201-7676.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Dr. Don Spalla. By the way, Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKRadio.com. Click on KDK Watch, our YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, you need to. And, of course, Odyssey, that app. It's a free app, AUDACY. Download it on your phone. And the traditional way, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. All right, tell them about the offer, and then let's get into the treatment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so September, we have 4 free vouchers that you can claim. That voucher is a free neuropathy consultation. There's an evaluation, a diagnosis, and testing that is involved in that. And it's about 60 to 90 minutes. So usually when patients call in for neuropathy, a 60 to 90 appointment with one, or 60 to 90 minute appointment with one of our doctors is upwards of $150. So you're getting that for free. Plus you're getting a $250 voucher towards your first session of neuropathy. Only 4 of those available. Call or text 724-224-2224 to claim it. Hannah is standing by to get your information. And if that's still scary, you should come to our workshop. You should just come. No harm. Come ask questions. Come find out some more information about neuropathy. That's this coming Tuesday, September 16th at 1:00 p.m. in Brackenridge.
And if you're skeptical right now, you've been there, done that with people. Like,
yeah,
come
for
on.
Sure.
And listen, here's the thing about neuropathy. You get a few percentage better, just a little, can make such a big difference. Imagine if you could just get the feeling back in a couple of toes. I mean, it's a big deal. Just try it.
I mean, we had a patient who had neuropathy and came into the practice crying. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened? And she goes, I'm good. She's like, I took a shower this morning and I could feel water on my feet for the first time in years. So, and that's the other thing. People can't feel temperature sometimes.
I know.
So what happens if they step on something really hot? What happens if they, are in the shower and they burn themselves with water because they can't feel that temperature? That's a major concern. When we look at neuropathy, and you can't feel those feet and you don't know balance. You're going down a step, you miss a step, you fall, you break a femur, you break a hip. What's that going to do to you? Nobody needs that in their life. Gabapentin, Neurontin, Lyrica, Cymbalta, sure, it takes away that sensation, but it doesn't improve your balance. It doesn't make up for the lost function that you've had. And the treatments that we offer in our office are geared towards you improving your balance, improving the feeling in your feet, improving the way you walk, and improving the way you function. If you don't have a physician managing your neuropathy who's not concerned about your function, you need to be concerned about your function.
One of the things that we deal with, we seniors, that is an epidemic, it's balance. It's one of the major issues the older you get. And even though you think it's okay, but then you start to realize this just isn't right. I mean, I'm getting up out of a chair quickly. I'm leaning to the left. I'm leaning to the right. I'm stumbling, this, that. Neuropathy is a big problem when it comes to balance. That's something we don't talk enough about. Not only do you have all the issues with the pain and the tingling and this and that, but it can throw your balance off. Other than just that natural aging process, it can really affect balance.
Yeah,
too.
and I think especially as you age, we think of the phrase quality over quantity.
Yes, absolutely.
And so what's the quality of life if you're sitting at home, unable to feel your feet? You start saying no to friends, to go to dinner, to go for a walk, or to go out shopping. You start saying you don't feel like, seeing your family or playing with your grandkids. You don't feel like going on vacation because walking on a sandy beach hurts your feet. Like, there's people listening. I know that there's people listening sitting at home who their answer is always no. And the baseline reason is because they feel like crap because of neuropathy. When we go for check-ins and we go for checkups to physicians, what are the questions that we're being asked? We should be asking, are you drinking enough water during the day? What's your diet like? Are you getting between 6 and 8 hours of sleep each night? Those are the things that determine quality of life, but those are also the things that determine how quickly neuropathy is going to progress, but how much change we can make if we actually decide to treat it instead of covering it up with medication.
All right, let's dive deep now as far as the laser, why it works, the results you're getting, and kind of take us through that timeline.
Yeah, so laser therapy is what we use in our office to treat neuropathy symptoms. There's a couple of different options out there outside of the medication realm, and they involve laser therapy and they involve LED or red light therapy. What I want patients to understand is that these red light programs that are out there, they differ a lot from a laser program because that power of that light is a lot weaker and it doesn't penetrate as long. So we're looking at using red light almost continually if we go that route. But laser, which is what we do in our office, has the ability to penetrate 8 centimeters into tissue. Okay. When we have neuropathy, there's a couple of things going on. Nerves have gone dormant, right? Nerves are no longer functional. So we have to wake them up with blood flow. We have to wake them up with nutrition. What laser does is it opens up those capillaries and it increases blood flow to those nerve endings that have become dysfunctional. And it starts that process of that oxygen exchange and that nutritional exchange. So those nerves come out of their dormancy and they actually start the healing process for neuropathy. So those nerve endings are woken up. We start to get feeling back, less tingling, less burning. And so along with that improved feeling, we also get overall improved function. So laser therapy, actually, when we look at the research, right, if I put on my nerd hat, and I look at all the research, published blind studies that are compared, laser outperforms red light therapy every single time. So we are offering the best of the best class 4 laser therapy in and around the Pittsburgh area that you can find.
I just want people to take you up on this offer. If you don't do anything else today, just take up this offer. So please give it to them in detail. You do not want to miss this opportunity. If you feel you have it, you know you have it, you've got to take up this opportunity and make the most out of it. Go ahead.
So a free neuropathy consultation that's 60 to 90 minutes with one of our doctors, all of whom are certified in our advanced neuropathy.
Not 10 minutes, not 15.
Not 10 minutes. It's not run in and run out. 60 to 90 minutes. So that in and of itself is usually $150 plus a $250 voucher towards your first treatment with laser, which, I mean, overall, it's like a $400 offer. So 724-224-2224. Call or text. If you call, Hannah is there standing by because she's amazing to get your information and get you scheduled here. Only 4 vouchers left. Actually, she just sent me a message. We only have 1 left. So definitely call or text that number. But if you're still questioning it, like what is this crazy Dr. Dawn talking about? Come talk to me. Come talk to me on Tuesday, 1:00 in Brackenridge, our neuropathy workshop. I would love to meet you and answer all of your questions and concerns.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back, wrap up the hour with Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. They will be back with us in October, but don't put it off. Only one of those offers left on the table. Make the call. It will make a difference.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 locations to serve you. Friday Night Football, McKeesport used 3 ball carriers to rush for 332 yards in a 20-7 win over Bell Vernon. Game heard here on KDKA. Akeem Cochran finished with 92 yards on 6 carries. Javier Everett carried 5 times for 84 yards, and Avant Hudson had 9 carries for 71 yards. Pitt versus WVU backyard brawl this afternoon. Kickoff 3:30 here at 93.7 The Fan. Also today, Penn State Villanova. The Dukes take on Lehigh. Tomorrow, Jerry Schmidt, head coach of Duquesne, on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Bucks lost to Washington 6-5, and the Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight at 7. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-810-3588. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based. Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are down to the final few minutes, so I'm going to let her just do what she does, but we're going to start off with the offer, end with the offer. There's only one more on the table. Make sure that you take advantage of it. Doc.
A free 60 to 90 minute consultation with one of our doctors, all of whom are neuropathy experts. We are located in Mount Washington, Brackenridge, Sarver, and if you call and schedule today, you also get a free $250 voucher towards your first treatment of neuropathy symptoms to help you to experience the amazing effects that our Class 4 laser has to do. So you're going to call 724-224-2224. Now, I know this sounds funny. You can also text that number. Those texts come through a program that goes straight to my phone. I will answer your questions personally if you send me a text. So call or text 724-224-2224 to schedule. If that is still questionable for you, like what am I scheduling? Come to our workshop on Tuesday, September 16th in Brackenridge at 1:00. We'll answer all of your questions and have all of that available to make sure we're getting you some help. You want to play with your grandkids. You want to do fun stuff with your friends. You want to stay active in your community, but your feet and your hands are just killing you. So there's no loss. You're not going to lose anything, even if you just come in for a consultation. Get a detailed diagnosis along with some information, because our biggest goal is helping as many of you out there as possible.
So what do you want to leave the audience with today? As far as somebody right now, shoulders are shrugged. They're like, this isn't going to help. I can't take this another day, having a hard time getting out of bed, don't want to get out of bed. No, it's going to be another beautiful day because we're at that time of year, end of summer, first part of the fall, and they realize they would want to go out, maybe work in the garden, do some yard work, can't do it, can't take a walk. What would you tell them right now?
First of all, I would say that our office is different. And I know a lot of practitioners say that, or a lot of offices say, well, come here because we're different. But speaking from my heart, we at our office, we're a small family-owned and operated office. I started there 8.5 years ago. I was pregnant with my son. We're human. the care that you're going to receive at our office and the individual attention is something that a lot of people don't get in healthcare these days. Imagine having a team around you that's not only concerned about your progress, but they're emotionally invested in how you feel, because we're rooting for you. We are there for your success in treatment and feeling better. And I don't know many people who feel that way about their team of docs who oversee them or take care of them or give them their prescriptions. So from my heart, which I know sounds cheesy, that is where we're at with our office. We have a team of people who are actually going to care and answer your questions and do that.
Here's what I don't think people realize. Depression is real. There's much more to this than just feeling your feet on the floor again. It changes your attitude. You definitely become full of gratitude.
When we look at chronic low back pain, that was the actual scientific study that was done, but it's like 80% of people with chronic low back pain are also on a prescription for depression and anxiety. So we know that with chronic pain, neuropathy, degenerative disc disease, degenerative joint disease, if nothing is done about it, then a diagnosis of depression easily comes with that. And encouragement, accountability. That's what we offer in our office.
See, and when you're like that, your family, your friends, your loved ones, obviously, they're missing too, you.
When patients come in and they're like, what do you think? I'm sitting down with them and I'm like, look, if you were my mom, if you were my dad, this is the route that I would go, even if it's not our route, right? Even if it's not treatment with us, we don't treat everybody that comes in our office. Not everybody is a candidate for what we do. That's why we have a 90% success rate with our neuropathy program. 90%, because we have to be careful with the people that we accept, because not everybody is a candidate. But if you are looking for help, we're not just going to send you out the door. We're going to make the recommendations of, well, we need to take route A or we need to take route B. We need to get more information because we're here to fight for you. Neuropathy is something that can be prevented. Neuropathy is something that can be improved. And not enough people are talking about what can be done outside of the routine medical route to help you out. And we're here to do that.
Well, I just hope that people at least give it an opportunity, even though they've had maybe some failed results or they've been taking medication forever and they feel nothing but it getting worse. I understand it's like, do I got to try one more or do something else? You got nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Absolutely. And shout outs, a lot of my patients, I was like, I'll give you a shout out. Like Brian, Jerry, all of these patients that have come in. Cliff is coming in. What's up, Cliff? Good morning. John, all of these patients that are coming in and leaving with a smile because they're actually feeling like they're getting their life back.
What's it do for you, your husband, and others to see these results? I mean, it's got to put a jump in your step too.
For sure. That's I think why we do what we do. It's not a glorious job. It's not something that's fancy. It's not something that we do for attention. If we go home with success stories, that's what helps us wake up the next day and have the desire to go to work and help more people because it works. And we see those positive stories and those awesome smiles on patients' faces every single day.
I have really, in my life, been around a lot of incredible people who do what you do. And for some reason, the older I have gotten, the one thing that's a connecting aspect of everything, from my earliest days as a teenager, and my mother taking me to the chiropractor every 6 weeks, it's a spiritual thing. I think being that it's a holistic medicine, I think there's a connection to the human body, the spirit, the soul, and I think that's why you're so passionate what you do.
There's a quote that I have on the wall of all of my offices, and it says, "The power that made the body heals the body." It's by B.J. Palmer, who was one of the developers of chiropractic when it first came out. But whatever you want to think of power, the power that made the body heals the body.
The mind is a powerful thing.
It is. And if we can get in touch with that, if we can get back to basics, right? Some of these healing processes, we don't need fancy, surgeries and drugs and multiple things and injections and all of this. Sometimes we just need to get back to the basics of health, water, clean food, good sleep, alignment. And not enough people get that in their lives. So that's what I'm here to do.
Well, helping someone with neuropathy and giving them an alignment will help with their sleep.
100%. 100%. Patients that come to our office, and I will be on a soapbox all day saying this, patients that come into our office are healthier, happier, and safer than the ones who don't come.
The thing that I remember my mother always saying after her every 6 weeks or so visit to the chiropractor, she would come home, and the next morning she would always say this, best sleep I ever had. And she was raising 6 kids, and she didn't sleep very much.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there's got to be something to it. There's got to be something.
There is. And if you're out there, questioning the decision whether or not to call, you literally have nothing to lose.
Think about how many people can't sleep. I hear people every day, I got 2 hours, I got 4. Oh, I got up in the middle of the night, I can't sleep. You got to sleep.
I mean, I'm short on sleep today, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is awful. But people go through that every single day, and I don't know how they're surviving.
I'm short on sleep, but you have held up a whole lot better than I do.
But we heal when we sleep, too.
Yeah.
That's when we're supposed to heal. So if you're not sleeping at all, or your sleep is very poor quality, there's no chance that you're giving your body the energy that it needs to heal and recover.
Tell them about the offer one more time if it's not already gone, but at least take the opportunity to call. Go ahead.
724-224-2224. Call or text now. Free neuropathy consultation evaluation along with a free $250 voucher towards your first treatment. You literally have nothing to lose. If you still have questions, come to our workshop Tuesday, September 16th in Brackenridge, 1 o'clock p.m.
Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. She'll be back with us October 25th, but don't miss the opportunity. Call today.
The proceeding was paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting in Homewood that has turned deadly. That shooting happened on Newman Way at Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. It happened around 9:40 Friday night. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but we've now learned he has died. No word on any suspect descriptions. Also, Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery overnight. It happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the high-rise apartment. They demanded his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the male victim, according to police. That victim is in a hospital right now in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. The other suspect is still at large. Well, a 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School is facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. The Fayette County DA's office says Ashley Mongel also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. The DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongel and the minor through cell phones and social media, as well as shared explicit images. The widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah on Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time is 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply, in-app only.
Make 380 Auction to Murraysville your next stop for discounts and bargains. Trucks come in every week. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, fall moms, also tools, birdseed, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85, then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, listen, it is time for On the Money, Secure Money Advisors. Brian is off, but as I've been promoting all day, it is Neil Major and it is Ben Lewis. We have a lot of stuff to get to today. Do want to remind you, Right Track Your Retirement, that book that Brian wrote, you can get it sent to your house. They pick up the shipping too, absolutely free. It's a great reference source. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, and to get your first in-office review, 800-656-8616. As we begin, a staggering statistic. Studies show only 4% of retirees say they are living the dream. So that's where we begin. Page 1, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. And let's say good morning to Neil Major. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning, Rob, and good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
That's a pretty staggering stat, isn't it, guys? I mean, gosh, only 4%. I mean, you kind of work all your life to achieve the dream of being able to retire and kind of check the bucket list of all the things that you want to do, and only 4% are actually achieving, it sounds like, all the goals, right? Yeah. And it also says here in this study, Ben, that 15% reported they were struggling.
Wow.
And 63% that they had wished they had done more planning for retirement. Maybe not necessarily financially, but emotionally and strategically. What do you think, is very, very common that we see of why maybe these stats are probably pretty true from what we see?
Yeah, well, Neil, we see it every single day that there's some of these folks that say they're struggling that might actually have what they need for retirement, but they lack one very, very important thing, which is clarity. Okay?
For sure.
They've never been advised on the right time to take their Social Security. They've never been advised on building an income stream in their retirement. And without that clarity, you said it best there, the emotion will take over as opposed to the real facts and the real numbers.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, clarity is most important. I think, at Secure Money Advisors, probably the people that we help the most are the analytical folks. It seems to be that they gravitate towards our type of planning. So the engineers, the accountants, IT folks, they really like our style of planning because it comes with a lot of certainty. It comes with a lot of predictability. It's about building the income strategy so we can actually live the dream of retirement, do the things that we want to do, and getting the income plan established so you can pay your bills, but more importantly, you can do the fun things that you've always wanted to do. So, when you think about it, Ben, Ben and I actually work together. We're on the same team, so we see a lot of the same stuff every week. And we worked with a case this week that was pretty interesting because the folks had about $1.7 million, had been with their advisor for about 14, 15 years, and there was really no planning done. I mean, we could give you a list of items that weren't accomplished, but one of the things the advisor had told them was, let me know if you need any money. And that caused them not to spend it all. And so I said to them, let's say you worked here at Secure Money Advisors and we paid you $100,000 a year. But I said to you, we're not going to give you a paycheck every 2 weeks. We're going to hold the $100,000. Just let us know if you need any money. Would you like that idea? And they laughed and said, of course not. Right? I mean, we are accustomed to having money deposited into our bank accounts every 2 weeks, and that's how we live. So if you're going to just have a pile of cash or an investment just sitting there and letting someone know when you need the money, typically one of two things happen. You either overspend or underspend.
Or you underspend. And here was the other thing with them, too, is they were strong income earners, so they weren't used to working off of a budget. So how can you ask them to create a yearly budget, not even a monthly budget, to say, okay, this is how much we're going to need for taxes at the end of the year, or how much easier is it, and how much more clarity does it give them to provide a consistent income stream, like you said, just like getting a paycheck?
Yeah, and so I think what we showed them was with a lot of predictability and certainty, hey, with all your other streams of income, why don't we send you $3,000 a month?
Mm-hmm.
And sending them $3,000 a month, when you show how their portfolio, even when we bring those numbers way, way down, was growing pretty significantly, you could see the smiles on their face. And not really even the smiles, it was the relief of knowing, gosh, we don't have to live on this super strict budget. We can actually go and enjoy. And I think that's what most people are kind of looking for.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Let's talk a little bit about this, Neil, because there was also another piece of that, another piece of their income strategy that we should touch on is when they were planning on collecting Social Security.
Yeah, I think that's a really great topic. And I think, Ben, I'm not giving anybody advice on Social Security, but if it was me personally and I was retired and I was 62 years old, I'd be collecting my Social Security. Yeah. That's not advice. That would be me personally. Now, there's a lot of reasons why, and one of those reasons is, the solvency of Social Security. You read about in 2034, they could potentially cut some of your Social Security check. And if I was 67 and still working, which means I'm full retirement age and I wouldn't have any income factors, I would be collecting my Social Security and dollar cost averaging into the market. Now, with these folks, I want you to tell the story because she was 68.
Yep.
And the advice she was given was to delay till 70. What did our math show on that strategy?
So what we had found as we kind of looked into, again, taking the emotion out of it and just looking at the numbers, was that there was going to be an increase in those 2 years of about $6,000. Okay. It would go from about $40,000 to about $46,000 a year.
So if she collects at 68, she'll get $40,000. Collects at 70, she'd get $46,000.
Right. Okay. Now, there's all the break-even points, right? And you can do the math on what age you end up making out to where if you wait, because you're getting a higher amount, you get more than what you would have originally gotten if you took it earlier. What we realized was that it was about, 20 years out. But over that 20 years, if that same $80,000, that 2 years of income that she now has to take from her investments, they have to take from their investments, as opposed to getting it from Social Security, that $80,000 is worth over $285,000.
Right. Yeah, so that's crazy. So we ran the numbers all kinds of different ways, right? And so we looked at Social Security first. So if we took them out to age 90, taking it at 68 versus taking it at 70. Well, the age 71, we added a 2.5% cost of living in there. And the number's about $100,000 more if you waited till age 70.
Right.
But to your point, the $80,000 that they wouldn't have to withdraw in the next 2 years would grow to, I think it was near $300,000. Yeah. So it's not even necessarily all about that math, though. It's also about how do people feel comfortable? What do you feel more comfortable with, Rob? Taking the money that you paid in to Social Security and having the government pay you back your money, or actually using your own investments and having to withdraw from your own money that's kind of your backup? Most people would say I'd prefer the guaranteed paycheck from Social Security.
All right, we're going to go to break. Please tell them about the book and about that in-office review. Neil.
Yeah, so folks, give us a call, 800-656-8616, or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. You come into the office, we're going to go over and focus on the 5 key areas of retirement planning, the Right Track Your Retirement System and process, focus all around income, the investments once we understand the income, the tax strategy, the health care, and the legacy. Folks, it's not all about the investments. It's about much, much more.
Coming back with more Secure Money Advisors on the Money on KDKA in just a couple of moments.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Holistic Wellness Festival. It's happening today. Lakeside Pavilion, Janoski's in Clinton from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Health-centered vendors, food trucks, and free mini educational workshop. Workshop sizes are limited, and some offer in-class purchases. It's happening at Janoski Farms, Lakeside Pavilion, 1714 Route 30 in Clinton today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Holistic Wellness Festival. Again, today, Lakeside Pavilion, Janoski's, Route 30 in Clinton.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions. I am so excited to offer this back-to-school special on all draperies made right here in Pittsburgh. Several fabrics are up to 50% off, so call 724-933-5500 or book online for a free shop-at-home appointment. NestExpressions.com. We would love to meet you in our new gallery on Village Run Road in Wexford. NestExpressions.com.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we begin our second segment, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Ben Lewis here today along with Neil Major. So stocks, bonds, alternatives, feels like picking your favorite flavor of risk. It sends chills down my spine just thinking about it.
Yeah, so if you think about, the traditional model, right, Ben, we've been taught as investors that as we get closer to retirement, we want to kind of de-risk, right? I mean, if you look at a historical of, say, the S&P 500, which is, 500 large stocks, you would just say that market goes up permanently.
Right.
And we would agree, as long as you have time, the market is going to go up permanently. The challenge for retirees is that the market goes down temporarily, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so if you kind of look at the model, okay, well, maybe because we are switching from an accumulation model of accumulating money to a distribution model where you are now a pensioner with your own money, you do want to take some risks. Let's talk a little bit about the 60-40 split.
Yeah.
So the 60% stocks, 40% bonds. Tell us a little bit about that model, Ben.
Well, just to go back to what you said a little bit, that's the key, right? Because like you said, if you take a magnifying glass on the market, it's those temporary downturns. And when you're a spender, when you're a pensioner, not a saver, that can really, really hurt. But to talk a little bit about the 60-40 split, like you said, this is kind of the traditional model of how we start to de-risk the portfolio. And we see it all the time when people say, oh, my money's managed in my 401k and it's in a target date fund.
Yeah, right.
So just slowly but surely taking away and you say it all the time, no matter what's going on in the world, no matter what the economy looks like, no matter what interest rate markets look like, they're just going a little bit less from stocks and a little bit more to bonds. And what we've seen, and I'll let you touch a little bit on this as well, is that maybe it's getting more conservative, but it's bogging things down, and it's certainly not safe in nature.
It's not safe and it's not efficient either, especially with how the last 5 years or so has gone. That's the traditional model. That's just kind of doing what we've always done. Now, if you've been in a bond fund, your
Big
return
difference
is
there.
negative over the past 5 years. Now, to me, I like certainty and predictability. I feel like I'm a very analytical person. I don't think I would feel right in retirement. And that's kind of what we talked about in segment one, maybe not the income strategy that people are feeling comfortable with. If I was in bond funds, that's my safer, more conservative vehicle, and I'm losing money. That would make me pretty nervous. What about you?
I mean, when we look at it too, we see it where people come in and they say, well, no, I'm going in the right direction. It says green on my portfolio. But then if we look at 40 to 50% of their portfolio, that 5-year average is 0.2%. And in years like 2022, some of the most funded bond funds in America down 14, 15%. And to our point, when you're a spender, pulling out of that negative 14, 15% of your safe bucket, that's your conservative safe money, compounds that loss, locks in that loss, and like Rob said, kind of picking your flavor of risk, it keeps us at risk and it keeps us with a lack of clarity.
Yeah, and you think about, we ask people a lot of times, what do you know the difference between a stock and a bond? And most people don't, right? And that's okay, because at the end of the day, this is not your area of expertise, right? And if I, was in the garage trying to fix my car, that's not my area of expertise, right? And people will come in, and we've been very outspoken about the use of annuities and why we use them and why we think there's a place. And I would say the bulk of the people don't understand what annuities are either.
Yeah.
Right. And all their years, their broker has been saying, do not use annuities.
Yep.
But my question to them would be, do you have the availability to use annuities? Show me why I would not use an annuity.
Yep.
Because if your broker or advisor doesn't have the capability of annuities, of course they're going to say don't use annuities, right? If I was worked at a Honda dealership and you told me that you wanted a Toyota, what do you think I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you that Toyotas are terrible and Hondas are so much better. And it's exactly the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times people will come in because they don't understand annuities, and they'll say, well, I'm 73. I don't need an annuity anymore. Right. No, you do. You do need an annuity more than ever.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean that you need an income annuity,
right?
But there's so many different types of annuities that might apply to their situation, really, really be able to help them, give them some clarity.
Yeah, and we ask people all the time, what do you not like about annuities? What are your downfalls with annuities? What have you been told about annuities? And what is it, right? High fees, no flexibility, no control of my money, and if I die, then all of the money stays with the insurance company and they're happy because they won their math game, right?
Yep.
Which, folks, we're not here to tell you that every single annuity out there is the perfect annuity and that it works for everyone. There's bad annuities out there. There's borderline predatory annuities out there. Even the good ones don't necessarily make sense for everyone. But I'll give you an example of a good and a bad. Okay, So clients come into the office, and this was not too long ago, and we analyzed and evaluated their income annuity. It was an income producer. Okay, it was a variable annuity that, when we dove into things and really looked at every aspect of it, had a little over 4% in fees, and it was going to pay them about $14,000 a year in income, which, we talk about it a lot too. Those fees, if we like the income, the fees can maybe be a moot point at some time.
Sure.
Because we're there for the guaranteed income.
Right.
But what we found when we dug a little bit deeper is that this was a single life income on the older spouse. So if something were to happen to him, that income stops. And if there's no account balance there because of market volatility and a variable annuity and high fees, then that income source, that money is gone. What we were able to do, so I'll switch to the bad, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. What we were able to do with that same amount of money and that variable annuity is change that, create, as opposed to $14,000, $22,000 a year of joint life income. So for the rest of both of their lives, they're going to have a pension that stays with both of them.
The most important thing there is joint life income.
Yep.
Rob, we want to invite people in 800-656-8616. If you want a second opinion on your current strategy, we'd love to have you up to our office in Zelienople. And what we want to talk about when we come back, Rob, is we now have a South location. So we want to talk to people about that. We've had a lot of people say, hey, we've been listening, watching the shows forever, but it's a little bit too far up in Zelienople. So we're going to talk a little bit about the South office when we get back.
You're going to absolutely love what you hear, so stay with us. That'll be here in just a matter of minutes, but we'll take a break now, get you caught up on the latest news, and then we shall be back with more Secure Money Advisors on the money. Neil Major, Ben Lewis today, Brian Caranta enjoying the Saturday with the family, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PIT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PIT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Go between the hash marks and get your football fix every Thursday evening at 6 with the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show live from Dave & Buster's. Dan Zangrilli and the Dean of High School Sports, Mike White, break it all down. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Diulis Law and by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting in Homewood that turned deadly. That shooting happened on Newman Way and Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but has since later died. No word on any suspect descriptions. Also, Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery overnight. It happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. That victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. Well, a 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School is facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. The Fayette County District Attorney says Ashley Mongell also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. The DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongell and the minor through cell phones, as well as social media, as well as shared explicit messages. Allegheny County medical examiners ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River on Tuesday a homicide. The body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown on September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical examiner's office said that Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. Well, in June, it became illegal to use a handheld device while driving or sitting at a stoplight in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado spoke to a local driving expert about the warnings that have been issued so far.
Under KDKA Radio's Right to Know request, state police said they issued 383 warnings to drivers between June 5th and July 31st. Jim Clare of Ultimate Defensive Driving School in Cranberry says while the law is a good move, the one thing that would start to bring the number of distracted driving accidents down is writing tickets.
I would challenge all the police departments to up their game a little bit, start writing some tickets for some aggressive driving, poor driving, not stopping on red lights, blowing red lights, speeding, those kind of things. I would challenge the police departments around to do that, because I guarantee you, when its tickets go up, fatalities come down.
Ticketing under Paul Miller's law does go into effect next June, but Claire says with schools cutting driver's ed programs, many new drivers are taught bad habits by their parents, creating a cycle of dangerous roadways. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 8:33. AccuWeather with the forecast next.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, don't forget to get Brian's book entitled Right Track Your Retirement. It's free. They pick up the shipping at righttrackpittsburgh.com. And to get that very important first in-office review that you do not pay anything, 800-656-8616. Once again, Neil Major, Ben Lewis, Secure Money Advisors on the money. Neil.
Yeah, Ben, we were talking a little bit last time about the traditional model of safety, the 60-40 split, and how, Brian's been up here on the radio talking forever about annuities, and, it's almost a contentious topic, the topic of an annuity. And I feel like lately we've been getting a lot of people that are like, I feel like I might want an annuity, but I hate them.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they're a little bit angry about the annuity because they're a little bit confused of should they use them, should they not. And it's just kind of interesting because, they're not all that complicated. And sometimes people make them super complicated, but there are a lot of different types to choose from.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's so true. You've been told, don't like annuities. We hate annuities. You should too. Don't like annuities. But then when you're hearing maybe the perk, and you're thinking,
that sounds pretty good.
I kind of want some more guaranteed income, or, oh gosh, a guaranteed rate of return might work for me. But then the latter part of that too is, well, hey, I know that my friend in the neighborhood who I know he does really well and he's heading up on retirement, he uses annuities. What is he seeing that maybe I'm not seeing? And so there's that internal conflict that we see people in the conference room have every day.
Well, I was telling you this on our way here, Ben, and we were talking about, my dad was having some health issues, and he kept going to the doctor, and they kept, recommending surgery. And he had some friends that had the surgery they were recommending and didn't want to do the surgery after hearing their reviews of the surgery. And he read a lot about it and researched that surgery and don't want to have that type of surgery. And I said, Dad, how old's the doctor that you're seeing? He said, 68. I said, Dad, you need to go find a younger doctor. And the reason I say that, there's absolutely no disrespect to the knowledge of that 68-year-old doctor, right? But why I suggested that was maybe you want to go see a 45-year-old doctor who's got a 20, 25-year career ahead of them. Who are making sure that they're looking at the newest techniques and trends.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, what I'm comparing there is kind of the old school approach and firm versus what most folks are doing nowadays, right? Most folks are utilizing an annuity as part of the strategy. Listen, we're not annuity salespeople, right? We're plan builders and we're outcome focused. So the process is to build you a successful outcome, not use a certain product. We love stocks. We use stocks. But we also use annuities. We just don't use bond funds. Individual bonds, okay. Bond funds, not okay. Now, Ben, we talked about this for a minute before we left the air. We got a pretty exciting announcement because we are headed south. We have officially opened up an office in South Point in the Canonsburg area. We're going to do an event this week at Toscana Restaurant to educate We're there Wednesday night and Thursday night this week. You and I will be there. I believe the event is actually full already, but I still invite you to sign up. And, oftentimes there's some folks that drop off at the last minute, so we'd love to get you in if we can. Or just have you on the list and invite you to a future event. But it's pretty exciting because, we've been doing a lot of these shows. Brian's been on, myself, you have been on, and people say, gosh, Zelienople is just a little far. I live in Washington, PA.
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to be in your backyard and make it easier for you to come visit us.
Yeah, that's what's really exciting is we know how many people we reach, right? With the TV programs, with the show we do here on KDKA, we know how wide we reach, and we know that, it can be a struggle to get into the office. And we feel so strongly that being face to face and being able to dive through your problems and your concerns together while looking at each other, looking at the same screen is so important. So, yeah, we wanted to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about kind of when people come into the office, right? Because one of the most important things that we can do is help you build clarity and understanding to your plan. And we always think the starting process is income.
Has to be.
Right? Yep. And let's talk a little bit about how we help people figure out their income need. Because, there's all kinds of different focuses on headlines like, hey, make sure you have $1 million saved before you retire.
Right.
My brother says you need $5 million retire before you retire. My coworker says you need $250,000. What's the number and how do we figure that out? Because people oftentimes don't know how much they need on a monthly basis.
Yeah, it's so true. People hear from all different avenues what they're supposed to have saved for retirement. And what we try to help people realize is that it really has nothing to do with your total overall number that you have saved. We got to boil it down to what's your need for income on a monthly basis. And then we can reverse engineer it, right? Now, there's different ways that we can figure out how much income somebody needs. I'll tell you the least efficient way is write down all your expenses, and that's how much income you need in retirement.
Oh, gosh, you can't do it that way. You can't
most of the time,
so many things.
40, 50, 60% of how much money people actually spend gets left off that sheet.
Yeah, we never even see food on that sheet.
Food, entertainment. Yeah, right. We have to eat. We see what the electric bill, the gas bill, and insurances, right? But there's different ways to come up with that number. But what we found is really you take what you make now, what you're living on now. Are you saving anything on a monthly basis? And folks, if you're not, you join the majority there. I mean, most people are spending what they bring home because that's the lifestyle you're accustomed to. And so if that's the case, that's our income goal. That's how much income we need.
That and more.
That and more.
We actually need more because, one, we typically have our health care coming out before we get our take-home pay, and then we're going to be responsible for it in retirement. And we also are going to spend more in retirement.
Yep.
Because it's called the go-go years, the first 10 years where you are doing more because you have the freedom of time. You're meeting your friends out for dinner more often. You're golfing more. You're taking more vacations. You're traveling to see the kids. So you actually want more income. And the focus is, how do you produce more income? Now, once again, just going back to understanding it, because it is so important to be precise, is most people get paid 26 times a year, every 2 weeks. So make sure you take your take-home pay, multiply it by 26, and divide by 12, and you're going to need that and more.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, and that's a really good point you make, because it's all about how much time you have early on. I mean, Kiplinger does a study where they actually see that after the first 10 years of your retirement, you end up dropping 20% of your income need because you've checked off the bucket list items.
Yeah,
maybe you don't want to go to Florida for 6 months out of the year. You want to stay put, but it's important that we maximize the income so you can enjoy yourself in retirement.
Absolutely. Now, folks, I want to invite you in 800-656-8616. And if you want a copy of Brian's book, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and pick up your copy. Like I said, we are officially opening our South Point location. So if we've been a little too far in Zelienople, Ben and I are going to be there every Wednesday and Thursday to see you. So if you want to pick up the phone and give us a call to schedule in South Point, you have that opportunity. We have our mothership up in Zelienople still, so wherever is most convenient for you. But the focus is going to be on those 5 key areas: understanding your income, giving you certainty and predictability, understanding once we know your income needs, how to build the investments, understand the tax strategy and how we help you with tax planning, focusing on the healthcare and the costs and the uncertainty of that. And number 5 is the legacy. So pick up the phone, give us a call, 800-656-8616.
All right, we'll come back. Final segment, Secure Money Advisors on the money, moments away on KDKA. Good morning.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Many postmenopausal women like me have osteoporosis. There is no cure, but simple changes in our lives can keep us on the path to healthier bones. Osteoporosis can weaken your bones and slowly rob you of your independence. A daily exercise routine, along with a diet rich in calcium and vitamin D, can make a huge difference in your bone health. Taking care of your bones is necessary for healthy aging and lifelong independence. Learn how to start your own path to good bone health. Get bone health tips at pathtogoodbonehealth.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, just such good information can change your life. They've done so much for me. They're good people. They're honest. They're moving now out to South Point along with Zillionople, so you're going to get the best of both worlds. Really take advantage of the opportunity I'm about to tell you. Right Track Your Retirement. I've got the book. Love it. It's out in front of me every day to remind me it's about the journey, and they can get you on that right track. Right Track Your Retirement, written by Brian Caranto, righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you, pick up the shipping free, and to get that first in-office review, that is a game changer. 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616. One more segment now with Neil and Ben on KDKA. Neil.
Yeah, Ben, I thought we kind of hit a few questions since, we don't always have time for them. And wanted to start with one from a guy in Mount Lebanon. They said they inherited an IRA from their sibling last year and just learned about a 10-year withdrawal rule under the Secure Act. Now, they haven't taken anything out yet, but what do they have to do? Can you talk a little bit about this Secure Act?
Yep.
Now, a lot of people, when I ask if they've heard of that Secure Act, they say, yeah, I've heard of that. I think the RMD age has changed. And that's true, right? It went from 70 and a half to 72. Now it's 73, and it's going up to age 75. But what's the big impact of the rule about what this gentleman's asking us about?
Yeah, it's important to understand what they kind of snuck under our noses a little bit with the Secure Act is that you used to, prior to 2020, if someone had passed, if your parent had passed and left you money, pre-tax, IRAs, 401ks, you had your lifetime to take those withdrawals and inevitably pay the taxes that had been deferred on that money. What the Secure Act said is that the IRS now doesn't care how old you are, doesn't care about your life expectancy. Regardless of how old you are, you have a 10-year window to get that money out and taxes paid. Right? Now, what can this affect and how do we do this? Well, number one, a lot of people are inheriting that money in their mid-60s, right? If you're inheriting that money in your mid-60s, what people forget is that your Medicare premiums are tiered based off your income. That money coming in increases that Medicare cost. So now you're paying a higher tax on the money than you plan to, and you're paying more for Medicare. It's important to understand how that money is taxed when it comes out and understand the best withdrawal strategy possible.
Yeah, good points. And, if you think about where we're at with federal tax rates, they're very, very favorable to us right now. The highest federal tax rate right now is 37%. If you look back through history, 40, 50, 60, 70s, 80s, it was always above 70%.
Gosh.
In the likelihood that with the amount of debt that we have, that in the future, those federal rates could increase again, makes all the more reason to do tax planning now.
Yep.
Right. And we see this all the time. We have, so many folks that come in, even at a 12% tax bracket, which you and I think is a very, very favorable tax rate.
Yep.
They could do tax planning, but they're not doing anything at all. And it's really part of the focus and the process that we work with our clients. It's a 5-step process, right? It's not only about the income. It's not only about the investments. It's about everything working together to achieve the outcome that we want. And folks, if you're not doing tax planning at 12%, I mean, gosh, I'm not sure why. And the challenges that you'll face is all of a sudden you'll hit that RMD age and get hit in the face. Or worse, maybe you leave it to your beneficiaries in their prime working years and they make a lot of money and the tax rates go up and they only get to inherit 10, 20, 30% of mom and dad's hard-earned money.
Yeah, and that's a good problem to have for the inheritor, right? Because it's more money regardless, but how would you feel, right? If the money that you worked and saved for, that you wanted to go to your son, your daughter, 90% of it goes to the federal government.
Absolutely. We just want to give folks one more opportunity to give us a call. Come check us out at Secure Money Advisors, righttrackpittsburgh.com. You can get a copy of Brian's book and learn a little bit more about us and our approach and our philosophy. You can give us a call to schedule your in-office appointment, 800-656 8616. We love for you to take advantage, come up and learn about the complimentary Right Track Financial Review.
Good stuff, guys. Great job today. Stay with us. News at 9 as we continue today. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a shooting that occurred in Homewood last night that has turned deadly. The shooting happened around 9:45 last night on Newman Way at Felicia Way. Police found a man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but we've learned he has now died. No word on any suspect descriptions. Pittsburgh police also investigating after a man was found shot overnight on the north side. Police say it happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the apartment high-rise. They demanded his backpack and cash, and that's when one of the men shot the male victim, according to police. That victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. The widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah on Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the, quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Allegheny County Medical Examiner has ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River Tuesday morning a homicide. The body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown on September 5th around 11:15 p.m. Medical Examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in the case. KDK Radio News Time is 9:02. It's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you are concerned about your trees, call 412-884-TREE. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85. Then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, listen, we're so close to the annual enrollment period. Once again, phone calls are welcome. 866-391-1020. 65, soon to be 65, signing up for the first time, or you're just saying we need to save a few dollars but have the same coverage. You're going to revisit. Remember, there is never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. Call them at the office. We have advisors till noon standing by. But call us right now with any Medicare question you have. 866-391-1020. Inflation Reduction Act, the donut hole, prescription drug prices, all of the above. Call us. 866-391-1020. Ready, set, go. And I'm not talking about the backyard brawl between Pitt and West Virginia. I'm talking about us huddling up, and it's go time.
It really is. And Rob, let me tell you, this is how crazy things have been for us lately. I had no idea that the backyard brawl was today. Legitimately, until right this moment, I had zero recollection of the fact that that's now.
Now listen, I pride myself in knowing a little bit about football.
Mm-hmm.
I am a sportscaster as much as I am a broadcaster and entertainer. I'm talking to my oldest son. He said to me, I'm going to the game. I said, great. He goes, well, Cam, who's his half-brother, is now on the roster of the University of Pittsburgh.
Oh, wow.
So I want to wish Cam Rosinski the best of luck today. And I was rooting for Pitt anyway, but now I'm rooting even more. So I was very happy about that story.
That is very cool, and good luck to Cam indeed.
Absolutely.
And to the whole family. That's amazing. But you are correct. We are drawing nearer to the annual enrollment period. And as a result, today's show is all about you, the listener. So what concerns do you have with Medicare, with all the things that you might be hearing in the news? Are you worried about rising costs? Because those are coming. Are you looking at plan disruptions maybe, where there's a plan that might be pulling out of the market? We're going to be seeing a little bit of that. Coverage reductions. So we're going to have lesser dollar amounts available in certain areas. Or benefit adjustments. Are you concerned about any of those areas? I would say that now is the time to start thinking ahead. And what we're going to do today is get your questions answered in real time. So please understand, related to Medicare, there is no such thing, especially in the Medicare space, there's no such thing as a stupid question. If you're thinking it, I assure you hundreds in our listening audience right now have the same thoughts and considerations. So be that voice. Make it heard today. We would love to hear from you. In the second segment especially, we're going to talk to you about how to read your upcoming annual notice of change. It's the document that you get from your current insurance company that's going to tell you how your plan behaved in 2025 and then what changes are going to be happening to your specific plan in 2026. So I'm going to give you some particular details that you're going to want to circle. So you might want to get your pen and paper or even your notes in your smartphone handy, because I'm going to tell you especially the areas of consideration that are probably going to have some adjustments that you're going to want to pay special attention to. Of course, if you want our help in helping you understand your annual notice of change, of course, MediConnect stands ready to serve. 888-818-6334. So get in the queue now, have your voice heard and questions answered. And we're calling 866-391-1020. So come on in, join the show. We would love to hear from you. But before we get into the heaviness of Medicare, as always, we're going to talk a little bit about history today, lighten up the show a little bit. And I understand today is September 13th. Am I right about that? Did I get the date right this time?
You are right.
All right. So I'm 1 for 1 so far today. So, interesting tidbits of this day in history. First, way back in 1909, Ty Cobb clinched the home run title for the American League by hitting his 9th dinger of the season. Fun fact, they were all inside the park home runs because back in those days, of course, the fields were much, much larger. And he was a faster player, to my understanding.
And he would foul down his spikes, and they were like razor blades, so everybody got out of his way.
Yeah, which I know he wasn't the nicest person, so very competitive. In 9 home runs won the title back in those days, where we have a couple players already right now that are over 50.
You know, he died with about $30 million, which is like about $200 million today, because he put all of his earnings into a little company that was beginning in Georgia, because he was called the Georgia Peach.
Right.
And that company became Coca-Cola.
Whew.
I know, right place, right time.
For sure. Moving way ahead to 1965, the Beatles released their hit single Yesterday, which is one of my favorite songs by them.
Great song.
Oh, my goodness. Been covered many times over as well, but the original, I think, is best. Great tune there.
Written on a cocktail napkin on a train coming back from Germany to Liverpool, England.
Get out of here.
Just on a cocktail napkin. Paul McCartney turned it over, had a little 2-lead pencil, and penned it on a cocktail napkin.
And it was just him and
John Lennon.
Yeah, there was no other musicians in that song, to my understanding.
That's
right?
it. It was acoustic.
Yeah, it was incredible. And on a napkin, oh my goodness. See, this is why I do this. I'm so happy to do this show here with you because you bring the color commentary to
No,
it.
you're my hero. You know Medicare. Listen, I wouldn't think about going anywhere else. I'm just telling you that right now. Anyway, go ahead.
On the same day, Willie Mays hit his 500th career home run to Say Hey Kid. Finished with an incredibly respectable 660 lifetime home runs and was one of the best fielders to ever play the game. Probably, led the way for many future athletes like Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr. Incredible athlete himself. Moving ahead to 1974, the pilot episode of The Rockford Files airs on NBC. Had a successful run with James Garner as the star of the show.
And you know who else got his start on that show? Tom Selleck.
Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Would have had no idea.
Yep.
And I think it really brought forth the new genre of like all these detective shows and so forth.
It was a great show.
Yeah, I'm gonna harken back to in just a moment. Super Mario Brothers, the very first video game showcasing the legendary Mario, was released in 1985. And it's become one of the most successful video game franchises ever. And I mean, incredible numbers. And to think that this little Italian guy who, ate marshmallow or mushrooms and then, collected stars and all that stuff had become the most successful franchise ever.
And now there are people eating mushrooms to see stars.
That's right. You were so right about that. And then another detective show, Law and Order, launched on this day in 1990, and another incredibly successful TV franchise. And to this day, I'm still a huge fan of Olivia Benson, for sure, as well as her partner, Elliot Staler from SVU. So, again, Rockford Files launching a whole new genre of television, carried all the way forward to even today.
And you know who Olivia Benson's mother is?
I do.
Jane Mansfield.
Yep.
She just did an incredible documentary about her mom. Excellent.
Yep. Elton John released Candle in the Wind, 1997, and an incredible tribute to Princess Diana.
Great song.
And then on the same day, Mother Teresa's funeral occurred.
She's been gone that long.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So a lot of history on this day. So when you go to your little cocktail parties later on today, you have some fun facts to throw at all your attendees. But of course, we want to get to the trivia. So the winner of this trivia question, as always, $15 Get-Go gas card. And I went easy on all of you today because my brain power right now is limited. So I went easy. This TV show host gave away hundreds of cars to their studio audience on this day in 2004. Name the TV personality. I'm sure you know it, Rob.
I do, and I have such respect for this person. Too.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. So
Right.
if you know the answer, the number to call?
Oh, 412. Now I thought you were asking me.
No, not yet.
41. I could use a $15 Get-Go gas card. 412-922-1020. 412-922-1020. Listen, you need to call right now. You need to call right now. 866-391-1020. Get your questions in. All right, as we go to break, Let's run the seminars.
Yeah, so September 16th, this coming Tuesday, 6 o'clock, we're at the Baird Private Wealth Management up in Wexford. September 25th, Quality Inn, New Kensington. September 30th, Ligonier Library. You hear that, folks? We're going out to Ligonier. October 7th, we're at the Sewickley Library. And October 14th, Holiday Inn Express Irwin. If you're new to Medicare, reserve your seats, please. We've been having a lot of people show up without announcing their attendance. So please, if you do intend to attend, give us a call, 888-818-6334, so that we can register your seat and provide the correct amount of material for you, so you can get your Medicare career started on the right foot.
If you have any Medicare questions, don't wait. The enrollment period is just around the corner. If you peek around the corner, you can see it literally weeks away. 866-381-1020 for that. And to make an appointment with them, never a charge for their services, 888-818-MEDI, 888-818-6334.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It's time to replace your roof. What's the wise move? Getting a free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection? That's smart. Finding transparent pricing and flexible financing? That's brilliant. Working with the most trusted and reliable roofing company? Now that's genius. Home Genius Exteriors. Call now to get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Every week I change the message on our building sign, and one of my favorites is you're never too old to set another goal or dream a new dream. It's so true. I was 63 on the day my daughter Sarah, son Lester, and I realized a big new dream. We opened the doors to our family-owned investment firm. I'd grown increasingly dissatisfied at our Wall Street brokerage, pressured by the priorities of a big firm. We craved a more intimate environment where we could focus on what matters most, relationships with our clients. Sarah and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We deliver big resources in a personalized environment where you're important to all of us. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here and we work here in the building that we bought together. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School has empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at saintanthonykids.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, we have a winner already in our trivia contest. It's Patricia from Pittsburgh. So here's the question and here's the winning answer.
As I said, I was going easy on the audience today because my brain power just isn't there right now. So this TV show host gave away hundreds of cars to their studio audience on this day in 2004. The TV personality was Oprah Winfrey.
The best.
I mean, the meme still lives on to this day of you get a car, you get a car. So like,
what about me?
I know, right? Well, we're not good enough? I think we do a pretty good job.
I'll tell you, what she's done with her life, it's absolutely one that they're going to be talking about long after we're all gone.
I would agree. Yeah, I mean, you talk about legacies. That's a pretty important one, but I'll stack yours up to hers, my friend. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, thank you very, very much. But here's what would be a game changer bucket list. Have her and Gail King come to interview me.
There we go.
And then I'd be like, okay, game over. I'm done.
Hey, MediConnect will sponsor that.
Listen. Hey, I got to mention one thing. Lance and I, and he was so nice to join us. We were out at the AHN Brentwood Neighborhood Hospital following a visit here with us on MediConnect. You have really brought so many incredible people to the show. We had Cal McCormick on the other night again, Blueberry Pharmacy, that you all introduced us to. And Lance, who like you and Mark and Laura, you guys are really just so good at what you do. We went out there and did a nice video. I just want to say this on behalf of those of us who really care about healthcare, and people, many of them, we talk about all the time here and will as we head towards the enrollment period. But AHN and Highmark, a healthcare company, these neighborhood hospitals are unbelievable. That one in Brentwood, what a beautiful thing to have in that community. So I just wanted to take time to say thank you for inviting Lance and I. We had a really nice day.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the whole purpose of my work specifically inside of MediConnect, is to bring more resources to our audience, that because we handle the healthcare needs for people. When it comes to your health insurance, we got you covered. But many of our clients have needs that fall far outside of Medicare, and we do not specialize in those areas whatsoever. We do one thing and we do it well. All these other avenues that people need help with, we want to have a team of resources available at our fingertips, because the more resourceful we could be, the more important we become to the community. So we're always out there getting to meet new people who could potentially enhance the relationships and enhance the retirements of people who are in our community here. So it's always a pleasure to be involved in anything you do, Rob, but it was a very important meeting for us as well.
Well, last thing, and I'll let you get back to the business of why we're here today, but one of the things that I asked Lance, and I'll ask you the same question, that makes these neighborhood hospitals so attractive. If you're on Medicare, obviously you move a little slower, you don't travel as far from home, and the idea is when you need health care, you want to be able to get there. And it's not necessarily an age thing, but when you're older, it's an important thing. And that's one thing that these neighborhood hospitals do.
Well, I mean, think about where all the hospitals are located in the city.
Oh.
Oakland.
Right.
North Hills area.
North Side.
These are pretty congested areas from a traffic perspective. Not exactly the most convenient because of the layout of the city. You have to go across bridges or through tunnels in order to get to some of these places. So to have these pop-up hospitals inside of these neighborhoods that can serve the community prior to you needing to travel that journey to get to the hospital, try to accommodate parking and one-way streets and everything else, because we know that those areas are plentiful in one-way streets and unfortunately not enough parking. It's important to have healthcare accessible to you.
Absolutely.
And they do a wonderful job.
All right, and easy parking too, which is such a key. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to remind you again, annual enrollment period, days away. You have any question on your mind about Medicare, any question at all, now's the time to call, especially prescription drug prices, the Inflation Reduction Act, that donut hole. That's become a big ticket item. Hey, we want to hear from you. This is a chance to do a little prep work, and then after you call 866-391-1020, you call 888-818-6334 and set up an appointment with MediConnect advisors standing by till noon. Never a charge for their services. Again, our lines are available. Get these questions in right now, 866-391-1020. Go ahead.
So you're going to be receiving, if you have not yet, you are soon going to be receiving your annual notice of change from your current insurance company. So if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you're going to get the full breakdown of benefits of what's going to be available on your Medicare Advantage plan. If you have a Medigap policy, you're going to be getting a breakdown of your prescription drug annual notice of change. So they're pretty similar in that respect. So let's talk about that a little bit. The things that you are going to want to pay attention to, please write these down, because this is going to be important for you from a comparison perspective. This is what you're going to want to know. So first, you're going to want to look at, obviously, your monthly premium. There probably will be some adjustments to a large percentage of the plans in our market where the premium is going to adjust. Please take special note of that, okay? Because we already know Part B is going to be going up next year. So the money you give the government, that's going up. We understand that Social Security is not getting a huge increase in years past. As a result, you got to make sure that what you're living on in your fixed income is attainable for you. So monthly premium is number one. Number two, and this is a big one, look at your inpatient hospital copay. And here is why, folks. Many plans in the market have been able to provide per stay benefits over the last few years. A lot of those plans moving forward into 2026 are moving to per day. Big difference there, folks. So I know this all too well because of the health situation that my mom is in. She's been hospitalized a couple times this year, extended stays each time. My mom has a per stay copay on her insurance right now. Next year, that might not be the case where they'll charge each and every day that you're in the hospital. That is going to be impactful, so please pay attention to that. You're also going to look at your imaging costs. So when you're looking at like CTs, MRIs, X-rays, any sort of advanced imaging, there's going to be some adjustments there as well. Of course, specialist copays. You know, the not your primary care doctor, but you know, your cardiologist or any other specialty. There could be some adjustments there. Physical or occupational therapy copays. That's a big item as well. And then lastly, the next area you're going to want to pay attention to is your maximum out-of-pocket. There will be adjustments there as well, as there are every year. So you want that number to be as low as possible. Unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be another year where a lot of them go up again. So please pay attention to what that looks like. The problem with the annual notice of change, however, and I want to make this very well known to our listening audience today, is the fact that it does not tell you per medication what your copay adjustment is going to be. So if you're taking lisinopril or any other medication, what you're paying now is not published, nor will it be published for next year inside of that document. So you're not going to be able to look inside of your annual notice of change and know what your copay difference will be for your medications. And we understand that the Part D deductible is going up next year. And it's also going to be more widespread implemented. So more plans are going to have a deductible going into 2026. So you really, if nothing else, folks, whether you work with MediConnect or another firm or advisor or what have you, you really want to get plugged into what is going to happen with the cost of my prescription drugs, because there likely will be differences that will be impactful to your budget. So even when you look at your annual notice of change, I just want to drive this point home one more time, you're not going to be able to see inside of that document what your prescription drug copays are going to do. You're going to have to connect with your agent or connect with MediConnect in order to get that lay of the land. So if you need help understanding what that's all going to look like for you, 888-818-6334. Of course, all of our services free to you. There's never a cost, never an obligation. We just want to give you great information to provide confidence and comprehension to your coverage. So again, give us a call. We'll be happy to help. If you want to get your questions answered on air, we still have lines open, 866-391-1020. And before we get to the break, Rob, if you don't mind, I'm going to go over the seminars one more time.
Yep.
September 16th, we're going to be at the Baird Private Wealth Management Firm out in Wexford. September 25th, Quality Inn in New Kensington. September 30th, Ligonier Library. I'm super excited to go there. October 7th, I will also be at the Sewickley Library. And then October 15th, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. If you're new to Medicare, come and check us out.
And remember, these are free seminars, but you have to reserve your space by calling 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Rob Taylor next with the news, bottom of the hour, then we're back. Your calls right now. If you have anything on your mind about Medicare, call us, 866-391-1020.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discounts available at Shop and Save locations.
Join the National Kidney Foundation at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Sunday, September 28th from 8 a.m. to noon for the annual Kidney Walk.
Why walk? Kidney disease is the 8th leading cause of death in the United States. 12 people die every day while on a waiting list for a kidney transplant. 1 in 3 people are at risk for kidney disease.
Every step you take helps fight kidney disease. Register your team today at kidneywalk.org/Pittsburgh.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 58 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting that turned deadly. It happened in Homewood just before 10 o'clock last night. On Newman Way at Felicia Way, police found a man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition but has since died. No word on any suspect descriptions. Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. But the executive director for Pittsburgh's Public Transit, Laura Chu Weens, tells KDKA-TV the state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
In a statement, PRT's CEO, Catherine Kellman, thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. KDK Radio News Time is 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, today we're opening the airwaves to our audience so we can hear your questions and comments with Medicare if you feel confused, overwhelmed. If there's something that you've had a hard time understanding and feel it may be limiting your ability to gain the most advantages as far as coverage is concerned, now's the time to make your voice heard. Call us 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Seminars, we'll tell you about them in a little bit. You don't want to miss out on those, but you have to reserve your space. You can also reserve an appointment with the folks at MediConnect by calling right now, 888-818-6334. Never a charge for their services. And to book that reservation at one of these seminars, it's absolutely free. Go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. So days away. So what's the thought process? What are you all doing at the office to get ready for this?
Well, actually, before I get into that, let me tell you about something pretty cool that happened this week.
Okay.
So we were invited to present to a group of people in the Murraysville area about all the upcoming changes to Medicare. And I had no idea what to expect when I walked in there. I don't care if there's 5 people, if there's 35 people there. I'm going to give the same energy and the same information, right? Well, the group was through a church, Mother of Sorrows out in Murraysville.
I know it well.
And the group is called Boomers and Beyond. And I show up and just kind of, not knowing what to expect. 105 attendees, which was the largest audience I've ever presented in front of live.
So when you were done, they went, Sean Horn has left the building.
Pretty much, like I was Elvis at the
a
Penguin
rock star.
game.
Well, but listen, people, they love the fact they can actually sit down and have a conversation.
And they want, correct. And there was a lot of conversation that has, spawned from that. But I'll also say that it was really cool to have that type of venue and have that type of opportunity to get good information into the community. Because at the end of the day, that is what's in our DNA, is being able to put good, credible, confident information into the community so that the consumers can then move with that confidence to obtain comprehensive coverage that also is affordable to your budget. And at the end of the day, if we're doing that, it's a win, no matter how many people show up. So we had that event, also had a seminar the same day in Pine Township up north towards Wexford. Well-attended event there as well. So we're out there getting the information into the community that we're learning right now through the recertification process, which my entire team is pretty much, I'm the last remaining person probably that needs to get through the last few tests. So we're ready. We're sitting in front of the carriers now. They're teaching us on all of the adjustments that are going to be happening in the market. And again, there is going to be movement. Let's talk a little bit about some of the adjustments. And one of the big areas, and this is something I definitely do not agree with in the industry, but one of the areas that we're seeing some change starting in January that's going to become effective, and accessible starting in October, is we are seeing that a lot of Medicare Advantage plans in the region want to shed their high utilizers of healthcare or people who use their healthcare a lot. So how are they doing that? We're potentially going to be looking at some service area reductions, meaning certain plans may be pulled from the market due to covering expenses too comprehensively in their eyes. Imagine that. They put out plans that are too good and too many people who are sick or honest, so therefore because it dips into their bank accounts a little too much, they're going to reduce that opportunity. Also, coverage adjustments are going to occur. So if you do keep your plan, the out-of-pocket expense will increase, so you have much more financial skin in the game. Now, why is this all happening? It's happening because insurance companies struggled mightily with adjusting to the donut hole closing. To regain their footing, insurers are attempting to levy costs onto the consumer in other ways. And I went through some of that in the last segment. If you missed it, I'll quickly review that. But if you're someone who's worried that you may struggle with clearly understanding the changes to your plan or the market as a whole, we would definitely be happy to assist. But before we get into how we assist, let's talk about, again, some of these costs or coverage levels that may be adjusting. First, again, when you get your annual notice of change, you're going to want to look at your monthly premium. Pay special attention to your inpatient hospital copay. Specifically, is it per stay or per day? Much different concepts there. Pay attention to your imaging, so MRI, CT scans, your specialist copays, physical occupational therapy, as well as your maximum out-of-pocket. But again, I did not allude to prescription drug coverage because you're not going to be able to see that specific to you and your medications in your annual notice of change. So to get a really good reading on what is going to happen with your prescription drug costs next year, you're going to have to connect with your agent or connect with MediConnect to help get that comparison done, because there will be some adjustments in the market because of the donut hole closing back in January of this year. So to bring that full circle for everybody listening, what is occurring is, unfortunately, insurance companies did not adapt and cover those costs over $2,000 per Medicare beneficiary for 2025. So as a result, what is going to occur is these insurance companies are going to adjust other areas of coverage to make things a little bit more expensive to cover their burden. And I just hit you with those areas that you're going to want to pay special attention to. So if you need that help, let me give you a run through as to what MediConnect provides, because it's been a little bit since we talked about this. So one, you get the top rated expertise and advocation. Rob, we're closing in on 1,300 5-star Google reviews. That doesn't happen by accident, folks. We are intentional by putting in that work and the good information so you can thrive with your coverage. On top of that, we have independent analysis. So we give zero bias, and we're completely free from carrier influence. It is all about helping you thrive with your coverage. You get year-round support through our client experience division. If you have a question about a claim, or why does my drug cost this much, or how do I get this prior authorization pushed through, or your doctor is not being helpful in scheduling you in a timely fashion. That's what client experience is here to do. And we have that internal at MediConnect. They are our employees to help service you. And there's never a cost or obligation, as we talk about weekly on this show. So if you need our help navigating the annual enrollment period, 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com.
You really are an advocate for people, and I just hope that they realize that this is more than just hello, thank you, and goodbye.
You know, I do a lot of events at health fairs and so forth, or senior expos, and you know, the part that has always broken my heart in this industry when I come across people who I know they're on plans where they are significantly overpaying and the coverage isn't all that good, but they can't get out of their own way to at least do a comparison to see, because they believe it's too good to be true, or you get what you pay for, or it's not broke, don't fix it. And those are the mindsets that the insurance companies unfortunately take advantage of over time. And we want to prevent that, because especially as the dollar gets tighter, fixed incomes are not going up next year at a significant margin. As a result, we got to make sure that we're putting pieces in place so that people can access healthcare in a way that is affordable to them and also gives them the accessibility to use it. That's a big deal.
Listen, your spouse, your neighbor, your children, even if they're a Rhodes Scholar, more times than not, they can't help you with this stuff, because really it's very complicated and it's unique. And it's something that you need a professional that does it every day. There's no side job for MediConnect. This is what they do. That's why you need to have someone who deals with it every day as it evolves every day.
You know, I was thinking about it when I walked in here this morning. We're so fortunate to work amongst the other hosts on your Saturday morning lineup. I mean, there's a financial advisor, there's us with the retirement planning, there's the home improvement section and estate planning and travel. Like, all of the aspects that are important to people as they retire are covered on Saturday mornings. And we're so proud to be a part of that lineup. But you're given great information week in and week out on how to make the most out of an area that not a lot of people get training on how to navigate retirement. You know, HR sets you up through your working years, but when you retire, there's nothing there. We would like to honor the part, at least related to the healthcare end of it, to be that HR department so that you don't have to go at this alone.
Well, look, this is why I'm still working. I don't need to be working, but I work because I really enjoy these shows, because I feel of all the things I do, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, I feel as though these are real game changers, these shows. You know, whether it is, you know, financial stuff, whether it's, you know, Medicare, whether it's, you know, fixing and saving some money, a project around the house, taking a trip with AAA to actually enjoy after your life's work, or to go on that family vacation. We do elder law attorneys. We do them all, you know. And then, of course, Sundays we do gardening.
Yep.
We do cooking shows with Coons Market. So it's all about things that people do every day. But unless you have good health care when you get to this stage in life, after you've worked day in and day out your entire life, one thing that goes wrong could really cost you an opportunity to go on that trip, to do this, to do that. That's why this is such an important hour.
Well, I mean, health is wealth, right? I mean, you don't get a second chance oftentimes. So you got to get it right the first time. So it's very important. And Kathy, we see you. I would love to talk to you. I think we're heading to a break shortly.
Yep.
If you could hang out through the break, I would love to hear your question. Once more, we do have the new to Medicare events upcoming. September 16th, Baird Private Wealth Management in Wexford. September 25th, Quality Inn in New Kensington. September 30th, Ligonier Library. September 7th, Sewickley Library. October 14th, Holiday Inn Express.
All right, again, 888-818-6334 to reserve your space, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Kathy in Belmont coming up next. Anybody else has a Medicare question weeks away from that enrollment period, call us now. Final segment, moments away, 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Who are the youth who lead with purpose, innovate with passion, and inspire everyone in your community? Junior Achievement in Western Pennsylvania is searching for their next class of exceptional young leaders for JA's 18 Under 18. Presented by the EQT Foundation. Know a young person who is making an impact? Nominations are open for the 2026 class, ages 18 years or younger. Submit your nomination by September 30th to see them honored on February 3rd, 2026 at Acrisure Stadium. Nominate a young leader today at jawesternpa.org.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cashback earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so you think Marc-Andre Fleury could actually play?
I think he should play one game.
And retire.
As
a Penguin.
For sure. I mean, the fan base has never lost their passion in that guy.
Oh, no.
So I think it's a brilliant move by the team. But, you know, wish he could have finished out his career here, to be quite honest with you, because it's not like they had a lot in
hindsight, he probably wishes he would have stayed, or he would have not resigned.
You're probably right about that.
All right, here we go. Let's say hi to Kathy. Kathy, thank you so much for hanging on. You're on KDK. What can we do for you?
Hi, guys. Good morning. So here's my question. I guess now I'm not an expert. You are. So about 5 years ago, Medicare Supplement Plan F kind of went by the wayside. And now we're kind of in the same economic conditions, and especially with the changes now to the Advantage programs.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking at Plan G. Do you think Plan G is going to be around, say, another 20 years, or maybe even another 1 year? And then my second question, unrelated, well, sort of related, is what's your opinion of a standalone dental plan, and do you have any recommendations for one?
Great questions, Kathy, and thank you so much, number one, for remaining patient with us, and then secondarily to join the show. And good morning to you as well. So first, Plan G is extremely similar to Plan F. The difference between the two is Plan G does not cover the Part B deductible, I know I'm throwing a lot of letters out there at you.
No, yeah.
So
I'm with you.
So the Plan B deductible was only like $257 for 2025. What I see happening, I do think Plan G is going to be around for a while. But what I do anticipate occurring is that the Part B deductible is probably going to go up a little bit more sharply in the future. And what I mean is, so the Plan F, with that covering the deductible for Part B, the deductible will remain low because that was between government insurance to cover and insurance to cover. Now, moving forward, the onus is going to be on the patient or the client. I see that cost going up a little bit more rapidly in future years. But once you hit that deductible for all things medical and hospital, you're covered in full, just like you would be with Plan F. So I think because of that burden being removed of the covering the Part B deductible, what I think what that's going to provide is that stability for that Plan G to remain in the market for a number of years moving forward. It's just that I think the Part B deductible is going to go up a little bit more rapidly in future years. So I would
500, like in the 500 range or above, or do you think it's more like 1,000?
No, I think it's going to be incremental at first until the Plan F is effectively all the way phased away. And then at that point, it'll go up more sharply. But it's 257 now. It might go up to, I'm just spitballing here, but it might go up to 300 next year or the year after. And then,
got it.
And then after Plan F is a lot less available, or a lot less survivors have it, then at that point it'll go up rapidly. So just pay attention to that. With the standalone dental, vision, hearing plans, they're tricky because Medicare does not cover any of those items on its own. So that's why you have to get the standalone. You need to get paired with really good coverage in that aspect. We do have access to a few carriers there that I would recommend calling in to see if any of them may be a fit. If not, which is possible, we can also recommend a company that might make more sense for the way you want your coverage to work that we might not work with yet. So they are good to have, but they can be expensive at the same time. I want to be very clear with you there. So you want to do a cost-benefit analysis of, for the amount I'm about to pay, does it make sense to have the coverage?
All right. Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. All right. A couple of more minutes and it's all yours. Take it.
Yeah, so we went over a lot of information today. Of course, annual notice of change being the big talking point. You should be receiving that document here in the next few days if you haven't already. This is the document that your current insurance company has to provide you in order for you to make that comparison on your own. We talked about the coverage levels that you're going to want to pay special attention to because we think that there's going to be some changes in those regards that are going to be impactful. So we talked about that twice now. Please, with that document, understand it does not talk about how your prescription drug copays will be changing going forward next year. And I see a lot of movement in those areas. We talked about it a lot last year we see companies retiering medication or applying the deductible or doing these other things to put more financial responsibility on you. I think that's going to continue, especially if you don't look at your options or do your plan comparison. So if you're the type of person who just lets your plan roll over from one year to the next, I think it's going to be increasingly painful going into January 2026. Just want to be very clear with you. So please get your comparison done to ensure how your coverage is going to work so that you understand clearly and you can budget for it moving forward. And then also we talked about the new to Medicare seminars. Again, we're in the community all the time. We have new to Medicare seminars. We have the Medicare market update presentations that we're going to be doing all over the place. I talked about, hanging out with my friends at the Boomers and Beyond out in Mother and Sorrows in Murraysville this week. Got a lot of events happening in the community. I'm going to be doing one at Encompass Health in Sewickley, doing an event there. Going to be doing one in Lifespan and Imperial, where we're going to be doing Medicare market update presentations so that you can talk to us directly in person and understand how these changes are going to impact you individually. So If you need help in any of those regards, north, south, east, west, we will be in your neighborhoods. Come and check us out to get the information you deserve, and this all costs you nothing always. So connect with us, 888-818-6334. And one last time, I'm going to hit the seminars. September 16th, Baird Private Wealth Management in Wexford. September 25th, Quality Inn, in New Kensington. September 30th, Ligonier Library. October 7th, Sewickley Library. And then October 14th, Holiday Inn Express, Irwin. All free to attend. Please just RSVP so we know how much information to bring. And you can do so by going to MediConnectInsurance.com or calling 888-818-6334.
You said everything. I couldn't have done it better myself. That's why you did it. But you got a Steelers hat on today. If people are watching you in the Metropolitan Window video screen, or you can click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. Steelers, Seahawks tomorrow. Break it down.
I think they lose.
Do you?
I do. I was not encouraged by the defense.
It was weak.
And I think that Seattle has two good running backs. I think they have.
And that's the weakness of the Steelers. They can't stop the run.
I know. And I think that I love Jalen Ramsey. I love what he showed us in the first week. But I think the injuries to like Joey Porter's and Derek Harmon are impactful.
They need him.
They do.
Cam's getting a little older.
I agree there. And I don't know that the game plan in the schematics can make up for the deficiencies in player personnel. Like, they're not blitzing enough anymore.
No.
So I think Seattle poses some problems, unfortunately.
And look, Aaron Rodgers is not going to throw 4 touchdown passes every game.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I can't count on Ben Skoranek to catch a touchdown week in and week out, right? At least I don't think so. But I hope I'm pleasantly surprised and wrong. But I just think that Seattle poses some problems that we're not matched up well.
The only thing that is in our favor, Sam Darnold is nowhere near as mobile as Justin Fields.
Agreed.
So if he goes 3 and 4 seconds before he releases the ball, that gives TJ a bit of a jump. But if they can't stop the run, and we'll know early on, it's over.
But I also think that Sam Darnold is more timely, meaning he gets the ball out on time.
No, he does.
And with that also poses some issues for our team because, if they don't get to the quarterback in time, usually the route is there.
And what's the old football analogy? What sets up the pass? The run.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, they've had some. Marshawn Lynch was a great running back.
Oh, man. One of my favorites.
Me too. And he's found a complete new career.
Yep.
It's amazing. But when you start thinking about football, it really is it's a good thing, man. It's the best. There's nothing like the Pittsburgh Steelers on a Sunday in September.
Look, it captures all of our attention for 3 hours every week, right?
Yep. Who's your favorite Steeler of all time? You have one?
Of all time, wow. Ben is way up there.
Oh, yeah.
And now his family is my client, which is pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, but Ben is one of them. But I would say going defensively, probably, James Harrison was just... And I met him, and he was on the street, much different person than what you saw on the field. He was so down to earth and nice.
And that's very nice and good that he was different than he...
Right.
Hey, good seeing you again.
Same here, my friend.
Keep up the great work. All right, stay with us. Don't forget, 888-818-6334. Make that appointment. Never a charge for their services. It's almost here, the annual enrollment period. But they're here. The True Value Home Improvement Show is next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Super September savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Shoulder Steaks or Roast, $5.99 a pound. California Shelled Walnuts, 1 pound bags, $3.88 each. And selected varieties of extra detergent, 57.6 ounce bottles, 2 for $5. Additional savings in our meat department. Lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.49 a pound. And mahi-mahi fillets, $11.99 a pound. In our produce department, new crop Pennsylvania Gala apples, 5 pound bags, $3.99 each. And jumbo vine ripe tomatoes, $1.29 a pound. In our deli department, slow roasted top round corned beef or roast beef, $8.99 a pound. And Coon's 12-inch taco pizza is $8.99 each. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
It's all happening at Coons Market, that special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to investigate a shooting in Homewood that turned deadly last night. A shooting happened on Newman Way around 10 o'clock last night near Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but later died. Right now, no word on any suspect descriptions. On the north side, Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man was found shot in the chest. It happened during an attempted robbery around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street. Police say the male victim was confronted by 2 men dressed in all black on the 4th floor of the apartment building, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. The victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. A 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School is facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. The Fayette County District Attorney says Ashley Mongell also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. The DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongell and the minor through cell phones, as well as social media, along with explicit shared images. Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year. That's after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. Executive Director for Pittsburgh's Public Transit, Laura Truween's telling KDKA-TV, well, state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
PRT's CEO, in a statement, Catherine Kellman, thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. KDK Radio News Time, it's 10:03. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. Call 412-766-6600. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Voss TV and Appliance has a huge selection of big brand names and prices you'll love. 3rd-generation family business. Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team provides meaningful service that actually serves. They answer phones, show up on time, and truly care about their customers. It's old school service that matters, and you won't find it anywhere else. Visit Voss's South Hills showroom today. 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Love them. The lowest prices guaranteed.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85, then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now look, we're switching into that fall season, so there's still plenty of work to be done. So whatever you're doing, you need to call us now. Get in here early so we can get to your questions and you won't get left out because the hour will go by quickly. Good morning and welcome to what has been a staple on this radio station in the same time slot for close to 3 decades, the True Value Home Improvement Show. Mr. True Value off today, but Mike is here. Of course, from Sarver True Value Rental, and from RC Walters & Son, we've got Paul here. But we want you to support all the great True Value dealers that support us. But the idea is to get your questions answered. We're all about talking to you about issues that you need taken care of at home. So 866-391-1020. So you and Paul spent some time in Indianapolis. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Rob. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's beautiful weather we've been having here in Western Pennsylvania. You got to stop and pinch yourself how amazing it's been. So obviously we'll get on the phones, hopefully get a ton of calls today because there's plenty of work to do out there. We got Labor Day just in our past. We just got past Labor Day, right? You know, the next thing that comes up around the pike down there is the holidays. You know, we got Thanksgiving and Christmas coming. So, you know, and the leaves, you know, so now's the time to get out there. A lot of work to be done, but we could talk about all that. But yes, Rob, we were in Indianapolis. We had our market show. We have them twice a year. This one was quite uniquely different. We have now partnered with Do It Best and True Value. So now we're a combined entity of approximately 9,000 stores worldwide, predominantly here in the United States, but, you know, 9,000 independently owned and operated hardware stores, building materials, lumber yards, all under one banner. And we had almost 11,000 attendees there. They had overflow rooms. They couldn't fit us all into certain banquet rooms. So business is just booming in the hardware world, and it's just been as strong as ever. And the energy we felt during that whole conference period, and it was a buying group, buying time, as well as meetings with everybody, was the optimism was through the roof, and the hardware store channel is just unbelievable. This combination of the Do It Best and True Value being 9,000 stores now makes it the largest privately owned, independently owned cooperative of hardware stores and business owners in the world. So quite powerful. We went from having, you know, agility, being small business owners and owning a hardware store, to now having massive scale and buying power that's just unbelievable. So we're going to be able to drive down great value and great incentives for you to go to your local True Value hardware store. Like, you know, like we love our stores. So like you needed more of a reason to shop locally and shop at your locally owned True Value hardware stores, we're going to be bigger and stronger than ever.
Well, you got to just put it in this perspective. Think big, the brand, but think local, how you get the deal done at True Value. Paul, observations.
Oh, the market was huge. I mean, we had so many people there, it was hard to even get around sometimes. They also got us, you know, when we go to those markets, you have to remember, that's where you get a lot of the unique products that we only carry. I mean, there was vendors there. I mean, you couldn't imagine the different things you could buy that were unique, that really wasn't carried in our warehouses, but we have access to ordering it straight from the vendors. And we do that a lot. And that's what really makes our individual stores different from each other, is our individualism. They give us that buying power of a humongous organization, but with the individual that we could be our own independent person or independent store retailer. That's something you can't get anywhere else.
Good stuff, guys. Let's go right to the phones. Let's say hi to Joe. Joe, good morning. You're on the True Value Home Improvement Show. What can we do for you?
Recently bought a pair of lamps, and they came with bulbs. They're amber colored. You can see the filament, but they just don't throw off enough light to read. Talk to me about how bulbs are rated today. You know, I'm used to 60, 75, 100 watt, that sort of thing. You know, what do I, and it seems like when I try and find amber bulbs, because you can see the bulbs, so you don't want to put a white bulb into this lamp or it's going to throw off the whole thing. You know, where do I go from here?
Yeah, very interesting call and great call. Like, so nowadays, as you can imagine, we've gone to the realm of all LED, light-emitting diode light bulbs. You know, so from the old filament incandescent bulbs, which were basically a resistant coil. Like, basically, it was akin to turning on your electric stove and having that, you know, that glow. Same thing with the light bulb. So that was the old incandescent bulbs, which are getting phased out entirely. You know, pretty much they've left some specialty areas where you can still use incandescent, but LED is the way to go. But in your particular case, this is very interesting because, yes, they used to make these amber, you know, regular, amber colored glass decorative. It was kind of, quite frankly, more of a 60s and 70s look that you had in the older homes. That's not as common as now anymore. And I'm not so sure you can even get the amber bulbs anymore.
They still make the amber LED bulbs. The problem is they're considered accent lighting. They're not considered like a reading lamp light. I mean, you can still find those bulbs out there. They're going to be equivalent to a 40-watt incandescent. So they're going to be like 7 or 8 watt LED bulbs. They're made for aesthetics. They're not made for practical reading or anything like that. Now, they do make some of the clear bulbs out there now. They're going to be clear or they're going to be a gray. They're starting to make them in the equivalent 60 watts, but I haven't seen anything bigger than that. So that type of bulb may run into a problem if you need that aesthetic of the bulb. Getting something you can read by. That may be a problem.
And then the question is great. I mean, nowadays, when you're looking at an LED bulb in the hardware store aisle, there's two factors you want to look at. Now we talk lumens and degrees of Kelvin, Keller temperature, if you will. So there's the type of lumens, which equates to the volume of light that comes out. And thankfully, and I'm sure they'll continue to do this for a long time, equate a current lumen, so like a 13-watt LED bulb is going to produce the same amount of light that a 100-watt light bulb would do. So if you pick up that LED bulb, you'll see it say 13 watt, but you also will say on there it's the equivalency of a 100-watt bulb. So now we know, like you mentioned in your question, we know what a 60-watt bulb looks like, or 75 or 100. So they'll show the equivalency. So that's the number one thing as we get more accustomed to looking at lumens versus looking at watts, because the lumens are the more important process of putting out the output of light. Is lumens means much more than wattage. So they're going to use a lot. Go ahead.
13 lumens equals 100 watts?
Yes. No, it'll be a 13-watt usage bulb that'll equate to a 100-watt light bulb. So the lumen scale is completely different, and you can familiarize yourself, and then it'll have the equivalency of the lumens on there too. And then the other really key part is, again, the other part of it that I mentioned, the Kelvin degree range, which I guess was like a Tesla or some guy came up with this temperature range. So you know how originally we didn't like LED lights because they were too blue. Like they had that blue tinge to them, and that was the original LED light. They couldn't come out with that warmer color. So anywhere from a 2300 degree scale up to a 4600 degree scale is the spread of Kelvin degrees that you can actually choose the color from that. Some people like that crisp blue light, or to the warmer, more orange light, if you will. So a lot of times what I prefer to do, workshops, things of that nature, garages, you're typically more of the cool white, that more crisp, bright light, you know, and then anywhere into interior home, you know, bathroom fixtures, lamp next to your Barca lounger as you're reading the newspaper. Those ones are more warm colored degrees of Kelvin, and they're a little softer more typically. And of course you can do whatever you like. But those are the two factors, is the lumen level and then the color rendering. And they have some really cool things. We actually sell a bulb that's actually you could change the actual color of the bulb. So at any given time, you could turn the dial and it'll go to all the way cool white, or you can turn the dial and it always goes to that warmer light. So it's a good conversation to have when you're trying to do that, because you also want to match them. You can have two exactly the same looking LED light bulbs, like regular looking, like an old 60-watt equivalency filament bulb. You plug them both in, one's warm, one's cool. They look completely different. So you definitely want to have the same color rendering throughout the home as well. So a little more confusing, but really great. And what's wonderful, too, just to recap, the LED bulbs are just fantastic nowadays. The quality has gotten better and better and better. The prices have come down, down, down. They hardly use any electricity. They last for decades. So wonderful thing. And nowadays, too, the LED world's come along where there's applications for every LED bulb. Normally, they started with just like that bulb that we think of, that 6075 equivalency. Now there's garage lights, night lights, candelabra bulbs, all of those kind of things that all can be done in LED.
Which I use in my nightstand, a floodlight, because I can't see anything anymore. So all the light you can get, it's great. All right, we're going to get you, Jim, after the break. Anybody else has anything on their mind in the way of home improvement, give us a call, 866-391-1020. And some Labor Day sales are carrying on right now as we speak.
Yeah, the Labor Day sales are still going on. The bargains of the month of September are still going on. We've got this great flyer going on at a lot of your True Value stores where you can get a lot of different discounted items on there to get ready for the fall, like we talked about earlier, Rob. This is a great time. This is no excuse zone, Rob. The weather's beautiful.
That's it.
Got to get it done, man.
Right.
And sooner than later, the leaves are going to start falling. So if you haven't got that driveway sealed, we could take driveway sealing question. Blackjack is one of the best driveway sealers out there. Get that driveway sealed. Get that deck sealed, and prep for the leaves. If you got to clean those gutters and make sure the gutters are strong and supported and inspected and not leaking, now's the time to do it before the leaves start to fall.
Or any calls, anything on your mind in the way of home improvement. Paul would love to hear from you. Mike would love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Paul, R.C. Waters, and son Mike, of course, Cyber True Value Rental, but along with EV True Value Rental, these are the stores that support us.
Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance Store, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply up there in Mars, R.C. Walters and Sons True Value in Boston Hollow Road, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware.
All right, here we go. It's Jim in Monroeville on KDK. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Rob. How you doing?
Morning, Jim.
Morning.
Morning, fellas. Listen, this brown grass of mine is killing me. It started about a month ago. It all browned out on me already. And I bought the Magic Cal that you guys have been talking about for so long. I put a whole bag of it on there. Since then, I've been watering it every day. And it's still brown. It's slowly coming back in places. My question to you is this. I have another bag of Magic Cal up there, and I was wondering if I should put that on as well, or is it too much?
No, it would be too much. Now, here's the thing about Magic Cal, and in case listeners don't know, Magic Cal is a product that is a pH adjustment product that you put out into your lawn, like lime, but works much faster than lime does. And what we want to do is get that pH in the right level once the soil's in great condition, and that 6.4, 6.2 level of a pH level, if you want to go out and test the soil, is really what we want to be at. So once that soil pH gets to that level, it unlocks the nutrients, unlocks the microorganisms in there, and you tend to have a healthy lawn. Now, that being said, Magic Cal does work much faster than lime, but it still does take time. It's not an overnight thing. It's not a 2-week, 3-week, a month thing. It still takes Magic Cal a little bit of time to start working. So I would suggest to you that, unfortunately, lawn care is very much like driving, or you don't drive a battleship, whatever. What do you do with a battleship? But anyhow, say you're driving a battleship. It doesn't turn very quickly, right? So you need to be patient. You need to take your time. You need just to continue to be, forceful with your decision making and keep working through that process. So no, I would not put down more Magic Cal. Obviously, it needs watered in a lot. We had such a dry, hot summer that it did put a lot of stress on all the lawns. We have seen a lot of a browning out of the lawn. So typically we'll see that to start bouncing back very quickly. So I would stay on a solid watering regimentation because we're not still seeing a lot of rainfall coming down. So a lot of good early morning rain, watering if you can do. And then, of course, that fall fertilizing. That's the most important part. There's a unique fertilizer. They're all different from spring, summer to fall. The fall has a lot more potassium in it and phosphorus, which is what's needed to get through the winter, but you also still has a good amount of nitrogen in there, which gives you that greening. So a good high quality, either from Green Thumb is a great one, or from Jonathan Green or Scott's, all make a good fall fertilizer. And again, there's two choices there. One, I don't really typically recommend the one with the weed killer. I don't think it's really fruitful for you now because that's a broadleaf weed killer. Typically, broadleaf weed killers aren't really actively growing this time of year. So a straight up fall fertilizer and that Magic Cal that you already put down, which is great. So just give that time, get that fall fertilizer down, keep watering. I think you're going to see a good bounce back here in late fall, and then that'll set you up, and we can talk about spring when spring comes and what to do from there going forward.
Okay, one last question. What's the difference between the grass when it's dormant and the grass when it's dead?
Yeah, well, good call because it looks the same. Yeah, dead grass looks the same as dead dormant grass, and you're right. And again, time will change that. I mean, dead grass you can literally pull up and rip easily out of the ground. So the root system's actually dried out and gone. Dormant grass will still have some vitality in the roots base, so the root base is still somewhat strong, and you wouldn't be able to just grab it and rip it out in whole mass. So that's the main way to tell between just dead grass and dormant grass. But it's probably not dead. Normally, just dry summer heat is not enough to kill the grass. It's most oftenly just pushes it into that dormancy level. So typically not a problem. And so you can do that now, and that's how you can find out whether it's fully dead grass or it's just in its dormant stage.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
All right, let's keep it going. 866-391-1020. Here's Bob in Turtle Creek. Good morning, Bob.
Morning, guys. I love your show. Listen to it every week. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Always appreciate it. I have a question about metal roofs. I've inherited 2 metal roofs. One I've managed to keep okay. I kind of spot paint it with some Rust-Oleum. The other roof of the other metal roof is completely rusted from front to back. Is there something that I can do to restore it? Is there something I can do to protect it in any way? Any ideas?
Well, there's certainly a couple. Yeah, I mean, using a good quality oil-based paint on there is not the worst idea than to do a full-blown paint job. I love a product called XO Rust. XO Rust is an industrial enamel. It could be a DTM, a direct-to-metal product. It can also cover over some small rust without having to use a rusty metal primer. They do make a rusty metal primer, but generally speaking, it could do a really good job. So if it's talking about an aesthetic reason for doing that, I would suggest using the XO Rust in the top of a premium exterior top coat paint over that. And then if it's leaking, we could talk about different things. There's products like Through the Roof. Is it leaking, or is this just, it just looks like it's worn down?
Well, I'm concerned because it's not leaking right now, but it's like fully rusted from top or front to back. Aesthetically, you can't see it because it's a flat roof. So I'm just trying to decide. My other roof I've kind of maintained.
Yeah.
But this thing got away from me, and I just don't know
So what I would do, Bob, is make sure it's nice and clean and dry as best you can. Leaf blow it off if you are able to get up there. Sweep it, broom it. Wind blow it with a blower.
Make sure all the loose rust is
all
off.
the loose rust is out like that. If you can do a light brushing of it, would be a great thing. It wouldn't even necessarily have to be a wire brush per se, but something very stiff brush just to knock down anything that's loose and flaky. And then again, go back with the blower, blow it off again. And then I would use that XO Rust. I think that's your best application for this particular process to go through there. And then secondarily, after I was all done with that, like say I'm up there painting and I actually see some particularly maybe holes at this point or some serious issues there. There's a product called Through the Roof. Through the Roof is made by Shasco, and it is amazing. Through the Roof is, as far as I know, the only clear, and when I say clear, I mean clear, not milky clear or whatever, clear roofing elastic coating, which does an amazing job. It can go, everybody knows if you put a sunlight in your house, it tends to leak around the sunroof. Yes. That is a great place to use Through the Roof around all of that. Through the Roof comes in a gallon, so it's brushable. It would be not something I'd recommend for you doing the entire surface because it's like $60 a gallon, so it's not inexpensive. Besides, it's really not designed for a full-blown coat necessarily. Cracks, seams, and what have you. There's also the caulking tube version of it, so you can get in the caulk tube, quarts and gallons, but Through the Roof is just a phenomenal product.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Very much.
All right, let's keep those calls coming. 866-391-1020. What's going on at your store, Paul?
Well, we have a lot going on in Boston today. Actually, they're having a bunch of yard sales down that way. We're also having the bike trails having a big event. That's their big event for the year down there from 2 o'clock this afternoon. But what we have going on is we got some our clearance sale still going on from last week. We got some new stuff added. I don't know anyone out there has a travel trailer or a motorhome or something like that. We got a folding chair set. And when I say a folding chair set, this is 2 folding chairs, a folding love seat, and a folding table.
Really?
Yes. We got a tremendous deal on this. I mean, it's only like $80 for this thing. This thing is great. But that's only at my store. That's at no one else's store. I also got some fire pits and some stuff like that out there that we're trying to just good deals we're trying to pass on to the people.
How about you, Mike?
Yeah, stop out at Sarver True Value or go online. You can find us online, sarvertruevalue.com. What you'll find there is 2 businesses in one. We have the full-blown hardware store, but we also True Value Rental. We go all throughout Western Pennsylvania, parts of Ohio, upstate Pennsylvania too, up north too. We reach a lot of areas where we do all kind of rental for skid steers, excavators, lifts, scaffolding material, and then of course anything like thatchers, aerators, lawn rakes, leaf collection items, things like that. Snakes, of course, carpet cleaning machines, but anything you need in rental. Sarver True Value Rental is the preeminent rental location in all of Western Pennsylvania for the DIY contractor. We do business with school districts, municipalities, and the like. We rent 7 days a week. Open all the time, so we can really bend to whatever you need. And of course, everything in rental has something you need on the hardware side, whether you're thatching or aeration, you need grass seed or fertilizer, you need to dig a trench, you need pipe. We've got it all for you. So one-stop shopping at Sarver True Value Hardware and Sarver True Value Rental.
And the others, along with EV True Value, are?
Yeah, you can go to 1-800-6-HARDWARE or TrueValue.com to find your nearest True Value store. We have almost 5,000 True Value logoed stores now that we have 9,000 logos in stores in totality. So we're going to see that number of True Value branded stores go up exponentially over the years. But the ones you love the best are the ones that support the True Value Home Improvement Hour, and that's Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, Piper True Value Hardware and Supply, RC Walter & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, EV True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
News coming up next.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest on the north side overnight during an attempted robbery. It happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the 4th floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. That victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. Well, the widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah on Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the, quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDK Radio News time is 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Get in your box
Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, expect a great start to the weekend with sunshine, some clouds, and a high of 84. Then just some clouds tonight and a low of 59. It stays dry, warm, and nice for tomorrow with sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 85. Then a bit warmer for Monday with plenty of sun and a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, they're back. And by the way, Metropolitan Window video screen, click on kdkradio.com, click on KDK Watch. And now let's get right back to the phones. True Value Home Improvement Show. Here's Douglas in Westmoreland. Hey, Douglas, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm doing pretty good. This must be the day for light bulbs. I have a question along those lines. I have a broom combination exhaust fan and light above the kitchen stove. The fan works fine. The light bulb, there's two of them. They're discs about the size of 1.5 inches in diameter. They were originally halogen with a maximum wattage of 300 watts. That's a tremendous amount of heat, and what it did is it actually singed and burnt the outside wiring harness above the light, and it's just extremely too much heat. So my question is there an equivalent light bulb that would fit within that socket that is LED, which, of course, would not throw off that much heat?
They absolutely do make those replacement halogen bulbs in LED. You would have to remove the bulb and take it into the store to bring it to one of our stores to make sure we get the right base for it. There's several different bases on those LED bulbs. Some go in and they like a little twist and hold them in place. Some just have pins on that push in, but absolutely they are making replacement bulbs in LED to avoid that heat issue.
Okay, so I just bring the light bulb in, and you could take care of it then.
Yeah, bring
absolutely.
the light bulb in. We can match it up. Absolutely.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job with these LED bulbs, Rob, in almost every application, whether it, like I was saying earlier, whether it's the candelabra fixture in your dining room or whether it's LED in terms of halogen replacement, and like any of those old school halogen light bulbs, that were that was 6 inches long. They make replacement
They're
LED versions, and it's great. And again, heat equivalates to energy. Right? So that's the idea. Once you talk to an LED bulb, they're so cool. Well, it's because they're not pulling a lot of energy. They're not pulling that energy which creates the heat. The heat is the equivalency of the energy draw. So it's better on your pocketbook. It's, of course, better for the environment, better for everything, for that cooler do that. And over the years, we've been doing the show now for 28 years, and we've always had a lot of calls about inside the fixture. It says don't use anything more than blah, 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 60 watt, 40 watt. And that's all that they're talking about. All that had to do was with the heat and the dangerous situation, which would be what Douglas was just exemplifying, is that heat gets too hot for too long. It makes the insulation around the electrical wiring become brittle to the point where if you took that wire and bent it, the insulation would just crumble away. So basically what that would do at that point, then have exposed bare copper wires, which of course can lead to being shorted out and what have you. So yeah, be careful of that heat. And we talk about it all the time, whether or not it's whether it's a small heater or a light bulb, feel that. Any excess heat that you say, boy, that shouldn't be that hot, either change it to an LED light bulb or get a bigger extension cord if it's an appliance that you have plugged in and you're feeling that outlet on the wall and it feels really warm and hot. That's because that's a resistance going on there, and that's that draw of electricity. I always had it explained to me like water going through a pipe. So you picture like a 1/2 inch piece of copper pipe, and you stick the garden hose through that 1/2-inch copper pipe, and water splashing all over the place because the water can't fit through that pipe. Electricity is kind of exactly the same thing. The bigger the pipe, the easier the flow of water in that particular example. And the same would be for electricity. Electricity flows through larger wire with less resistance and less heat.
All right, time to get on the line. We got some available real estate for you at 866-391-1020. It's home improvement. Next hour, Christine Zapp. It's AAA. East Central is Talking Travel. Then attorney Colleen Brakovich is here today. It's Law for the Elderly in the noon hour, and a very special guest you don't want to miss. I'll tell you more about that later. Here's Tom in McKees Rocks up next on KDKA. Hey, Tom.
Good morning. I have a question here. Is you almost beat me to the punch with the Exo Rust, but I have wrought iron steps and wrought iron railing in my back, my house, and I sanded it down, was all ready to go, and listening to your show, you always talk about Exo Rust. So I went to my local hardware, ready to buy. I told them what it was for, and they told me that what I was looking at was gloss black, professional, direct to metal, and they told me that that's not any good for wrought iron steps or a little landing. For the railing, it'd be fine. And I said to them, "What do I need?" They says, "I need floor paint for outside." And I says, "Well, where can I get that?" And they says they have no idea.
Now, are those metal steps or are they concrete steps?
They're metal.
They are metal steps. I see absolutely no reason why.
Absolutely. Can use it.
The Exo Rest. I mean, that's designed for metal. I mean, any of the porch and floor enamels are designed for concrete. They're not designed for metal. So your Exo Rust, yes, it is not as strong as your polyurethane-based paints that are made for your flooring. But in the application you're doing with those cast iron steps, that's absolutely what you want to use.
And the only other caveat I would put on there is there's a product called Skid Tex. So Skid, SKIDTEX. Skid Tex is a great product. It's kind of just like sand, but it's an additive that you can put into paint that it makes it gritty and less slippery. So that would be one challenge. You'd have a glossy gloss black, like especially an Exo Rust, which is a really heavy-duty commercial professional enamel. It's going to be very strong and very hard. It would likely get slippery with a good coating of Exo Rust. So what I would use is at Skid Tex, you can mix it in the paint and just do you can do it just at the end, like if you're doing just the step part where you apply the Skid Tex just to the step part, or you can actually even lightly sprinkle the Dirt Tex into a heavily wetted paint as well too. I prefer the mixing method, but I would just that would be the only other caveat to that is concern yourself with the slippiness.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. And when you described it as sand, I mean it's closer to a powder than a sand. I mean it's designed to stay suspended in the paint surface. So even as the paint wears down, it still stays non-slippy.
Yeah. What I was going to say is years ago I painted with Rust-Oleum and we never slipped. It's for
well, then you could. And Exo Rust is similar to Rust-Oleum. I'd just say it's a bit more of a professional grade of a Rust-Oleum, but they're along the same lines.
Okay. I thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, we call that the wee factor. All right, let's go to Kara White Oak. You're up next. True Value Home Improvement Show. Mike and Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking the call. I have some grass that grows along this street, near the curb area, but I can't get any grass to grow there because I guess it gets the salt from the wintertime. Can I put anything on it now sort of to dissipate the salt that might be in there?
That is a very difficult problem.
Yeah, it is. And not only is it salt, but a lot of times when you have grass that abuts directly to blacktop or even concrete, more so blacktop, is heat. That blacktop gets extremely hot. And then, so it actually emanates, it's actually baking the any vegetation for that matter. And of course, we're talking grass in this particular line, but it's also a heat problem too. So it's a difficult challenge, Kara, but what I would suggest is, this is when you go hardcore soil, right? This is hardcore pH in that right realm, right? We want to even probably test it, making sure we're using Magical at least once a year to keep that pH level into the 6.9. This is where I definitely edge with the Black Beauty Ultra. Black Beauty Ultra from Jonathan Green is a particular grass seed that shoots roots down up to 4 feet in diameter. So if you get, or in depth, so if you get the soil right and the pH right, and you get the roots of the grass to go down up to 4 feet, you can really have a benefit of avoiding the salt problem as well as the heat problem by doing those things. That's pretty much all you can do in that particular situation because it is challenging. But great soil work. Love My Soil, Magic Cow, and then Black Beauty Ultra Grass Seed.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, Garrett. Thanks for calling.
All right, one more segment. Plenty of time for you to get in here under the wire. Give us a call, 866-391-1020. What should we be thinking about doing as we head into the fall season, Paul?
Well, I got a question for Mike. Do you offer soil testing at your store for the pH level?
We do. We also have all that, and as well, of course, many ways to test the pH level as well.
We do also at our store. So I know you were over in White Oak. So if you want to bring a sample of soil over to the store, we'll be more than happy to test the pH level for you.
But yeah, Rob, it's important to get ready for the fall. Fall is going to come before it. It's really nice out there now, but you know what comes up next is October, and that's when the leaves start coming down, and we start to run out of time to get the things done you need to get done. So Mother Nature's in our corner. No excuses. A lot of work to be done. We got one more segment to go, so I'm sure we'll get a lot more calls to finish up the segment of things we need to do to get ready for the holidays.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff still to come today with your Pratt Pack. Next hour, Christine Zapp will be here. We got AAA East Central's Talking Travel. Then I mentioned Zachariah Brown and Bratakovich today. They are attorneys that handle elder law. Well, Colin Bratakovich today is going to be joined by Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care for a special conversation about their partnership and the upcoming Learn Care Share event, which is on September 26th. You'll hear firsthand what to expect at this year's event, a morning of connection, expert insights, and resources for families and caregivers. So Colleen will be here today with her guest. That'll finish up our day from noon to 1. So stay where you're at. Much more of the True Value Home Improvement Show coming up. We'd love to hear from you. We've got some lines available, 866-391-1020.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, True Value Home Improvement Show back on the air. We go right back to the phones. Here's Anna in Cranberry on KDK. Hi, Anna.
Hi, good morning, guys. Hey, I have a question. A couple of times this summer, we've seen like piles of light straw grass in our front yard and backyard with a little hole there, but then I put it back in the hole, nothing happened. What would be causing that?
I'm sorry, you said light straw?
Yeah, it's like light straw-colored grass almost. It's like grass that's dried out, like something has dug it up almost.
Uh-huh.
But then there's no trails, there's no cows.
Well, there could be a lot of things going on there. One of the things we typically see in this time of year right now, we're going to see raccoons, skunks coming out into the yard at the middle of the night and digging it up, looking for grubs. Grubs start to come to the surface right now, or they're hidden in the surface as they start to eat the roots as they were done with the Japanese beetle. So I don't know if you saw any Japanese beetles flying around the home. If you've seen any Japanese beetles, they probably laid eggs. And if they laid eggs into the soil, then the raccoons and skunks love to eat the grubs. So they'll tend to make those little messes in the yard. It could be that. It could be a mole or vole. Mole or voles simply are subterranean little guys that dig holes and eat eat worms and what have you, and they make little mounded holes into the yard. The other one is the voles, but they typically just make that little tunnel that you see, and you can almost see the tunnel in your yard. So those are the three things that might be causing that, but it might definitely be a grub problem at this point.
Well, we have no Japanese beetles, and
Okay.
we get our yard treated for bugs. So, okay, I guess, like I said, nothing really has shown up. It started
Yeah,
in June.
and in terms of
So, like,
treating the
3
lawn
times
too,
a month.
grubs are real tricky. You know, a generalized insecticide really doesn't do a great job with grubs. You really need that pre-emergent grub control product, the season-long one that's put down in the spring. If that was done, then you should be in good shape
That's
too.
what we do.
Okay.
The other ones.
All right, then it's probably not the grubs, and it might be just something other like a mole or vole, and there's, of course, repellents and things like that. So if it becomes more of a problem and causing more damage, I would suggest trying to use a mole and vole repellent. A company called Bonide makes a mole and vole repellent. And what's great about this product is it's completely natural and organic, so there's no harm in using it regardless. And what it will do, it's a castor oil-based product that moles and voles don't like, and it'll actually get them away from the home. So if it's a problem, I would just try some mole and vole repellent because there's really no downside to trying that.
Okay, we love Eddie Pfeiffer, so we'll look him up if we see an ongoing problem. Thanks for your
Excellent.
help.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, good people out there in Mars, Eddie. All right, here we go. Robert, Indiana, on KDK's True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Robert.
Hi, live from the Christmas tree capital of the world. Hey, I've got a question about my car roof. There's a couple spots where the paint has come off and there's primer, and a few spots with some surface rust. What kind of paint would you recommend putting on there? How would I put that on there, or treat it, or what?
Well, the first thing I would do is remove the heavy rust and use that rust reformer from Rust-Oleum and put that on those rusted spots, so you convert that from the from the remaining rust, and that chemically alters the rust to make a paintable surface. That would be the most important thing to do to get those rust spots under control. And then after that, any quality exterior metal-based paint, the XO rust would be great. Anything like that would be perfect for something like that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, no problem.
All right, again, some projects that you can be working on as we are rolling into the fall season.
Well, one thing to keep your eye out to is that now we're heading into the rodent season, right? All the little mice, they're going to want to come inside once it starts getting cold out there. They start to come in. So what I usually recommend, we certainly have a plethora of items to control the rodents once they're in the home. But now that we're working out the home before we get to the leaves falling and what have you, take a look around the home. I mean, it's hard because a mouse could come through a pretty small area, but a good solid inspection all around your home, any type of openings around, maybe around the faucet, the exterior, spigot, that there's a gap there. Maybe there's gaps around any venting or what have you. Any small area like that is how the rodents will get into the home. So do a little inspection around the home. Be prepared for them. They're going to start wanting to come inside. We can certainly talk about what to do on the interior when that happens, but that's certainly something that's prevalent in the upcoming month.
Absolutely. Remember, on those mice and stuff, if you can stick your thumb into the base of your thumbnail, they can get through that hole. They don't need a very big hole at all. And then the cold weather at night, that's going to drive them in too, because that's when they're going to start looking for a place to hibernate for the winter or spend the winter time.
Yeah, and it was funny, as I was looking here, Rob, Joe called first. Actually, we got a couple LED light questions today, which is great. But for example, the bargain of the month right now is an $8.99 pack of General Electric, a company you might have heard of before, GE light bulbs that are 8.5 watt. In this particular example, they're an 8.5 watt, which is the equivalency of a 60 watt light bulb. And that's also the 800 lumens. So 8.5 watts is all that it draws for the LED version of it, which produces 800 lumens. And that lumen equivalency is a 60 watt light bulb available. And what you'll see terms like on this ad that says either daylight or soft white. That daylight was that cooler, like more bright bluish type.
Right.
And then the soft white would be more of that. I hesitate to say amber, but that more warmish type of light bulb. So those are the different preferences you can have in choosing light bulbs.
Yeah.
See, every once in a while I like to just see if you guys can carry the show.
Yeah,
See,
I know. You just threw that on me.
It's not easy.
Just remember also down here at R.C. Walters and Sons, we also do the rentals, but we don't have quite the rentals that Mike has up there or that Andy has. I mean, I just stick to the aerators, the thatchers, the overseeders,
that stuff.
the lawn rollers. We have that kind of stuff. So if you come in, you need to do something in your yard, we can take care of that for you. We also offer the pH testing in-house. We also have soil testing kits for you that you can buy to do your own pH level. We also have a company out there that has a mail-in kit. You put a small amount, you pay the price for the kit. It's like $30. You put a small amount of soil in, you send it to these people, and they will actually tell you everything you could possibly want to know about that soil and what to do to fix it for what you're using it for.
Well, let me ask you, when I was growing up, it was always a lot of clay, a lot of clay, a lot of clay because of where we were growing up. Is there some soil that's just not repairable, or is technology made it that you can just repair about anything?
Clay. Clay's tough. I mean,
Clay is
clay's
tough.
I mean, Love My Soil will help break down clay, but clay is definitely difficult. Clay doesn't penetrate water through. That's where when we talk about hydro blocks and using the underground guttering system, clay is a nemesis because water's not even going through the clay. It's kind of locked into there. So that is a particular problem. So that's one of the most difficult problems to have is the clay. So other than replacing it entirely, there's a product called Love My Soil that Jonathan Green that really helps the microorganisms in the soil. It's almost, they call it like almost aeration in a bag. It'll make the soil more loomy over time, and it's a great product to use as well. So,
but you said the right word there. It's time.
Yeah.
I mean, any soil, I don't care how bad the soil is. I mean, clay is really difficult to work with. But with time and persistence at it, working at it over a few years, you could turn that bad soil into something really, really good over just consistently doing the same things for 3 or 4 years.
And speaking of time, Rob, time to paint. This is paint season, man. Think about it, folks. Out there, if you got a room that needs painted, now's the time, right? Easily can keep that window vented, even though the Easy Care, which is one of the most premium products out there, we love our Easy Care line of paint. It's the best price point you're going to find and the highest quality paint you have, but it also has the lowest VOCs out there, the volatile organic compounds. It's actually the Asthma Association is the only one that's rated approval for the paint is for the Easy Care lineup, but all that being said, still a great opportunity to have that window cracked when you're trying to do painting. So you got the holidays coming and what have you. You got Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all that. We're going to have folks around. There's no better time to paint right now it's half of September, early October is a great time to paint. And, your local True Value store is the place to go for paint. Not only do we have the high-quality paint in and of itself, all of the applications that you might need from Shoreline. Shoreline makes some of the best brushes and rollers out there. Mm-hmm. That's a company that specifically is stocked by the True Value local stores. And whether or not, and then it's funny, you can go down a rabbit hole with tape. Nowadays, masking tape's not just masking tape. We got all kind of masking tape, from delicate surface masking tape to tape that maybe there's a project where that tape's going to be staying there for like 14 days.
Yes.
There's a tape that's designed to be long lasting that once you remove it, even 14 days later, it will not leave any gluey residue from the actual tape as well too. So from soup to nuts, when you're trying to do a painting project, go to your local True Value hardware store. That is your best place to begin and end your project.
I mean, we got roller covers, rollers, drop cloths, tape, edging tools, even got can openers for opening the gallon of paint. I mean, we have it all when you come down. We can help you from start to finish on any of those painting jobs you have. Even we got products like Goof Off and things like that if you get a couple drops of that latex paint somewhere you don't want it, you can remove it.
And before you grab those keys to get into your car to head to your local True Value store, make sure when you get to that local True Value store, you mention the True Value Home Improvement Hour. It helps really support the program, helps support the show. We're doing this in our 28th year of doing the True Value Home Improvement Hour in the same time slot, the same radio show, with the same host.
Amen, brother.
The Mr. Rob, the venerable Mr. Rob Pratt.
Love it.
So stores like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance out in Allison Park, PA. Of course, Eddie Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer got a shout out today. Eddie Pfeiffer and Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply in Marshall Way and Mars. Slippery Rock True Value Hardware. Our good friend, our leader, our shining North Star, Evie True Value Hardware. Andrew. I don't know what he's doing today, but he's not here, which is great. So I'm sure he's having some fun something. Of course, Sarver True Value Hardware and Sarver True Value Rental and
R.C. Walter and Sons True Value in Boston, Pennsylvania, just south of McKeesport on Route 48. Come see us anytime.
Guys, have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Right, stay with us. We've got Christine Zapp coming up, and then Zachariah Brown-Brakovich will be here today as well. Colleen will be hosting, and she's going to be joined by Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care for a very special conversation. So we've got much more. We're not done yet. Your Pratt Pack coming up next with the news is Rob Taylor.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery. It happened overnight around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. The victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. Pittsburgh police are also investigating a shooting Friday night in a Homewood that turned deadly. The shooting happened on Newman Way at Felicia Way. Police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was later pronounced dead at the hospital. No word on any suspect descriptions. A 30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. Fayette County District Attorney says Ashley Mongell also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. The DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongell and the minor through cell phones and social media, as well as shared explicit images. Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year. This is after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. Executive Director of Pittsburghers for Public Transit, Laura Chu Weens, telling KDKA-TV, state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
In a statement, PRT CEO Catherine Kellman thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. KDK Radio News Time, it's 11:02. The AccuWeather forecast. Next.
Larry Richard with Andy Emrine from EV True Value. Sniper, perfect time of the year for this great product.
Absolutely, Larry. It's germ season. You're sending your kids back to school, college, grade school. You got to use Sniper. You got to keep your family safe and healthy. Hospital-grade disinfectant kills all the germs, whether it's on the desk, the notebooks, your roommate. It works. It kills those germs.
Simply spray and walk away. Get it at participating True Value hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings the start of a rather nice weekend with a mix of sunshine and some clouds and a high of 84, leading to a partly cloudy night tonight and a low of 59. The humidity stays low for tomorrow, so it's looking warm but nice with sun much of the time and a high of 85. Then mostly sunny and warmer for Monday with a high of 87. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Two great hosts for one show. Kristen will start it off, then we'll introduce our special guest. If you're watching this stream live on the Metropolitan Window video screen by going to KDKRadio.com and clicking on KDK Watch, she is in the center square, but to my right, here she is, might be to your left, depending on how you're looking at it. She's Christine Zapp of AAA East Central. What a show we have for you today. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm so excited for today's show. We have something a little bit different. Of course, we have a special guest tuning in or going to be joining us a little bit later, but we want to highlight kind of some exclusive trips that you can only get at AAA East Central. So if you're looking for something a little more tailored for your next getaway, we're going to talk about AAA featured vacations. These aren't your typical off-the-shelf type of trips. They're hand-curated experiences designed to give you unique access, exceptional value, and immersive itineraries that you can't find anywhere else. So you can't book them online. You can't book them through a third party or a different AAA. It has to be AAA East Central. So there's something really special about that. These trips can't be booked through any outside agency. So if you're in our area, you've got exclusive access to some unforgettable journeys. So whether you're looking for guided motor coach tours to different U.S. destinations, whether you have a European adventure or different cruises in mind, there's something for every kind of traveler. So if you're interested in something like that, we have so many different itineraries. You can visit AAA.com/featured vacations. It's your one-stop shop for discovering your next adventure. So we have a little later in the show, we're going to highlight a featured vacation tour and a featured vacation cruise. So if anything like that sounds interesting to you, we are staffed today in our call center until 5. Hannah will be there and able to make that happen for you. Just give her a call, 1-800-354-8761. Our local offices are open as well. Any of your local travel advisors would be able to give those opportunities and kind of discuss those different itineraries with you as well.
Busy, busy day.
I know. It's such a busy day. I have so much going on today.
Well, we might as well tell everybody who we have with us. Go ahead.
Yes. So when we're speaking of exclusive travel opportunities, we have different events that we put on throughout the year as well. And this fall, so in a couple of weeks, we are doing a fall into savings with 3 A's, if you see what I did there. With AAA Travel and our friends at Royal Caribbean. So we're teaming up for an unforgettable in-person travel event. It's going to be at the Courtyard by Marriott, which is in Oakland. It's going to be Tuesday, September 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. So this is going to be your chance to get insider scoop from Royal Caribbean's cruise expert, which is Sydney Young, who we actually have with us today. She will be on site at the event to go over all of the incredible offers and destinations and ships and amenities that are available with Royal Caribbean. And she actually is going to get into detail a little bit later in the show about Alaska. She just returned from Alaska. And I cannot wait to hear her experience. I've also experienced Alaska a couple years ago. I only did the cruise. She was actually able to do the tour portion and get a little bit further into the destination. I just can't wait. So, Sydney, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started in the industry and all that good stuff.
Sure. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Rob. I am excited to be here today. I was on in July, I believe, right before I got to go on the Star in August. So August was a busy month. I was on the Star of the Seas, our newest ship out of Port Canaveral, for 7 nights. And then towards the end of August, over Labor Day weekend, I had a chance to tour the interior of Alaska with Royal Caribbean. So I've been with Royal now for almost a year. It's so crazy how fast that time went.
Time flies.
Sometimes I feel like I've been in my role for a day, and sometimes it feels like 10 years. So, but I love the travel industry. I love working with AAA East Central and Kristen's team in the call center. And there's just so many perks you get when you're booking with AAA and your travel agents. So we'll get into some more detail a little bit about the event and all the fun trips I've been on. But I'm excited to share more in detail.
A lot of good things happening with Royal Caribbean. But really, when you think of cruising, Sydney, that's the name you think of. There's a lot of history there, right?
Absolutely. It's just they're very consistent. And you hear the term loyal to Royal, and it was, that was given by our guests for a reason. So
great catchphrase. So what do you like about Royal Caribbean from someone who's done a little traveling, Kristen?
I love Royal Caribbean, and I think that the thing that I like most is that I can take my whole family and there's something for everyone. So whether it's just me and my husband going on a trip, we still pick Royal Caribbean. For couples, if it's the whole family, there's something for my younger brother who's 14. There's something for my parents that are older than I am. If we wanted to take the grandparents, there'd be something for them. I think that cruising in general, I just really enjoy that we can kind of all do our own thing all day. We can all get together for dinner. We've tried a number of the specialty restaurants and just the way that they're able to keep it relevant. Even though some of those ships might be older, they're refurbishing them. And, I know that there's a lot that they have going on this year. Maybe, Sydney, you can even touch on that they're keeping these ships new and fresh, and they're always just innovative. And I believe the Star is the largest ship at sea right now.
Yep. Yeah, the Star. So the Icon class in general has the largest ships in the world. So we have the Icon and the Star. And there's so many fun things on the horizon with Royal Caribbean. We have the Star came out in August. It'll stay in Port Canaveral. And the Legend of the Seas will be our 3rd Icon class ship. So this will be a sister ship of the Icon and the Star. And this one will actually premiere next July in the Mediterranean. So this will be the first Icon class ship in the Mediterranean sailing Rome and Barcelona. For our loyal to royal fans, you got to get on the Mediterranean sailing, because after October, the Legend will have a transatlantic back to the Caribbean. So we'll have the 3 Icon class ships in all the major Florida ports. So we'll have Port Canaveral with the Star, Fort Lauderdale with the Legend, and the Icon in Miami. But yeah, that's just one of the new ships on the horizon. Like Kristen said, we put investments into our fleet as well. So the Liberty is on schedule to get renovated next summer. And the Liberty will be based in Southampton, England next summer, and it'll do Norwegian fjords and Spain and Portugal. And then we have the Ovation doing Alaska, and the Harmony doing Port Canaveral. So really looking forward to seeing what they do and bring those new fresh updates to all 3 of those ships.
Yeah, and speaking of the Legend, we actually, loyal to royal over here, when we were on our cruise last year, a group of us actually booked our next sailing for the Legend of the Seas. It's going to be in December of next year, and we're so excited. I know when we went, that's one of the things that I think is really great, is you can actually book on board these Royal Caribbean cruises, and you still get your AAA benefits. So, we worked with, one of the girls in our call center. We got everything booked. And then when we were on board the ship, we were able to rebook. And before I even got home, they had the invoice, they had it all ready to go. My AAA perks were included. So that's something that's really cool too. You're able to take advantage of that onboard booking discount and still get your AAA member benefits included. And I know that for those of you that tune in often, you know that I'm obsessed with my golden retriever. And so there better be a chief dog officer on the Legend. I don't know if Sydney can confirm, but there better be. It seems to be an Icon thing.
Yeah, I can't confirm it, but I feel like from the history we've seen, we have Rover, who lives on the Icon of the Seas, and we have our newest one, on the Star. So, and I did get to meet her.
I know.
It was amazing.
Oh,
and Kristen was the first person that I sent a picture to. I didn't send a picture to my mom or my dad or my best friend. I literally sent a picture to Kristen.
I love that. Marita also met Sailor when she was on the Star of the Seas. I'm like, everyone's met Sailor but me. So I'm really excited for the Legend of the Seas, and I hope there's a chief dog officer on board.
All right, Kristen, tell everybody who's with us today what we're doing. And remember, 800-354-8761 is the number to keep in mind, because we have some really cool itinerary that we're going to roll out after the break. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So when we come back, we are going to talk about some more featured vacations. Again, those are exclusive tours you can only get with AAA East Central. We're going to talk about
that too.
Snowmobile adventure. I was like, well, where am I going with this? So we're talking about a snowmobile adventure in Jackson, and then we're also going to be talking about a Royal Caribbean cruise that is a featured vacation. So that's something too. You can think of big names that are still going to be exclusive to AAA, and some of the things that we're able to add on to those trips to make them more designated to what you want.
Listen, that's why we are the spice of life. We have variety of AAA, from Jackson, Wyoming, and snowboarding, snowmobiling, to setting sail with Royal Caribbean. We do a little of everything.
Yeah, I'm glad you tripped up there too. I'm like, all these S's. We're doing snowmobiling, we're doing skiing, we're
Listen,
doing all of the things.
You hang out long enough with me, you'll trip up more times than not. All right, short break. We're coming back. Lots more. Your Pratt Pack today till 1 on KDKA Pittsburgh.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, My Old Kentucky Home for the Holidays. Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. And see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
With the kids back in school, now's the perfect time to refresh your home before the holidays. Larry Richard for Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory, your local experts in custom drapery, blinds, shades, shutters, and motorized window treatments. Get your home holiday ready with Lachina's free shop and home service and expert design advice. Visit Lachina's Dormont and Wexford showrooms or online at lachinadrapery.com. Call Lachina today, 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery, where style meets family tradition.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back. AAA East Central's Talking Travel. KDKA Radio, of course, is the place, and we've been doing it for over 3 decades. And today we have Sydney Young with us, Strategic Account Manager, Western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Royal Caribbean. Lots to get to with her, and your host, Christine Zapp. And we begin with our first itinerary here in segment number 2 for this Saturday on KDKA. Krista?
All right, so we are winding down to summer, and I think it's time we swap the swimsuit for snow boots. So I think a lot of times when people think of vacations, they're always thinking something sunny and Caribbean, or maybe they're thinking of Europe, but they kind of forget that we have so much to offer here in the U.S. So this week's featured tour is going to take us to a snow-covered trail of Wyoming for an exhilarating Jackson snowmobile adventure. It's a 5-night guided tour, and it includes 3 full days of guided snowmobiling, stops in Yellowstone National Park, the Continental Divide, and the Gros Ventre Range. So it's going to have a stay in Jacksonville, Wyoming. It's going to be known for its rustic charms, proximity to world-class winter scenery. You're going to have 7 meals, the comfortable lodging at the Elk Country Inn or similar, depending on the availability. All snowmobile is included. So think suits, boots, gloves, helmets, anything that you're going to need is included there. It's a true level 4 adventure. So this is best for active travelers that are ready to embrace winter in the wild. We have several different dates available. So if you visit AAA.com/featured vacations, we have several dates available starting as early as January of next year. Prices are going to be at $2,665 per person based on double occupancy. That is a AAA member rate. We have non-member rates available too, but of course, AAA members are going to save. So if you're interested in something like this, there's no better time to join AAA. Right now, we have a $20 membership. So it's honestly a no-brainer. Join, get your coverage for the following year, take advantage of some of these savings. As well as we move into the winter season, you're going to want that road service included as well. So like I said, January through March of 2026, there's tons of dates to choose from. Deposit is $875 per person, and your final payment's going to be due 30 to 60 days before departure. It's winter done right with breathtaking scenery, unforgettable excursions, and plenty of adrenaline. So you're going to want to book now to guarantee your spot. This is a one-of-a-kind snowmobile getaway. This does go fast. I believe we just put this on the shelf, and I wouldn't be surprised if, a month from now, we're sold out of all the spaces.
Well, and the cool thing about it, you don't have to be on a set of skis or a snowboard or ice skates, or basically you like winter weather and you want to get around, but you're not really athletically inclined and some of those other things that I'm not athletically inclined in as well. This way you get to participate and feel the power of that snowmobile.
Yeah, it's really cool. And even, I think that unless Marita's on here talking about winter in Alaska or the winter destinations because she loves them so much, we don't really talk about how you can still enjoy some of these incredible destinations in winter. A lot of times we're like, it's cold and we want to jet off to the Caribbean, which is totally fine. That's pretty cool as well. But to be able to experience something like this during the winter, it's a really cool, unique type of itinerary. And again, you can only get this with AAA East Central. So give us a call. We're here today till 5, 1-800-354-8761. A lot of your local offices are going to be open until at least between noon and 2, depending on where you're at in the area, stop by, ask the questions, see what dates work for you, and we can get this confirmed. It's a great way to get something on the books for next year, but it's not too far away, so you don't have to count down too far.
All right, before we go any further and get back to Sydney Young representing Royal Caribbean, we have something also that's kind of got a cold feel to it, but it'll warm you up when we tell you what it is as far as the itinerary is concerned. I'm actually going to be doing something social media-wise this coming Thursday. We're going to go live to tape about 3 in the afternoon, and then I'll roll it out on my social media platform. I'm going to be talking to Paul Hobeck. He basically is the project manager at the new Pittsburgh International Airport, lifelong resident of Western Pennsylvania. So he and I are going to interact. I'm going to do a sit-down Q&A with him, and we'll tag AAA Central, and you'll get a chance to get a really up-close and personal look at this airport, which really connects all the dots on everything that we talk about, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. And for what we do at AAA Central, it's like the icing on the cake.
I couldn't agree more. I already loved the Pittsburgh International Airport. The more places I travel, the more I love our hometown airport. And it's just going to be even cooler once it's complete. I know Alicia had a sneak peek of it while they were doing the construction, and I'm really excited to see it all come together. I'm really excited for the security lines to be a little bit quicker as well. So if you haven't already, that's a perfect opportunity to take advantage of TSA PreCheck. We do a lot of those events in our branches, so you can stop in whenever we're having those TSA PreCheck events, AAA.com/TSA, and you'll be able to take advantage of those rates and get, fast track through security, all of the goodies.
Well, and Sydney, I think you can attest to this working for the great brand that is Royal Caribbean. These airlines and airports are essential to what you all do, right?
Absolutely, yes. Actually, I saw some clips of the airport from our local photographer, Dave DiCello.
I saw those
He posted
too.
a video yesterday,
Yeah.
and it was super cool looking. But yeah, you when you're cruising, you always want to go in the night beforehand, and so it's really important to work with your AAA advisor to get the right flights and hotels that are in and around the port that you're sailing out of.
You guys both still get the ooh and ah, kind of like the fireworks moment when you walk up to a cruise ship. You still,
Absolutely.
It's just there's no way to really describe it until you do it.
I know.
There's not a better feeling. I'm telling you, that may be one of the best feelings in the world because it's such an awe-inspiring moment to know that you're going to get a chance to see places that you only could dream of. So we have a lot to get with her. But let's talk about memberships real quick as we go to break. Holidays coming up, great gift-giving idea. But you really need it not just for traveling, but for obviously with the cold weather, road service, obviously show your card and save. Lots of things, the AAA mobile app, talk about that. And most important, travel insurance, also car insurance. AAA is that one-stop shop, is it not, Kristen?
It is, and I don't know if you left me anything else to talk about there, Rob. You just sold it for me. So I do know that we are going to have score. There's going to be event-only membership discounts that you can score at our event that we're having with Royal Caribbean on Tuesday, September 23rd. So if you don't have a membership yet, you're interested in cruising, it's kind of a one-stop shop for everything. We're going to have prizes and giveaways. You're going to be able to book your cruise on spot, so you can get your cruise booked, you can get your membership booked. If there's something else that you're interested in, we are going to have travel advisors there that'll be able to give you different prices and availability, or maybe just tell you, what you're thinking of. You're like, oh, I want to go here. These are my dates. This is my budget. I'm not really sure how to piece it all together. That's why you work with a AAA travel advisor.
Listen, we had Marita, we had you, we had Andrea, we had Alicia last week in Kentucky. How did that showcase go?
Oh, it was so great. We loved the venue. It was gorgeous, right downtown. A lot of really cool things in downtown Louisville. We went to the Slugger Museum, which was pretty cool. And they, I know Kaylin went to Churchill Downs. So, there was just a lot of cool ways to turn a work trip into something fun, which is kind of what we do for a living. We turn work trips into fun, which is really cool. But there were so many attendees, so many great presentations. The travel advisors were busy all day long. It was a great, great expo.
And I think, Sydney, you'll attest to this. If you're thinking of a career that is exciting and every day is different, where you get to really meet some cool folks, working in the business of travel is a pretty good thing, is it not?
Nothing beats it. And I came from the medical sales world, and I don't know much about science, so it was pretty boring. I know a lot more about travel, so it doesn't feel like work at all.
All right, 800-354-8761. So when we come back, what are we going to do?
When we come back, we are going to shift from snowmobiling to glacier cruising. So we do have the opportunity where we work with different, big names like Royal Caribbean and make those a featured vacation. So again, This type of itinerary you can only get with AAA East Central. Sydney just returned from a trip from Alaska, so we're going to hear a lot from Sydney in this next segment.
All right, these two, another segment, and then a segment after that, and then the noon hour of Zachariah Brown Brakovich will be here today. Law for the Elderly and Calling. Brakovich today is going to be talking to Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care for a special conversation about their partnership and the upcoming Learn, Care, Share event, which is September 26th. So I'm far from being done. Stay with me. We're coming back with more great news from Royal Caribbean on AAA East Central's Talking Travel with your Pratt Pack. Moments away, KDKA.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Got any plans for the weekend? Maybe taking the kayak out to Lake Arthur? Or perhaps catching a Buccos ball game downtown? Well, no matter where you're headed, you can also plan on earning some cash back with the Upside app. With Upside, you can earn up to 25 cents per gallon at hundreds of local gas stations, including GetGo, Circle K, and Sunoco. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up with promo code PITT162. That's promo code PITT162 for an extra 25 cents per gallon. See why Upside users in Pittsburgh have racked up more than $3 million in cash back earned. Next time you're fueling up for the weekend, make the smart move with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT162. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery overnight. It happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. Victim is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say one man has been detained for questioning. Good news for fans of the Backyard Brawl. Well, the game happens at 3:30 this afternoon in Morgantown, but yesterday, Friday, the schools announced they're extending the storied rivalry. They'll be taking a 3-season break, but it will come back in 2029, and the Panthers and Mountaineers will then meet annually through 2036. Pitt will host the game 2029, 2031, 2033, and 2035. KDK Radio News Time is 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Hello.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. After I finished my service in the Marine Corps in 2006, I joined the trainee program of a Wall Street brokerage. I'll admit, those were some of the unhappiest days of my life. The financial crisis was dawning, and I was trying to survive a cutthroat environment that included cold calling on speakerphone in a room of my peers while markets plummeted and my firm raised their fees. After 8 years, Dad, Sarah, and I took a risk. We walked away from the relentless corporate mandates and opened the doors to our family-owned firm, where we could put our clients' needs first. Best decision we ever made. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here and we work here in the building that we bought together. We take pride in offering personalized, caring service to our clients. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sun will give way to clouds with a warm high of 84 this afternoon, then partial clearing with a low of 59 tonight. Sunny to partly cloudy, high a warm 85 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, Christine Zaff is here and from Royal Caribbean. She is Sydney Young. We have a lot to get to, so let's put Royal Caribbean in the spotlight. Kristen.
Yes, let's do it. So this week's Cruise of the Week is an unforgettable Alaska cruise tour with Royal Caribbean. We're combining a land tour with a cruise on board Ovation of the Seas. This trip is going to have 11 nights total. 7 nights are going to be southbound Alaska and Hubbard Glacier cruise from Seward. We're going to have 4-night pre-cruise land tour, which is Fairbanks to Denali. There's an incredible scenic rail ride on the Wilderness Express Dome train. We've got wildlife tours, including the Tundra Wilderness Tour and a riverboat discovery cruise. The landing accommodations are going to include 2 nights at Pike's Waterfront Lodge, 2 nights at Denali Park Village. And the departure date for this specific itinerary is September 7th through the 18th of 2026. We are looking at an ocean view balcony. It's pricing at $37.25 per person based on double occupancy. We can do airfare, optional post-cruise transfers are available, shore excursions, anything that you might have questions about. We can definitely get a travel advisor to get all those details for you. And we, of course, have Royal Caribbean's cruise expert, Sydney Young, fresh off her very own Alaska adventure with us. So tell us a little bit about the experience on the land tour and the cruise portion.
So I got to say, if you've never been to Alaska or you've never done a vacation in a colder climate, like we talked about earlier, it's fun to go to the beach. When in the winter, you think about the beach and everything in the Caribbean or Europe. But I will tell you, I've been to 10 countries in Europe. I've been around the Caribbean and Mexico, and Alaska is at least in my top 3 favorite destinations of all time. There's just no way to really describe how you feel when you're in Alaska, especially combining a cruise with the land tour. So a cruise tour, it does all have to be booked as one single vacation. So what we've done with AAA is we've given them, an exclusive rate, And they can also help you with anything else you want to add, different types of excursions. But for cruise tours, Royal Caribbean actually does a great job of including a lot of excursions as well. So in Alaska, you start in Fairbanks. That's where I started as well. And Pike's Waterfront Lodge is one of the coolest places I've ever stayed. The owner, his name is Jay. He's owned it since the year 2000. And it has a lot of history. It was a homestead originally, so there's a ton of Alaska history there, and you can learn a lot about the native culture in and around Fairbanks, which there's a lot of Athabascans. That's the native heritage in that area in Alaska. And back to his lodge that he owns, he's super passionate about it. He's from Alaska himself. And I think just partnering with him in Fairbanks to give guests an experience at this lodge is super cool. And it's very different from a lot of other cruise tours that are offered out there. So if you're looking for something authentic, it's locally owned and operated. You're supporting a local Alaskan family. It's got all the history. There was a reindeer sanctuary, a Northern Lights Discovery Center. There was a library and a theater on the property. It felt like a perfect day in Fairbanks. To be honest.
I love it.
And that's what Jay calls it. Because he loves Royal Caribbean. So in Fairbanks, you'll also have an included riverboat discovery cruise. That is an excursion on an old sternwheeler. And this excursion was 3 hours long. We got a chance to learn about the history of the Discovery boats that are used on the river. They're fourth generation now. So the people that run these boats and the captains are all in the same family. And they take you to a native village off the Chena River. You get to walk around and explore some of the culture and hear from local Athabascan people in Fairbanks. And they have the best homemade blueberry donuts on this cruise. And they're free. They're delicious.
I love that.
So Fairbanks was amazing. And flying into Fairbanks was very easy too. As soon as you get off the plane, you go right over to the Royal Caribbean desk. They take your luggage. They put you on the hotel transportation, and you head over to the Fairbanks Waterfront Lodge, or the Pikes Waterfront Lodge.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
Cool. Well, so this also includes the wildlife tour, the Tundra Wilderness Tour. Tell us a little bit about what that experience is like.
Yes. So Denali National Park is one of the largest national parks in our country. Alaska has a lot of national parks, actually, but Denali specifically has Mount McKinley, which is the highest mountain peak in North America. About 30% of people have a chance to see the peak itself because it's so high up. It's always sort of hidden by the clouds. We did get to see the base of it. The sun was sort of shining down on it. It was very picturesque. So in Denali National Park, when you book your cruise tour with Royal Caribbean, you get one of two excursions. So this specific cruise tour, you get the Tundra Wilderness excursion. The one that I did was called the Denali Natural History Tour. So those are the two that the park hosts. And the Tundra Wilderness Tour is included on this cruise tour. It goes super deep into the park, whereas the one that I did went to mile 17. So you could stop and see Denali or Mount McKinley when it's peeking out. But the Tundra Wilderness Tour goes way past mile 17, almost 40 to 50 miles in. And when you take that tour, it gives you so many more opportunities to see the brown bears, the moose, the caribou. The Alaskan bird is called a ptarmigan, I think. They're funny little looking things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Tundra Wilderness Tour is included with this cruise tour. So it's an all-day excursion, and you're on a bus with a guide. You stop about every hour, so there's restroom breaks along the way. You can pack some snacks with you, but you'll see so much wildlife by doing the Tundra Wilderness Tour.
Wow. I love it. That makes me, I know I've done Alaska, but I've only done the cruise portion. And I was telling Sydney before we got started, that only made me want to do the tour more.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're already going that far and you're already going and going to be there for the cruise, you have to add the tour. It just adds so much more to your experience. And, speaking of that, there's a scenic rail ride on the Wilderness Express Dome train that kind of like pieces it together, right?
Yes. Yeah. So the Wilderness Express is our glass dome rail car that you ride from Denali to your next destination, or vice versa, depending on if you do your land tour pre or post cruise. This specific Wilderness Express you will take from Denali down towards Anchorage, I believe. So you have a two-level train car, and on the top you have all the guests and a complete glass dome. So you have like literally 360-degree views of all the landscape and the mountains and the rivers around you. And you're leaving from Denali, like the train station is quite literally right next to the visitor center. So it's super cool experience. You just, you finish your tour and then you walk down to the train station, and it's so cool seeing it pull into the terminal there. And when you board, you have really comfortable seats, lots of leg room, outlets, tray. They have a full service bar and restaurant as well. So the staff that run the train cars and the restaurant are phenomenal. There's some light discussion throughout the journey, so they'll point out some historic areas along the way, and the food was fantastic.
That's the best part.
I loved the food. And so they'll come around and ask you if you're dining with them, and then they'll walk you down to the first level, and you get to enjoy a delicious meal on the first car of the train, or the first floor. And it's also ADA accessible too. I noticed they have an elevator that can take you up and down from the first floor to the second floor. So
awesome. So, why do you think Royal Caribbean's a top pick for Alaska?
I would say because Royal Caribbean specifically, we do not have resorts that we've built in Alaska, right? We operate through locally owned and operated lodges, like I mentioned about Pike's Waterfront Lodge that's in Fairbanks. Denali Park Village is the lodge you stay at near Denali National Park, and you feel like you're in Alaska. I will say I've toured another hotel in the area when I was in Fairbanks, and it was a nice hotel, but it didn't feel like authentic. It didn't feel like Alaska, and so I just feel like if you're booking with Royal Caribbean, you'll really feel like you're in Alaska.
I love that, and that's one of the really special things about booking with AAA East Central and booking these AAA featured vacations is that we're making sure that these tours are authentic, they're hand curated, they are something that you can't get anywhere else, and that's part of the experience with Royal Caribbean as well. What would you say an insider tip would be for traveling to Alaska?
Well, especially in September, because that's when we're talking about, promoting this featured vacation, September 7th to the 18th. It is fall during that time frame. Hard to believe that I was not prepared in Denali and did not bring a coat because I'm from Pittsburgh. So it is cold. It was 32 degrees that day, and all I had was a sweater and a vest. So insider tip is pack in layers, because especially in September, it is chillier, and especially in Denali because we reached 13,000 feet. So you're up higher, it's going to be colder. But the other areas that we were in all along the trip between Fairbanks, Anchorage, Seward, Talkeetna, it was between, I would say, 55 to 62. So
that's when you say Royal Caribbean hoodie.
Yeah, yes. Gotta have your Royal Caribbean swag on. Like I got my Star T-shirt on. So if it's 3 p.m. in the middle of the afternoon, it might be 65 degrees. I'm taking my taking my sweater off.
Obviously, we've been talking Royal Caribbean long before you two showed up to do such a great job, but the brand speaks for itself. I mean, to be able to continue to thrive, not just survive, but thrive with all the various types of travel out there, I think it speaks volumes for what you guys do, Sydney, and I know that must make you very proud to represent that brand.
Absolutely. We're always trying to outdo ourselves.
Boy,
sounds like AAA, always trying to outdo ourselves.
Well, that's a great catchphrase.
I love it.
Always trying to outdo ourselves. Yep. I will not take credit for that one, but I would if I could. All right, short break. We'll come back. One more segment. We're going to go over everything again, and then we're going to get ready for a little new news with Rob Taylor moments away today on KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, My Old Kentucky Home for the Holidays? Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. And see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At WIC, they know that raising a family takes love and support. That's why the Allegheny County WIC program is here to help yours thrive with free healthy food, nutrition tips, and breastfeeding support for moms, babies, and kids under 5. Whether you're a parent, grandparent, or caregiver, WIC is for your family. Call 412-350-5801 or visit pawic.com to get started. PAWIC is funded by USDA. USDA is an equal opportunity provider, employer, and lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Kristen Zapp is here and Sydney Young representing Royal Caribbean. Final segment, so it's all yours. Go ahead, Kristen.
All right. So as we close out today's show, don't forget, Featured Vacations offer exclusive curated travel experiences that you cannot find anywhere else. Both the tour and cruise featured today are Featured Vacations. This week's tour of the week is the thrilling Jackson Snowmobile Adventure. Call to reserve your spot before the snow starts falling. I promise you, before the end of summer, it will be sold out. And then we, of course, have our Royal Caribbean Cruise of the Week, which is going to take you from the wilderness of Denali to the glaciers of Alaska on board the Ovation of the Seas. Either of those tours, you can give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. You can stop in your local office as well. And then, of course, at the end of this month, we have our Royal Caribbean Fall into Savings event. It is September 23rd. It is at the Courtyard by Marriott Pittsburgh University Center. It is from 6 to 8 p.m. You're going to get that inside scoop from Sydney at Royal Caribbean. You're going to have event-only AAA membership discounts. There's going to be giveaways and prizes. And then, of course, you can book your cruise on spot. So as we, wrap things up, we want to get a final thought from, Royal Caribbean's guest, Sydney Young. So what's new, what's exciting, what's on the horizon for Royal Caribbean?
Well, one of the new things, just to piggyback off the cruise tour that we have with AAA on the Featured Vacations, is that it's on the Ovation of the Seas. And the Ovation is not even 10 years old, but it's getting refurbished before its cruise tour season next summer. And it's a Quantum class ship. So this is the first time ever that we have a Quantum class ship like the Ovation that is doing the cruise tour itineraries from Seward to Vancouver and Vancouver to Seward. So the Ovation has more dining, more entertainment, just more of everything to do on board. And we've seen such an uptick in families wanting to travel to Alaska. So we're putting a ship that matches that trend in the market, and it's going to be amazing.
Is there a basketball court on board?
Of course.
See, this is how we get my brother there. We have taken him on so many cruises, and all he wants to know is if there's a sports court.
Of
So
course.
this is perfect. This is why Royal Caribbean's ahead of the game.
And we actually have what's called the Seaplex, and the Seaplex is a massive indoor sports complex, and it turns into basketball, pickleball, bumper cars, if you can believe it, and
I love it.
all other kinds of fun activities during the week. So that's a really cool feature for the Ovation. It's an adventurous ship. Of course, you got our beloved rock wall. We also have a skydiving simulator on this ship. Yeah, it's called iFly, and
I love it.
I don't know how I feel. I feel like I need to try it, but
I 100% need to try it.
yeah. So the Ovation, like I said, is getting newly amplified and refurbished before its summer 2026 season, and that is the ship that you will sail on when you book this Alaska cruise tour with AAA. And then I mentioned a little bit earlier in the first segment, we have the Liberty of the Seas that's also on the refurbishment list. The Liberty will be based in Southampton, which is in England, and she will be doing anywhere from the Norwegian fjords to Spain and Portugal, including a 9-night solar eclipse sailing along Spain and Portugal next summer. So the solar eclipse will be viewable from the Liberty, and the Liberty's getting some newer restaurants, refreshed pool deck, expanded casino. It's going to be a really exciting ship to keep out there in Europe.
That's awesome. So what would you say a favorite itinerary would be for first-time cruisers versus seasoned cruisers?
So if you're new to cruise, I highly recommend trying a 3 or 4-nighter on either, the Wonder of the Seas. That's an Oasis class ship. I think that's a great intro. The Utopia is really, really new. And so is the Wonder, actually. The Wonder's fairly new as well. So both of those have 3 and 4 night options. The Wonder is based in Miami right now, and the Utopia is based in Port Canaveral. So you can fly, to Miami, or you can fly to Orlando and try a 3-night cruise and pair it with something to do on land while you're down there. There's a lot of things that I'm sure your AAA agents can help you organize in both of those markets. There's a lot to eat and do and see in nature in both of, Miami and Orlando. So doing a 3 or 4-nighter is a great intro, and doing it on those types of ships, the Wonder and the Utopia, they're very new. They have tons of entertainment and dining on board. There's a lot of complimentary things to do on these bigger ships, so it's a really good intro to cruising.
I love it. And what do you think about seasoned cruisers?
Seasoned cruisers should go to Alaska.
Yes, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, of course, people who've cruised a lot, they've done the Caribbean, they've done Mexico. But I think something that's really exciting with Royal Caribbean is all the new destinations that we have invested in and built. So just this December, we have our first excursion with the Royal Beach Club coming out in Nassau. So
I'm excited to hear about that.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're going to talk about it more at the event on September 23rd. So the Royal Beach Club in Nassau on Paradise Island is right next to our ship. And you will just literally go straight to the Nassau terminal, hop on one of our super brightly colored Royal Caribbean water taxis, and head straight 5 minutes over to the beach right there on Paradise Island. So you book it like an excursion, and then it's an all-inclusive day pass for just a fun-filled beach day.
I love that. A lot of cruisers have, Nassau is a really popular port of call, so they've been there and they've done that.
Mm-hmm.
And this just gives them a little bit something extra that they haven't done before.
Yep.
So I think that's just another way that they're thinking outside of the box.
Absolutely.
I know Perfect Day at Coco Cay is one of my absolute favorite places. I wish I could just go on vacation there. So I'm excited. I know that they have a Perfect Day in Mexico on the horizon as well.
Yes, we do. So in 2027, we will launch Perfect Day Mexico. So if, like Kristen said, if you've been a seasoned cruiser, you have something to look forward to each year. So 2025, this December, Royal Beach Club is opening in Nassau. In 2026, the Legend comes out next summer in Europe, and we also will open a Royal Beach Club in Cozumel. And then in 2027, we are taking it up a notch in the Western Caribbean, and we have the Perfect Day Mexico launching. So it'll be very similar to CocoCay. One of the biggest differences is that Perfect Day Mexico will actually have a mile-long lazy river. It's the longest lazy, crazy river in the world.
Sign me up for that.
We'll have swim-up bars along the way and everything. It's going to be really exciting.
Listen, I remember when the rock wall came, it was like a massive hit. Everybody just went, they loved it. They went crazy. So, hey, they've been doing this a long time. My money's on Royal Caribbean. Sydney, your parents got to be proud of both of you guys. You do such a great job. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Thank you, Rob.
Kristen, good stuff.
I know. I am so excited. We have this event coming up on the 23rd. If you like anything you heard today, Sydney's going to be there. I'm going to be there. We've got our Res Center agents staffed. Again, September 23rd at the Courtyard by Marriott, Pittsburgh. You can give us a call to sign up. Space is limited, 1-800-354-8761. If you are interested in any of the featured vacation tours we talked about today, or if you're interested in something maybe a little bit different, Hannah is staffed. She is there today and ready to make the magic happen for you.
800-354-8761. You two have a good weekend, okay?
Thanks. You too, Rob.
All right, Zachariah Brown Brakovich. Coming up, we're going to be joined by Colleen, who has her guest, Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care, for a special conversation about their partnership in the upcoming Learn, Care, Share event, which is happening September 26th. That's moments away with Colleen and me right here on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Elder Law Attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based. Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees now in Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating a Friday night shooting in Homewood that has turned deadly. As shooting happened on Newman Way at Felicia Way, police found the man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but he later died at the hospital. No word on any suspect descriptions. The widow of Charlie Kirk spoke to the public for the first time since her husband was killed during a speaking engagement in Utah Wednesday. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
My husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior.
Mrs. Erica Kirk addressed the nation courtesy of Turning Point USA. To President Trump, she said,
"My husband loved you."
And the quote, evildoers responsible for her husband's assassination
have no idea what they have done.
She said, they should all know this.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
30-year-old teacher at Connellsville Middle School facing sexual abuse charges, accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old former student. Fayette County DA says Ashley Mongell also faces a charge of unlawful contact with a minor. The DA's office says they were made aware of the situation through a report from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators discovered conversations, adult in nature, between Mongell and the minor through cell phones and social media, as well as shared explicit images. KDK Radio News Time is 12:02. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm this afternoon. Sun will be followed by clouds and a high of 84, then partial clearing, low 59 tonight. Sun and a few clouds, high 85 for tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack back for the final hour of our Saturday marathon, and what a way to finish. Big show coming up. Colleen Brackovich is here, of course, of that law firm that we love to talk elder law, and every once in a while we get a 5-star guest, and I've been telling you all morning, found out about this latter part of this week, that she is going to welcome Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care for a special conversation about their partnership, and we're going to tell you all about the upcoming Learn, Care, Share event on September 26th. Let me just remind you, they've got offices everywhere. The number you need to know to make the call to set up an appointment, 724-942-6200. Colleen joins us right now on the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see this show, stream live, and hear it too by going to kdkradio.com and clicking on KDK Watch. Really excited about today. It's great to see you again, Counselor. Good afternoon.
Good to see you, Rob. How are you?
I am wonderful, but better now. Really looking forward to this show.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. So we've had an opportunity over the last few weeks here, last few radio shows that we've had to invite our gold level sponsors for our Learn Care Share event to come on and spend time talking with them. And we're happy to have Sherry here with us today and learning more about Caring Mission Home Care, learning about the services that they offer and how they work along with Zachariah Brown and Brackovich to be able to help deliver good care and good service to our clients.
All right, so what do you say we bring her on and say hello to her,
Let's
Sherry?
bring Sherry on, and she can introduce herself and take it from there.
Hey, Sherry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I am wonderful. Tell us a little bit about who, what, when, where, why, and how, then we'll get started. Go ahead.
Okay. So Caring Mission Home Care was founded 25 years ago. We service Washington, Fayette, Greene, and the southern part of Allegheny County, and we provide in-home services for seniors. So we are a company that will come in and help keep the consumer in their home while they're safe instead of being placed in a personal care home. And we often see people in independent living facilities as well. So our services will range anywhere from assistance with bathing and dressing, medication assistance, to full care, bed care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we walk through that journey, the aging journey, with the client from the beginning until the end.
So it's all good, and it's that extra effort that you guys give by keeping people comfortable in their comfortable surroundings. So Colleen, go right ahead. I know you got a lot of stuff you want to talk to her about, so feel free to get started.
Sure. Well, thanks, Rob. So I thought Sherry and I would just talk a little bit this morning about, how we work together. From the legal perspective, we're having families come into our offices, and obviously they are concerned about the legal ramifications, the costs, and how we're going to afford it, and do I have the correct documents in place, powers of attorney and wills, and if a trust is appropriate. But often when we're meeting with the clients, the needs go above and beyond that. Okay, there are real challenges that families are thrown into, often sometimes unexpectedly or suddenly, or they just didn't think it was so bad so soon. Suddenly they're managing appointments, they're managing medications, they're doing the personal care themselves, they are missing time at work, they're missing time with their families, they're feeling stressed out, burdened, they've become isolated from their friends and family because they're constantly, helping their loved one. So having an opportunity to be able to refer out to other companies, other businesses, and folks who are also aligned with us and trying to support seniors and support families, it is a great opportunity for us to be able to kind of offload some of that burden that our clients are feeling when we can't do anything about it. There isn't anything legal we can do to help, but having Caring Mission Home Care as a referral partner is fantastic for us to be able to, kind of shift that burden. So I don't know, Sherry, you want to talk a little bit about, maybe kind of how you guys work with alleviating that burden, whether it's taking over full care, being able to be there to supplement, respite. And we'd be interested to hear about that.
Well, I'd like to talk about our most recent blog that we did about dementia, because I think that is something that relates to the Symposium for Learn, Care, and Share. And we often find that the families that take over that role to take care of someone with dementia are some of the most loving family members out there. But they also have the challenges of frustration, feeling overwhelmed, and feeling like they're in this by themselves. And that's where Caring Mission comes into place. And we always look at our relationship as one of, we're the team that helps the family with the day-to-day in the home, and their elder law attorneys provide that legal and financial planning that gives the families the peace of mind for the future. So there's two steps to this. And we will often go in and do an assessment in the beginning and work with the family as well as the client to see what the needs are for both. It's not just the needs for the client that has dementia, it's needs for the family. Because our goal is to make sure there is a peace of calmness in the home. And many times when someone is taking care of a loved one with dementia, they are so overwhelmed that they feel like they're in this by themselves. And we try and give them that moment so they can step away, go have lunch with a friend, take a ride in the car, whatever it is to give them that moment to feel normalcy while we meet the needs of their loved one with has dementia. And something that Caring Mission has done to make sure that we are educated and our caregivers are educated is we have certified 42 of our caregivers as certified dementia practitioners. And that is taking that one step above to make sure that we are all on the same page and we address this consistently across the continuum of care.
That's really interesting because I think we know it because we work in this area, but truly taking care of someone with dementia is very different from just somebody who needs help with personal care. There's a whole lot more that goes into it. And so having individuals who work for your company who are dementia practitioner certified really is, I think, very advantageous because that's who's taking care of a lot of these individuals who need the care do have a dementia diagnosis of some sort. And it truly is a very specialized area of care. So I think that's really beneficial for your caregivers.
And what we see a lot is that family caregivers are really trying to balance the full-time jobs. A lot of times it's the daughters and the sons that's trying to help the parent. So it's the balancing of the full-time job, their own families, and the endless responsibilities of their own home. And often those caregivers struggle with fatigue and finances and sometimes feelings of guilt. And when it comes to the finances, we stress to our families, reach out to elder law attorneys such as Zachariah Brown and Brockovich so that you have that resource to plan today for tomorrow. You have to have the power of attorney for the medical. You have to have the power of attorney for the finances. You cannot wait till it's too late. There's so much involved in that. So we really try and talk to them about that up front so that they are prepared for the future.
Colleen, jump in here and talk about your Share and Care event. Explain that to the audience.
I do want to talk about the symposium. Yeah, we got right into the meat of the conversation, but we want to talk about our symposium. But it's all like I said, aligned with this. Caregivers are in a position where they are trying to. Often we call it the sandwich generation. You have your own families at home. You're trying to take care of your own home. You're trying to take care of your work that you're trying to do, and also balancing the care of an older parent or aunt or uncle, brother, sister, trying to make that all work. And it's extremely overwhelming. So this is our 4th annual Learn, Care, Share Symposium. So when we took off on this project 4 years ago, it was an idea to bring resources together for caregivers. So there's going to be educational resources. There's speakers coming in and to be there and talking about the various things that are concerning to people. We have Alzheimer's Association, and we have Parkinson's Foundation, and we have, Caring Mission Home Care, Executor Services, Life Care Management through ICOR, lots of different agencies that are there to help support families who are going through this. Being able to provide access to vendors. So a component of the symposium is the vendor area. So you have an opportunity to see people who do this type of work, find out, hey, I didn't know that there was someplace I could get X, Y, and Z. And I didn't know that there was somebody out there who could do this for me or could help supplement or point me in the right direction. So we have the educational component. We have the vendor component to be able to be connected with resources. And we also try to throw in something that's a little bit fun and relaxing to give those caregivers a break because they often don't have that opportunity. So it's really a nice event. Again, it's September 26th. I don't think I even said that yet. It's Friday, September 26th from 9 to noon, and it'll be held at the South Point Loft Conference Center, which is in South Point on Noble Energy Drive. You can find the information on our website, so zachbrownlaw.com. Log onto our website, call the office, 724-942-6200. It is a free event, but you can go to either the phone or to our website to register.
All right, we got much more with Sherry and Colleen, of course, today, and it's Caring Mission Home Care, which provides in-home services to keep your loved one at home throughout the aging process and recovering process. Caring Mission currently services Washington, Fayette, Greene, and Allegheny County. So stay with us. Lots more to come today. Good to see Colleen again. By the way, this is the first of 2 weeks back-to-back. Zachariah Brown Brockovich will be on the air with us, and that's a good thing. Stay with us.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-810-3588. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Colleen Brakovic, and of course, it is all about their big event coming up, Learn, Care, Share event, September 26th, ZachBrownLaw.com, 724-942-6200, their social media platforms as well. And today, she is joined by Sherry Hewitt-Laird of Caring Mission Home Care for a special conversation about the partnership and the upcoming event. So let's get back to Colleen right now. Go ahead, Colleen.
Thank you. So I had an opportunity during the break to make sure I had my list of all my speakers in front of me. So now I can rattle them off without trying to do it from memory. Christine Murphy and myself will be there speaking on behalf of Zachariah Brown Brakovich, are the resources that we can provide to clients based on, or potential clients and families based on a legal perspective of helping them navigate eligibility for Medicaid, veterans benefits, even family caregiving arrangements. So we often don't think of family care as being paid care, but it actually can be. Family care can also be paid care, whether we're utilizing some of the government programs to pay for it, or whether the family member is just actually paying for it themselves by hiring their family member. So we'll be talking about some of that. We're going to have Carrie McCann from Moonset and Company. She is a death doula who I have had the opportunity to speak with before and present with on other presentations, and she's great. She's fantastic, helping families walk through that emotional journey of what it's like to be losing someone. Sarah Murphy from the Alzheimer's Association, she always gives a great presentation on some of the challenges that population faces with us. We're going to have Marla Turnbull, who's a certified dementia practitioner, again speaking specifically to those events. And then we're going to have Peter Bolova. He's a physician and the director of the Adult Down Syndrome Center. So a different population, but not everything's not about taking care of just folks with dementia. There's lots of other individuals who are caregivers and supporting family members in their homes and in the community that we want to make sure that we are supporting. So again, that is Friday, September 26th, 9 to noon at the Loft Conference Center in South Point. And so we hope that you will register for this free community event, come out and see us and take advantage of what we have to offer that day.
All right, before we get back to Sherry for a couple of more thoughts, let's just talk about some things happening with your incredible law firm in which you are now one of the managing partners. So you got some new digs, some things are happening, right?
We did. We just moved our office last week in Peters Township, not too far from 111 West McMurray Road to 108 West McMurray Road. So just right across the street. But we are very fortunate that we are continuing to grow, bring on new attorneys, new paralegals, new support staff, and we have outgrown our office. So it was a coordinated effort. Everybody worked really hard and got it all done last week. So I think our clients haven't seen too much disruption to their services. And like I said, we're right across the street, so they're not going anywhere any different. So just check us out at 108 West McMurray Road, because that is where we are now. So that was exciting.
So what we're going to do, Sherry's here for just this segment, and then we're going to roll into some questions coming up in our final two segments. But the last thing before we get to Sherry, the Florida brand is really growing too, is it not?
Absolutely. Yeah. Carl was just letting us know at the end of the day yesterday that, bringing another hospital system into the fold. So things are really booming in our Florida office that is in the Bonita Springs area. So that services Southwestern Florida, Naples, Fort Myers. So any of our friends and family who maybe are snowbirds or maybe who've relocated to Florida, and especially if you need support for a family member in Pennsylvania, but you're living in Florida, or vice versa, the family members in Florida, but perhaps you're here, just know that Zachariah Brown and Brackovich can support you, because we have offices in both places and attorneys that are licensed to handle the nuance of applying for Medicaid and veterans benefits and home care needs in both Pennsylvania and Florida.
All right, Sherry, listen, I just want to get one quick one in here, Quinn, though, like Colleen jump back in. You were talking about dementia. I think all of us have been affected by it in one form or another. And one of the things with you all doing what you do, it takes that burden off of somebody, because they're helping people that obviously aren't in that same place that they once were when they were able to take care of them and they were healthy as far as their mental outlook is concerned. And not to mention, what you all do is physical work. It is tiring work. And as you said, when you're trying to balance, take care of your own family, go to work, take care of your home, what a great relief and a gift is when you think of Caring Mission Home Care to be able to take care of these people in their time of need. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the most rewarding things that often occurs is when a daughter or son reaches out to us and tells us that they can finally sleep through the night and not worry about their mother or their father, that they know they have a caregiver that can stay with them and help them out. It really gives that sense of relief. And it is so important that they take care of their mental health as well. It is a struggle and it is challenging. And in the beginning, it's not as bad because it's just the forgetfulness. It is as the diseases, there's 100 different types of dementia, first of all. And when it comes to the Alzheimer's and the Parkinson's and the Lewy body, as those three progress, the client often changes, and it can be very challenging. And that's where we will come in to help them, give them that sense of calmness, and teach them. We also teach them how to respond to their mother or their father and how to take care of themselves and their relative. It's really important.
Good stuff. Go ahead, Colleen.
I just, Sherry, if we can just, talk a little bit too about, I think maybe some of the day-to-day places where Caring Mission Home Care really, I know you've touched on it, but can really step in as far as, helping with the, not the personal care, but the supervision, the meal preparation, the light housekeeping, and all of the other things that, so as a family progresses, that maybe they, only need to dip their toe in right now with a few small things, but getting that family member accustomed to the caregiver coming in, used to having somebody else in the house, building that trust so that over time, as they need more care, those building blocks have already been put into place.
And that's important. Building the trust is one of the most important things in the beginning, because oftentimes seniors don't want somebody coming into their home, but we will send the same consistent caregiver. We don't switch out our caregivers. We want that relationship between the caregiver and the client, which is important. And we'll start with anything as simple as going in and assisting them, getting up, getting dressed, getting them breakfast, and starting their day. And then as time progresses, we assist with medication management. We will do outings with them. We will, especially our patients with dementia, it's really important that we keep them busy. So we'll do everything from puzzles to painting to putting scrapbooks together. That's always something that they like to do. They like to go back and look at their old pictures. So we will pull those old pictures together and we will scrapbook with them. And dancing. They love to dance. The seniors love music, and music is great therapy for clients who have Alzheimer's. So we'll dance with them. We'll do whatever it takes to keep them happy and calm. And then as that progresses and they need more care, then we're there to continue that continuum as well. From, we'll fix dinner for the family. We will help them get ready for bed. If the family wants us there overnight so they can get a good night's sleep, we'll do overnight. That's often something that we see as a need. And then as they get to the point that they need full bed care, we'll be there for that as well. And then as hospice is called in, we will continue through that process. We have relationships with local hospice agencies as well as caregivers who are trained in hospice. So we provide that full continuum of care.
Listen, Sherry, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right. Listen, calling as we go to break. Tell them about the event again, then we'll go to break. Go ahead.
Okay, so Friday, September 26th from 9 till noon, our 4th annual Learn, Care, Share Caregiver Symposium at the Loft Conference Center in South Point. Register on our website, our website is no longer PittsburghElderLaw.com, ZachBrownLaw.com, or by phone, 724-942-6200.
All right, again, don't forget McKeesport, Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, Bonita Springs, all of those places. One number is the best way to reach them, 724-942-6200, ZachBrownLaw.com, 724-942-6200. My favorite part of any time we get together is giving you a chance to get all of your questions answered when it comes to elder law. And Colleen is ready to take those calls right now. The number is 866-391-1020. So we're talking caregiver stuff, power of attorney, wills, estate planning, and more, trust, whatever is on your mind that falls in that category of elder law. Now's the time to get on the line and give us a call. 866-391-1020. Colleen and I back with more on KDKA in just a couple of moments. Rob Taylor, 2 minutes away with a news update at 12:30.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Got any plans for the weekend? Maybe inviting some friends over and firing up the grill? Or perhaps ordering wings and pizza to watch the game? Well, no matter what you got cooking, you can also plan on earning some cash back with the Upside app. With Upside, you can earn up to $10 cash back at grocery stores and restaurants like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Pizza Hut. The best part, you can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first grocery or restaurant purchase with promo code PIT192. That's promo code PITT192 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. See why Upside users in Pittsburgh have racked up more than $3 million in cashback earned. Whether you're stocking up or winding down for the weekend, make the smart move with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT192. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery overnight. Happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by two men dressed in all black on the fourth floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the male victim, according to police. That man is in the hospital in stable condition. Now, police say one man has been detained for questioning. Well, this week, we reported that state police issued 383 warnings for the first 2 months of the Paul Miller's Law, which outlaws holding an electronic device while driving. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado spoke to a driving instructor on the dangers of distracted driving.
Jim Clare of Ultimate Defensive Driving School cites staggering numbers. In the U.S. last year, there were 3,500 deaths and 986,000 injuries linked to distracted driving.
The average text, David, takes about 4.2 seconds to send or receive it. In 55 miles an hour, you just went the length of a football field blind.
And it's not just texting, but talking.
It's manual because you're playing with it. It's visual because you're looking at it. And it's cognitive because your brain's thinking about that.
Claire says wearing a headset or Bluetooth is not necessarily any safer. He says the best way to bring down the numbers, more enforcement by police. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDK.
It's time to replace your roof. What's the wise move? Getting a free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection? That's smart. Finding transparent pricing and flexible financing? That's brilliant. Working with the most trusted and reliable roofing company? Now that's genius. Home Genius Exteriors. Call now to get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sun will give way to clouds with a warm high of 84 this afternoon, then partial clearing with a low of 59 tonight. Sunny to partly cloudy, high a warm 85 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Colleen Brakovich is here. So, Colleen, what we're going to do, we're going to kind of go through some stuff that will kind of, I think, entice people to know exactly what you do and maybe even stimulate them to call in. So let me just throw some things out that I put together here. Let's start off with some of the basics at what you do at your law firm. All right. First up, we're going to talk about nursing home care and how you can get Medicaid to pay for it. Let's begin with that. Go ahead.
All right, that's okay. So Medicaid is actually the largest payer of long-term care, both federally and in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Okay, and it's Medicaid that actually has all the rules that go along with nursing home care. People think that you go to a nursing home and something happens and people start seizing your assets, or they put a lien on your house, they kick you out on the street. And that's not what happens. It's just that nursing home care is extremely expensive. We've talked about it before, but the average cost across the state is $399 and some change per day. So about $400 a day. And that's actually, if we're looking more in our metropolitan areas of Pittsburgh and surrounding suburbs, it's closer to, $13,000-$14,000 a month in a lot of cases. Okay. So it's the cost that drives people to apply for Medicaid, either because they have to, because they have no money, they have no ability to pay, or because they have some money and they are concerned about, well, if I spend $14,000 a month every month, and you're telling me that the average stay in a nursing home is a little over 3 years, I mean, we're talking $500,000-$600,000 of our life savings, going out the door. And so because Medicaid is who pays for long-term care, that's why understanding the rules, understanding navigating the system is so important, because we're either, like I said, trying to make sure we get eligible because we do qualify, and we're not thinking, oh, I have too much money, or oh, my income is too high, I don't qualify. Or because we're putting a protective plan in place that, okay, if I have to pay for some care right now, we're not doing this forever. We're going to protect our assets. We're going to set money aside. We're going to try to, keep that nest egg as much as we can, and utilize some of these other government programs that are out there. So Medicaid truly is, they are that largest payer, and that's who has all the rules. There's no rules with regard to going to nursing homes, but that's the source of payment.
Just to give you
helping families navigate that.
Just to give you an idea, the price will never go down. When we started this program, it was averaging about $9,000 a month. So we're now at 14. Yeah. So it's only going to go up. So when you say protecting your assets, exactly what type of steps are you talking about, and what are some of the assets?
So there's basically two ways that I think that we help families who have a Medicaid need or potential Medicaid need. So we meet with families who want to pre-plan, maybe because they have been through it with their parents. They knew when their parents went to a nursing home, or their brother or sister went to a nursing home, they saw what happened, and they don't want the same thing to happen to their family. And so they're a little more motivated to try to do some, what we would refer to as pre-planning. So when we pre-plan with clients, we are making sure that they have effective estate planning documents, the powers of attorney and the wills that will permit us to be able to do what we need to do in the future if there suddenly is a Medicaid need. And then also we take it a step further. Now, you might listen to financial programs on the radio or on the TV, and you hear people say, oh, everybody needs to go out and get a trust. Okay, well, you're not going to hear that from us. Not everybody needs a trust, but trusts are very important and an important tool that we can use with regard to pre-planning for the potential of needing care down the road. We use asset protection trusts to help start to retitle assets so that they don't become part of our countable net worth in the event that somebody needs nursing home care in the future. So we're helping families in advance put those building blocks in place, planning for the possibility of care down the road, and planning to how to utilize government benefits in the future. On the flip side, we're dealing with a lot of families who haven't done that. What we would refer to more as crisis planning. So we haven't done planning in advance, and now all of a sudden we have a care need. Somebody's in the nursing home, mom fell down the stairs, or somebody was in a car accident, and we have to all of a sudden worry about a nursing home. So we're helping families navigate what's countable, what's non-countable. How can we convert countable assets into non-countable assets? What's exempt? What do we have to worry about spending? And so helping families come up with a plan that's more reactionary to their current circumstance than maybe planning in the future.
All right, so any of you out there that have any questions on the things that we're talking about here, you can get some legal advice by calling 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Okay, let's talk about some of these essential documents like power of attorney and wills, and navigating such things as the VA or Social Security. So take your time, a little bit of everything.
Sure, we'll do everything. So, I mean, if you've listened to the program before, you hear us harp about powers of attorney, all day, every day. Powers of attorney are for everyone. They're not just for when we get older. Everybody over the age of 18 needs to have a power of attorney, because once we become an adult, there is nobody else who has the authority to speak for us, to make decisions on our behalf, to even just help coordinate. I mean, I'll give you a brief example. I met with a family about a week ago, and this is the individual's brother. Okay, so his brother ended up in a nursing home, and his sister-in-law ended up in another nursing home. So there are two different nursing homes, two different counties, one in Allegheny County, one in Westmoreland County, and they're both in need of trying to come up with some sort of long-range plan. They both know that going home is probably not going to be an option. They have no powers of attorney in place. So the problem is that the brother has no legal authority to have access to information about them, to figure out what their finances are, and they're kind of stuck there almost. And they would like to be together. So they haven't seen each other in several months because they've been in these separate nursing homes. So they'd like to get, brother and sister-in-law back into the same nursing home together so that they can be together. They'd like to make some sort of more long-term arrangement for them so they can be closer to family and friends. More people will come and visit. But they can't get any information from the facilities because they can't release any protected health information. So the only time that they can get information is if they physically drive into the nursing home and they're sitting there with them. And they can't get any information because the homes are wanting to know, well, how are you going to pay, right? If we want to move somebody from one facility to another, the first question is, well, can they afford us? Are they eligible for Medicaid? Do they have resources to be able to pay? How long are they going to be able to pay? And the individual can't answer these questions either. And so just having that power of attorney document in place would have been so helpful to this family in trying to coordinate all this, okay? Because now all these goals that they have for their family can't be met because they don't have a power of attorney. So it's something that's so fundamental, and, I want to say we try to make it extremely easy for families to get done. Something that's easy, that in the grand scheme of things, when we talk about legal fees and estate planning documents, they are generally pretty inexpensive in comparison to the value that they offer. So just getting those basic estate planning documents, the basic powers of attorney in place are so important. Step up. Everybody, generally needs wills. Although if you die without a will in Pennsylvania, the laws in Pennsylvania will make sure that your stuff goes somewhere. It might not be the people that you want it to go to, or it might not be the individuals you want in charge. So it's extremely important, take a look at those wills. I mean, I've run into this actually a few times recently. Although it's not a requirement in Pennsylvania that wills be notarized, we notarize all of our wills. It makes them what they call self-proving. So it means that you don't have to offer to the Register of Wills or the Department of Court Records that somebody actually saw these documents being executed. Okay, so long story, what that means is that if your will is not notarized, the people who witnessed the will have to offer testimony at the time of your death. So now we got to hunt these people down. So it could be your lawyer who is retired and his secretary who passed away, or, your next door neighbors from 40 years ago that, live in Florida now. So having to hunt these people down, although there's, it doesn't make your will invalid. It doesn't, it wasn't something was done incorrectly at the time it was executed. It's legal, it's valid. It's just extra steps and extra work. So even just identifying some of those things like, hey, your will still generally says what you wanted to say, but when you die, we're going to have to hunt these people down. And so if, we just take a look at, updating your will, getting it notarized, taking care of some of those things. It's going to make it easier for your family when you pass away. It's going to make it less burdensome, quicker, for them to get things going. So just, looking at some of the basics there.
Listen, one of the things that you really are the strongest at when it comes to your law firm, and anybody will agree with me who works at the firm, it's VA benefits. This is something you take a lot of pride in. So just kind of give me the 101 as far as VA benefits, some things that people need to know. Go ahead.
So there's lots of veterans benefits out there for lots of different purposes. VA healthcare, there is compensation benefits, there's non-service connected disability benefits. So the one that we spend a lot of time in our practice working on are those non-service connected disability benefits. I think most families have an understanding that, yes, if somebody has a service connection to their disability, that there's money that's available from the VA to help them pay for that. And they know to file for compensation. But I think not everybody really truly understands that for wartime veterans or their surviving spouses. So this is one benefit that even if the veteran, the service person, never took advantage of these benefits during their lifetime, never filed for them during their lifetime, that their surviving spouse can make a claim for those benefits on their own. Okay, so helping families understand that there might be money available to those wartime veterans. You had to serve 90 days of active duty. One of those 90 days fell during a period of wartime, okay, is set by Congress. If you enlisted after 1980, the service requirements are a little bit different. You had to do 2 years or your full term of service to which you were called. And again, one of those days has to fall during a period of wartime. But if you meet those kind of limited service requirements there, you just had to have a discharge that was other than dishonorable. We can, work with, there's rules about assets and there's rules about income. And again, that's where we come in is being able to help families devise a plan to get financially eligible to meet the criteria for these programs. But there's money available. It's cash assistance. It's cash direct deposited into your bank account every month for you to use on whatever your care needs are. So it can help pay a family caregiver. It can help support you to have a caregiver come into your home, to move into assisted living or personal care, to be able to go into full-blown nursing care. It's extra money that is available to you, and it is something that we can help your family navigate.
All right, great stuff. We're going to come back, talk about these Social Security benefits and some other things, long-term health care. We're going to try to get as much in as we possibly can before the hour is up. They are going to be back with us next week, but if you have any questions and you need them answered now, call us at 866-391-1020. Find out more about them at ZachBrownLaw.com or call them 724-942-6200, McKeesport, Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, and Bonita Springs. One number works for all of those offices, 724-942-6200. Colleen and I back with the final segment today in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're talking with Joe Cibulis from Highwood Cemetery about cemetery care. Joe, can you please explain your perpetual care fund to us?
Sure. A perpetual care fund is a trust established by cemeteries to ensure ongoing maintenance of burial grounds and mausoleums forever. We set aside 15% of the sale price of burial lots and other cemetery items. Income generated from this fund is used to cover costs like mowing lawns, road repair, and other essential upkeep after all the remaining burial plots have been sold.
So people with lots at Highwood Cemetery can be assured that there are sufficient funds to maintain the cemetery in the future.
Yes, at Highwood Cemetery, our perpetual care fund is in excess of $1 million. A third-party trustee, a fiduciary, is responsible for managing the fund. Everything your family has at Highwood Cemetery will be protected by our perpetual care fund.
You can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Colleen Brakovich is here. One more segment, but before we dive into some final thoughts, she wants to give you some information, some things happening at the law firm, and also what we began the show with, the Learn, Care, Share event, September 26th. Go ahead, Colleen.
All right. Thanks, Rob. I just didn't want to get through the whole hour and not advertise some of the other things that we have going on in these next couple weeks here to make people aware. So coming up this Thursday, the 17th, is Future Proof Your Life, Smart Planning for Health, Wealth, and Legacy. So I'm pleased to be joined by a financial advisor, Jody Amos, and Medicare specialist, Liz Kennan. So we're going to talk about how to protect your health, wealth, and loved ones as you enter this next chapter of your life. So it's open to anybody. So anybody, please, it's free. Sign up for it. And it's a webinar, so you can just attend from wherever you are. But it's going to be geared and aimed towards folks who are coming into their later working years, looking into retirement and what the future may hold for them. So it is a Zoom webinar. You can register on our website, zachbrownlaw.com. It's 11:30 to 12:30 this Thursday. So you can check that out. We also have Beyond the Will. This is coming up September 24th. Beyond the Will, the complete picture of most estate plans miss. And this is going to be Christine Murphy. She's going to be presenting this informative webinar. Again, another webinar, not an in-person event, about drafting your will. Something that seems so simple, but truly what are the nuances that we need to be concerned about, how this is, again, such an important fundamental part of our estate plan, and what are things that we might have missed that we're not considering in preparing our basic will. But last but definitely not least is, again, the 4th annual Learn, Care, Share Caregiver Symposium on Friday, September 26th from 9 to noon at the Loft Conference Center in South Point, which as you go into South Point, it is on Noble Energy Drive. It's a really nice opportunity. We've hosted now there 2 other times, and it's a really nice space. It's a nice event, an opportunity for you to get educational speakers and like I said, the vendors, and an opportunity just to meet other people who are kind of going through the same things you are. So, hopefully some opportunities for socialization, a little bit of relaxation and fun, and getting that good information that you need. So we hope you join us for one or all 3 of those upcoming events.
All right, a couple of minutes left in the broadcast. So let's get back to these Social Security benefits, Colleen. Some questions that may evolve, including if a loved one develops dementia, planning for a disabled adult child, protecting against elder abuse. So talk about Social Security benefits and what you do with elder law.
So, Social Security benefits, there's individuals who get Social Security just based on retirement. You worked, you paid into the system, you have your 40 quarters, and then you get a retirement benefit. Okay. So, as far as estate planning is concerned, or elder law planning is concerned, there's not much you can do with it. You can't call up the Social Security Administration and say, hey, stop sending me my money. You're giving me too much, and now it's making me ineligible for benefits. So, helping families deal with when we have our fixed income, how is that affecting us, and what do we need to do to try to navigate applying for benefits? Making sure that we're taking into consideration long-range planning if your Social Security is the primary income for your total household. And what does that look like if you pass away first and leave a spouse who now has to live off of less? And what are, the estate planning concerns that we should have about making sure that our spouse, who maybe will have to live off of less Social Security if we die first, how are they going to be able to navigate that path forward? Now, as far as SSI, so supplemental security income for individuals who did not work or did not pay into the system enough to be able to get Social Security disability benefits on their own and are disabled and unable to work, their benefits are a little bit more in flux, I guess, is an easy way to put it, that they have a set amount of money that they are allowed to have, $2,000. If they go over $2,000, then they will lose their benefits. So we help families navigate that. I met with a family just this week where an individual is going to be receiving an inheritance. Her father died a few years ago. There's some money still coming from his estate into their mom's estate, who recently passed away. And there's ultimately going to be an inheritance from mom's estate as well. That inheritance is going to cause her to lose those benefits, okay? Losing her health insurance through Medicaid, losing her SSI benefits, because now her net worth is going to be too high. So we help families navigate that. Ideally, we don't like to be in that situation. We want to do our planning in advance so that, maybe mom could have done some things during her lifetime to make it so that her daughter wasn't going to inherit this money directly and it wasn't going to have an impact to her benefits. But that being said, now we're going to help the daughter navigate how do we get back onto benefits. We're going to lose them because we, have too much money, but what's our plan we're going to put together with regard to getting those assets spent down, getting them transferred to trust, and reestablishing her eligibility for that very important health care and income benefit.
Colleen, I have a couple more things, but we are out of time, but I do have enough time to give you an opportunity to promote the symposium. So please do that, because I want people to be a part of this. It's an incredible opportunity. Zach Brown, of course, law.com, or give them a call at 724-942-6200, or check them out on their social media platforms. Go ahead, Colleen. We'll end on that note one more time.
Yep, one more time. 4th Annual Learn, Care, Share Caregiver Symposium, Friday, September 26th from 9 till noon at the Loft Conference Center in South Point. Our phone number is 724-942-6200. You can call the office to register or register on our website, zachbrownlaw.com.
Have a fabulous fall until we meet again. Enjoy your day, okay?
Thanks, Rob. Bye-bye.
All right, there she goes. Have a good day, everybody. Stay with us. News coming up next with Rob. We're back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 5 a.m. after CBS Radio News. And, of course, my colleagues will be here throughout the day continuing to talk about the stories that matter to you right here on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Have a great day, everybody.
The proceeding was paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Our own political analyst, Lenny McAllister. Lenny, thinking about Charlie Kirk and his family, both sides of the aisle coming out against political violence. How do we begin to find a way to heal?
I'm hoping that people that have the platforms handle this in a way that really takes into consideration where we are as a country.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Do you have
3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 80 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. One man is dead following a shooting Friday night in a Homewood. Pittsburgh police say it happened on Newman Way at Felicia Way around 10 o'clock last night. Police found that man with a gunshot wound to the neck. He was transported to the hospital but died at the hospital. Right out, no word on any suspect descriptions. Also, Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery overnight. It happened around 12:20 this morning at an apartment building on Presley Street on the north side. Police say the male victim was confronted by 2 men dressed in all black on the 4th floor of the apartment, demanding his backpack and cash. That's when one of the men shot the victim, according to police. The victim is in a hospital in stable condition at this hour. Police say 1 man has been detained for questioning. Allegheny County Medical Examiner has ruled the death of a man who was found dead in the Ohio River Tuesday morning as a homicide. The body of 41-year-old Stephen Williams of Pittsburgh was found dead near Rivers Casino after being reported missing back on September 5th. He was last seen leaving the Wyndham Hotel downtown around 11:15 p.m. on September 5th. Medical examiner's office said Williams drowned. Right now, no suspects have been arrested in that case. Pittsburgh Regional Transit will not undergo service cuts and fare increases next year after PennDOT approved the agency's request to use nearly $107 million in state capital funds. PRT was bracing customers for a 35% service reduction beginning next year if funds weren't approved by state lawmakers in the House and Senate. The executive director for Pittsburgh's Public Transit, Laura Chu Weens, tells KDKA-TV the state lawmakers still fell short in funding public transit long term.
At this point, it's not clear that there is a plan from the governor, from the Senate leadership, from the House leadership to come with a budget that provides new money for public transit.
In a statement, PRT's CEO, Catherine Kellman, thanked PennDOT for the funding and said the agency will continue seeking a long-term solution for public transit agencies. Well, in June, it became illegal to use a handheld device while driving or sitting at a stoplight in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado spoke to a local driving expert about the warnings that have been issued so far.
Under KDKA Radio's Right to Know request, state police said they issued 383 warnings to drivers between June 5th and July 31st. Jim Clare of Ultimate Defensive Driving School in Cranberry says while the law is a good move, the one thing that would start to bring the number of distracted driving accidents down is writing tickets.
I would challenge all the police departments to up their game a little bit, start writing some tickets for some aggressive driving, poor driving, not stopping on red lights, blowing red lights, speeding, those kind of things. I would challenge the police departments around to do that, because I guarantee you, when its tickets go up, fatalities come down.
Ticketing under Paul Miller's law does go into effect next June, but Claire says with schools